S&P 500 gapping down today with bonds and oil in focus, potentially to the upside. So here's the SPY. You guys can tell, definitely poised to open lower for now. Things can always change. Nasdaq looking very similar. So Nasdaq actually, after relatively outperforming the SPY yesterday, we get this gap down in tune with the SPY as of today, or as we're poised for today's open. We'll take a look here at USO. USO, as you can see, curling a little bit higher. Let's see if that trend continues, and keep an eye on bonds as well, because we know bond strength, specifically the 30-year, is going to be on watch today. In terms of economic data at 8:30 a.m., you're going to get a whole bunch of important export prices month over month, housing starts, and building permits. I'll be here with Sharif to give you guys all of that data at 8:30. And we have to talk about earnings, because earnings are going to be in focus today as well, without a doubt. Here's Klarna. Klarna reports around 7:30 and just drops. Now, revenue actually wasn't too bad here for this quarter, but their revenue outlook, and specifically their adjusted operating income outlook going forward, not a good look. We will talk about this, I'm sure, several times before the opening bell, so don't go anywhere. A whole bunch of other earnings reports on watch as well. We're going to get some more tomorrow before the bell and Thursday before the bell that I think are going to be of note. So without further ado, there's lots to discuss. Good morning, Sharif. How are you?
You're absolutely right, Adair. I didn't see it was down 20%. My days. Yeah, this one continues to go down. Good morning, guys. Lots to talk about, lots in focus today. The market decidedly red here. The chips leading the way down, it feels like. But NVIDIA, more information about that $105 billion financing there for OpenAI as they kind of change their mode. They're becoming like the bank of AI here. Google, Pixel production shifting out of China. That's an interesting development there. And Meta, oh boy, watch out. The new trial today in California. It is day one. There is a lot on the line here. It is a big amount of damages being sought by the plaintiffs. Tesla, don't look now, Adira, but the cyber cap could be making its way onto the streets of Austin sooner rather than later. This is something we see often, right?
Yeah.
Like we saw this with the Model Y Juniper. We started seeing, little videos come out here and there, and all of a sudden, a couple months later, maybe even a little bit less, we saw it in production. This is kind of how Tesla works. So really excited about this. It's hopefully a needle mover for Tesla.
Yeah, we'll talk about the cyber cap more in the rundown too, but I think the thing that I think is interesting, this came out a little bit before the closing bell yesterday, and there was some commentary, Elon and his timelines. This timeline isn't coming from Elon. It's coming from a report from The Information. So do you think with that in mind, we actually have a better chance of meeting that August deadline? Because as Sean said yesterday, August is done in like 12 days.
Can I be honest with you?
Yes.
I wouldn't put my eggs in one basket and kind of rely on The Information. I really feel Tesla's modus operandi is kind of just like what we described. Mm-hmm. You start seeing videos surface online. Oh, there's a couple of cyber cabs in Austin. Oh, there's a lot more. Oh, Adira, they're taking up all the slots at the Tesla supercharging stations. So it's kind of like incremental. Yeah. And we kind of get that things are coming out. So I think this is going to be really important for them. It's not going to have a steering wheel. It's not going to have pedals. I don't think a car's ever been made or produced en masse without steering wheels or pedals, so it should be interesting here.
And we'll hear more about that at 9 a.m. But right now, to take us through to 9 a.m. and to 9:30 and beyond, it's Joe and Neil. So good morning and happy Tuesday to both of you.
Oh, good morning. I don't know how happy it is if you're looking at the market, though.
Yeah, well.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like if you own any memory stocks, you're probably asking yourself, what the heck what happened? MRVL's down 5, SanDisk, SK Hynix over 4.5%, Intel and Micron 4%, Affirm. Well, Affirm's down because Klarna crapped the bed, so you blame them for that. ARM, AMD, and this is just my cohort. It's SMCI 3% down, SpaceX 2% down. If I sort it the other way to look for the good news, Alibaba's up 3 points.
Oh.
Yay. UVXY, well, that makes some sense. A couple of energy names. Apple is always relatively strong, and Netflix is up a point. Like, it always feels to me, Joe, that whenever we have these gap down days, memory chips are down, it's like Apple and Netflix are going to be up.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Netflix play, but yeah, Apple tends to go counter the market here compared to. But hey, man, you can't complain. Think about it. We were down almost 50% here in SanDisk. You make a 60% recovery off the low, 73%. So a big time recovery. And I said, wait for the pullback before you get involved. But now you're only 25% off of the highs. But NVDA getting hit pretty heavy today, guys, down 1.7%. Some Jane Street news here as well, too. So they're investing in a company which I believe is called, let's see, I had it here not too long ago. Now it's off of my chart. But anyways, another chip startup Jane Street investing a boatload of money. AMD down. Kathy Wood's offloading her AMD shares and Palantir, but loading up on NVDA itself. So yeah, let's see what Kathy Wood. Well, I mean, she's made the mistake before, Neil, of selling with what was it, the equivalent of like $10 or something along those lines.
Kathy Wood is the most over. Yeah. There's a dude in our fantasy league that I feel like is basically like the Kathy Wood. Just makes so many transactions. It's like they wake up in the morning. It's okay, what do I have to do now?
Yeah,
I gotta do something. I can't be sitting still. I gotta be buying something and selling something. It's like almost like too many decisions that get made. But I do want to shed a thank you, Brown Lightning, for asking in the chat. Last night, I'm not telling you this, my daughter's team played last night.
Yeah.
It's 9U, so 9-year-old kids, and we have been the dominant team all year long. And anyways, I'll blame myself for us not putting up any runs when I was pitching our second game. So we came in 1-1, had to win to make it to the semifinals last night.
Yeah.
These kids, I mean, we had like double plays. We had like
double play.
We had a ground. I'm not lying to you. There was one defensive play. There was a ground ball to our third baseman.
Yeah.
Right. Runner at first. Ground ball to the third baseman. It's like a minor bobble.
Yeah.
Right. She picks it up. I'm yelling. I'm like, eat it, whatever.
Yeah.
She turns, guns hit the second base, gets the lead runner by like 1 foot, and everyone was just like, what just happened? Like, no, that didn't just happen.
Yeah,
we won 16-5, and we were up 16-1, but took our foot off the gas at the end. So super proud of the team. Everybody hit.
So you guys are in the semis. You guys are in the semis now.
Yeah, we got the semis on Saturday morning at like 9 a.m. and then the finals right after that. We're actually able to save 2 of our better pitchers. We didn't have to throw them at the end of the game. So super happy.
Looks like the Kawhi deal is going to get done now as well, too.
Don't get me started on the Kawhi deal.
Well, I mean, hey, man.
The NBA didn't find anything.
Yeah, so that's it. The Kawhi deal. So, no, we were up in, over the weekend, we were up in Lake Huron. So, yeah, that was a good time. Just hitting the water, jumping in the water, doing a bunch of fun stuff, hitting the paddle board and barbecuing and just being outside. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of driving as well, too. So, yeah, it's great being involved with getting on the lake. I love it. I know Mike Peter Ryder's water people, so we're definitely falling into that neck of the woods. But other than that, I mean, listen, no canoeing, paddleboarding.
That's
Yeah, anything involved with water. We were jumping off the pier as well too. That was the water was perfect.
Okay.
Immaculate. Yeah. And they say so because it's such a massive lake. It doesn't usually get warm until like the second week of August, but then it stays warmer a little bit later. So when I jumped in after we went for a nice little walk, I jumped in. I was like, this is the most refreshing water I've been in a long time.
Here
so
it is.
Lake Huron.
Lake Huron.
Yeah, Lake Huron. So it's a big boy lake over there. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Other than that, guys, as for the stock market, we're gonna buy a little more NVDA this morning, probably after the open. See what we got going on here. Big time gap down. Now we had an over under 12.5 days to see until we hit our all-time highs. The over's not looking too bad right now, but I think we're still around here when we decided. It was at some point last week when we decided to have a little fun with that poll. But other than that, the Nasdaq pulling back as well too. USO is up 0.4%, and the VIX is already up 3%. So let's keep an eye on some of this. The volatility stepping in, especially. Like I always say, guys, apes together strong, SanDisk to the downside, Western Digital, STX, DRAM, SK Hynix, all down mid-single digits. So it's definitely been a little bit tougher of a look within these chip names. But hey, it's the volatile nature of these beasts, and I think that's going to continue to be the narrative for quite some time in some of these memory storage names.
You know what's an interesting one, though? Today that bucks the trend? With all of this, like, I don't know. I don't want to call it destruction because the Nasdaq's down a point, but we can see 3 to 5% on a lot of the chip names. Anything you're thinking, okay, anything half related, AI is going to be down. NBIS is up 1.5 points. So this actually stands out here a little bit and sort of worth keeping an eye on if it's going to hold on to that trend. But then the other question I have for everybody out here, right? When was the last time we showed you guys the quote board? And we showed you guys that quote board where like all the chip names are looking incredibly weak. But can you remember when we had this kind of a gap down and the market didn't try to bounce early on? Like where it does, it's like everything seems like it's doom and gloom, or sometimes it would be like we'd get an 830 number, but we didn't have any kind of a bounce. Now, where this would be different is we're gapped after a strong move up, and we've hit a top. Like that's where, to me, it's like even if we get a bounce, I'd still want to look short because we have like such a distinct like lower high on the Qs, like where you came from a lot of times matters. When the market's in a pullback and is gapping down, and it's like, then you start to see like more of the value strength on dip buys, but you look at the SPY as well. Like this is, like we're teetering on the SPY. Like the S&P has got, like we had our ramp job going into the beginning of August, and then support was like right here. You break this, and it's like on the S&P, it's right. On the SPY, it'll be like 767 half or so. You lose that, and you've got the gap fill underneath. But at least initially, we are bouncing off a support level from the beginning of the month, so it is one to watch. I see some people in the chat. There's some small cap names out there. FGI. Oh, FGI Industries is moving? No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, you tricked me, Gracie, in the chat. Tisha Perkins is giving us BioAffinity, a penny stock, which is moving around here. So yeah, there's going to be small cappers. A lot of times when the market is relatively weak like this, where probably a lot of things are setting up to the short side, if you're a long-only trader, you got reverse ETFs, and you're going to have things that do not care what the market is doing. So a lot of times that can be small caps, medium caps, penny stocks. BioAffinity, there's an actual story for this one. I'm just going to pop it up here and throw it to you guys. So BioAffinity's up. They entered in distribution agreement with AV Medical, expanding BioAffinity's commercial reach through AV Medical's existing sales team. It's also probably a decent, very small float. 8 million float, only 4% is short. So my question to you, Sharif, it's a penny stock. Are you looking at it?
You're absolutely right, Neil. I am looking at it. Just broke through 50 into about 56 and a quarter. We're just really early on here in the price action. So we've only got about 3 5-minute bars on the 5-minute chart here. So we'll have to wait and see how the price action develops, but up 31%. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention WETO. WETO, Wedo, this one was absolutely ripping yesterday. In fact, we got into about that $43 area in the aftermarket around 10 to 5 yesterday. It looks like that's where we're hanging out right now, a little bit below 43. So I'm already thinking 50 on this one. You get into 43 in the pre, there's a good chance you touch that 50, guys. We're already up 72.5%. So this one looks like the best to me. Now, obviously, it's gotten a lot more expensive than it was yesterday. That has to factor in to the share size, your risk management, stop placement, as well as and your entry tactics. Especially, this one could lose that $40 area there, where the volume weighted average price is hanging out.
Yeah, a name that has way already lost VWAP a while ago is Klarna, KLAR. This name we're going to discuss again here on the rundown, of course, because this is moving in a big way on pretty decent volume here. But Klarna, the report was okay for the quarter, but the guidance here was the real issue, both revenue and adjusted operating income. Yeah,
let's just get to the guidance, because this is the problem here. So they guided third quarter revenue of $940 million to $980 million. So that's substantially below what the street was expecting. That's below Q2. So I had to do a little digging. What was going on? Why are they doing this? Well, so some of their investments, they have to actually, for accounting purposes, take the investment price and mark to market it. Mark to market means essentially what the price is right now. I have to realize that price in the balance sheet. I can't wait to the end of the quarter or some other time that I've designated. However, for their profits, Adara, they don't recognize them that quickly. So the profits trickle in, while the losses, they got to be realized right away. So that's what they're saying. They're saying that this is one of those anomalous quarters where, some of the profits that they're going to make are still into the Q3, Q4, and possibly into next year as well, while some of the mark-to-market adjustments that they have to make on some of their investments have to be realized now. That's what they're saying. I'm not saying that that's an excuse for being down 20%. But anyway, an executive is leaving here, by the way. So Chief Financial Officer Nicholas Neglin and Chief Marketing Officer David Sandstrom, they're going to step down in early 27. They're going to stick with the company on an advisory basis while a new search for the CFO goes on. But the second quarter did quite well, Adara. They grew 27%, over $1 billion in income. That beat estimates of 996. So again, coming down to the guide.
Yeah, the guide here, an issue for Klarna. Are you guys guiding yourselves as trading this stock today, potentially?
Yeah, I've guided my way to some shorts just like you did, Adara. So let's see.
We've all paid for locates around here.
Let's see what we got.
Shout out to Real Trading. They were really cheap.
They're
They were like,
cheap.
I don't know, like a less than like 2 cents per 100 shares or something. Just absurdly cheap. I didn't even want to look at it. Basically free for locates on Klarna. But that guide, it's not good. You already have the concerns, right? Like long end of the rates are going up. And you're starting to see some concern about, where the debt's at and government trying to inflate the way out of the problem, and the Fed's going to be put in a tough spot. And you look at this miss on a stock that had been getting smoked up until catching like a small relief rally. I don't want to say whatever. You go from $12 to $21, like that's a good move. It's over 40%. So like it was obviously a pretty good move back up, but it was a pretty minor bounce that rejected the 200 period, and now it's just the trend is reversed. Sometimes when you're down over 10%, you will get a bounce, but I'm just looking short today. Like the prior bounce level was 17. That's pretty far in traditional terms, like $1 and change on a $15, $16 stock. But you know what? The way it's already moving in the pre-market, why is it still We2? There we go. I'm like, why is that stock? There we go. But the way it's already moving, we just bounced $1 off of the low. So I want to look at that volume-weighted average price. If it immediately rejects 16.20 at the open, then it's under VWAP, so you can short that. Otherwise, I want to wait to see a challenge the 17 level. I'm willing to be patient. I think there can be some continuation with Klarna. And even if, and I'm reminded, I'm thinking about them in the same way as Beyond Meat after the reverse split. Even if it doesn't materialize today, then I want to be still looking at this one for a continuation tomorrow because of what the daily chart says. And to the point, on Monday, last week on Friday, Beyond Meat ended up being a breakout trade after the reverse split yesterday. So we got a bit of a data issue in the middle of the day yesterday. So some of our charts might be blank in the middle, but like Beyond Meat was an all-day short. Like from VWAP, it was 5% yesterday to the lows on Beyond Meat. So I think something's like a continuation short. I'm going to feel that way about Klarna. It would have to be above closing well above 17 for me to think otherwise for a couple of days here.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are in a couple of big stores, to be honest with you. I don't know if you've seen like Uber, H&M, Saks, Sephora, Macy's, IKEA, Expedia, Nike. Well, we all know how Nike's been performing. Yeah, maybe we should have skipped that one there, Neil. Airbnb. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's not the biggest, obviously. Only 1.2 million retailers using it, 3.8 million transactions per day, and 120 million global active Klarna users, which is, I mean, it's not horrible, but it's not the biggest either. I'm going to be looking short this thing without any question to see if we can get any form of continuation. Could be a chaw fest. Don't forget, it is a NYSE name. I think there's a couple of outcomes that can potentially happen here is that you find some form of a rebound, shout out to Captain Obvious, or it just continues to bleed to the tune where you run down like 25+% here, Neil. So I'm going to be keeping my eye on it. We also have Space. I know you guys talk about SpaceX quite often. 141, SpaceX starting to pull back a little bit. Never heard of this one. But yeah, a lot of interesting stuff, guys. If you head over to the options chain or some of the futures here, single stock futures now, and you take a look at some of the open interest, there's multiple key levels that are really, really coming into factor as these supply zones are really holding up here, which we're going to be talking about momentarily on a couple of names here over at the big board, which I'm looking forward to. I'm not going to give away all of them, but there's some pretty big names with some catalysts up under it. So other than that, guys, keep an eye on those potential resistance and support levels. Other than that, Neil, I don't really have too much on my radar this morning. I don't know about yourself. How did CrowdStrike do yesterday?
Just one note for Klarna, while we're crapping on them while we just crapped on them and everyone seems to be pretty negative on them. If you are looking at the space, you're like, oh, it's got to be an opportunity to dip by, you can always have a look at a firm. Klarna's chart speaks for itself. A firm's chart is much better and certainly speaks for itself as well. And obviously, very similar almost nearly identical businesses. This one's at least still holding an uptrend. So it's down 3.5 points on sympathy. Affirm, the market's down, yes, but Affirm probably getting most of its hit this morning because of the Klarna report. And at least if there's continuation in Klarna and it continues to go, you've got this like 69.5 to 70 level on Affirm. That can be a bit of a decent bounce. I don't love the fact that it's off the 50 period. This is not necessarily where I'm going to be looking, but if you're compelled to say, hey, I think that's a bit much, and it's not doom and gloom for the buy now, pay later payment processing. It's just, Klarna, not the best looking name, and Affirm has performed much, much better. Before we go up, we have a super chat already, so let's get to it. SLC88. That reminds me, who was it in the chat yesterday that said WeTube was going to go to $88? We got a super chat for specifically 88 on that stock. So I hope for anyone that might be long, I hope it gets there. What are your thoughts on Hertz? Is this a buy or a pass? I bought a couple thousand shares and wondering if it could cut my losses. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. I mean, Pershing Square got out of this, right? So they had earnings and there was a nice rally. Here, I want to go to. I'll stick on the daily. After the earnings, there was a pretty nice rally on Hertz. But they've been getting beat up. It seemed like it was left for dead. Then you get a major sort of like activist type shareholder exit their position off the off the lows. It's like, yeah, I'm not really seeing a there. At this point, I think you're hoping dead cat bounce. The good news, if there is any good news, is well, at least $2 has been a bit of a thing recently. So if there's like maybe a muted bounce off 2 could get you like some squeeze. There's still a decent short float. I'm just not seeing this one. I just can't see it long term personally. But to each their own. I'm just a trader, and I really the chart's disgusting in pretty much every single way. And the reaction to basically close in that earnings squeeze gap when Ackman left is pretty telling. If it can't hold on to 2, obviously it's in a world of hurt, but I think anybody looking at that chart could tell you the same thing. Before we go up to, we have another super chat, but it's a pretty easy one from Mike Peter Ryder, so this will be easy to get to. Sean Connery. Okay, with a question mark. Well, if it's Jeopardy style, who is the greatest James Bond of all time? That would be how I would frame that. Let's go up to the and see, because Joey Options is about to give you his options look, but I'm sure we'd all be curious to see his expert opinion on who the best James Bond is, and I'm sure he couldn't possibly get it wrong.
It's who is Piers Brosnan? All right, guys, good morning and welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Now, guys, there's a couple of names here. We're going to be looking at these as supply zones. We're going to kick things off with the Nasdaq. Go and look at this $735 marker. You can see we have a clear rejection of that on yesterday's session. So we're going to be looking at the open interest 25,000 contracts, and then also for volume 16,700 open and closed. Guys, this is going to be expiring on Friday, and don't forget we're sitting on a $5 spread, and considering it was closer to at the money, the delta is elevated in our gamma exposure as well too, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a decrease in our delta. We will see a decrease in our delta after the open, but our Vega extremely elevated as well too. So for every 1 point increase in implied volatility, you're going to see an increase to your options premium via 39 cents, ladies and gentlemen. Now let's take a look at this specific contract itself, losing 43% of its value. So if you're talking to Ozan or Travman in the chat, this is stuff that they're looking for. Again, expiring on Friday, but you collect 43% of your premium. Some individuals will close that, but also don't forget we have gap down now, so that will most likely increase, dropping the value of these specific strike prices. All right, guys, moving forward, another name that had the inability to crack a supply zone. Now, Ozan, we're starting to see a congestion through 227 and to 230. 75,000 is going to be that at $227.50. But if you also go a strike price higher, you can see we're almost at 100,000 open contracts. So the selling pressure is most definitely there, and you can see it come into effect on yesterday's session as well too, guys. Nice strong pop, but then proceeded to fade for the remainder of the session as the hedge funds stepped in. Now we're only sitting on a $5 spread here, ladies and gentlemen, once again expiring on Friday, and you can see our delta sitting around 39 cents. That is going to drop as well too, considering we have gapped down almost 2%. Gamma exposure here, guys, sitting around 5 cents, and your Vega only at 9 cents as well. Now as for this contract losing 20% of its value, that will increase after the bell. Keep an eye out on this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it more along the lines like we just experienced in our previous Q's contract to the tune of 43%. So this specific contract will lose value after the bell opens. Now moving forward, last but not least, we have AMD at this $450 strike price, guys. Cathie Wood offloading her AMD shares and Palantir shares, but buying $21 million worth of NVDA. Now, open interest sitting around 7,000. Don't forget, this underlying is significantly more expensive now, and we've seen throughout time as we continue to appreciate in price, the open interest in the volume really starts to cool off on this name. But where I'm looking for a potential base here on AMD, and that led me to the $450 strike price. Now, as for the open interest, 7,000 flat with 1,700 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, your Gamma and your Greeks here, guys, relatively cool. You can see we're only sitting on 4 cents, and our Vega cool as well at 4 cents. But here's this specific contract over the span of the majority of this contract's lifespan. It's lost 99% of its value, but this put will see a slight increase due to the gap down this morning, guys. So underlying down, put contract up. Let's send it back to Neil.
Thank you, Joe. See, that's why we call him Joey Options and not Joey James Bond Reviews. For sure. Pierce Brosnan. I mean, come on, son. Come on, son. Remember that Hertz chart? That's Pierce Brosnan. No, I mean, whatever. Sean Connery won. I'll go with... I'm always torn at number 2 because I like Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig and Timothy Dalton were like next for me. And then Roger Moore had his thing, but...
Roger Moore? I don't even know that one.
You don't even know who Roger Moore is?
No.
That's fine.
70s? Yeah, well,
the 80s, man.
Sense.
He was the 80s. But we got another one here. Oh, yeah. Here we
go. 8647.
Frank,
man. What the
freaking
hell?
Rizzo.
Yeah, crazy.
Shout out to you,
Frankie.
Frank. Mr. Rizzo, thank you so much.
Man.
Appreciate you.
Joe,
working your butt off.
Well, yeah, I know.
Big day today.
Yeah, I know. Big day today, man. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, speechless at that point. I appreciate it. Love the kind words. Obviously mean wonders. And thank you for working your bum off. No, thank you guys for being kind and having me for sure. So I couldn't be more appreciative. And thank you very much for that, Frank.
Humble man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
About this AMD, though, that you were talking about.
Yeah, 450, my guy.
I feel like, look, if we're looking at NVIDIA to AMD, right? NVIDIA, this feels, it was accumulative. It really didn't have the run that all the other names had, but it bounced off the 200. So yeah, it doesn't feel like maybe a little bit of a pullback, but this could pull back to the 50. It could pull back to, like, I don't know, this prior high in here at 213 and still a little bit okay. Valuation's not going to be as much of a concern as well in any kind of a pullback. But AMD feels different because to me, this broke trend on the 27th, maybe confirmed it the following day, and then is double barrel rejected the 50 period on bounces.
Double barrel.
So it broke the trend line, breaking the 50 period, and then it's just rejected it twice. It smells weaker to me.
Yeah.
And I feel like this one has got a much deeper pullback. And I know it's down 3%, and NVIDIA's, I'm not saying much because NVIDIA's already down less than it here. But this, I feel like there's some continuation out there in AMD. But there's a lot of names to pick on for this space. Like if you look at the memory, I guess we're going to get to memory in the rundown. Like DRAM's got a flat bottom potential break here at the 56.5. Be careful of traps at the open because sometimes we've seen rallies off days like today. And then another name which is going to be squarely on the radar is SMCI in here. And partly because SMCI was a rejection of 40, and I liked the short yesterday when it rejected the 40. Didn't get what we needed out of that one, and the 39 lower high is going to be a play as well. So yeah, there's enough names out there, but I feel like AMD, you're right about that. That 450.
Yeah,
I think it's going to have a magnet towards it.
I think that's a reasonable target, right? Like, I mean, here it is.
Oh shoot.
Oh yeah, we
have numbers in 20 seconds. Let's go to Adair, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of numbers actually happening here. Import prices 0.1%, forecast 0.3% prior. Housing starts 1.345 million. Forecast prior here 1.427 million. Building permits 1.375 million versus 1.374 million prior. So we're expecting a little bit of an uptick in building permits. Housing starts and import prices expected to be lower. Housing starts negative 12.4% I'm seeing for the month-for-month number. So I'm guessing that came in a little bit below estimates, just waiting for everything to populate. You've also got here export prices negative 1.3%. That's going to be below the forecast of negative 0.2, negative 0.3%. Import prices negative 0.4%, also below estimates. We were expecting a positive print. Housing starts 1.239 million. That's going to be below that 1.35 million we were expecting. Building permits 1.443 million, above estimates of 1.37 million. So we get higher than expected building permits. Everything else looks a little bit lower than expected. Not too much of a reaction here on the S&P 500, continuing to kind of chop in this range, but also kind of range bound this morning. Before we send it back over to Neil and to Joe, is Home Depot. Now, I was expecting, honestly, Sharif, and I said this on the show, a much worse report than this, given that Ted Decker, CEO, just recently went on medical leave. I thought the timing of that announcement was suspect, but honestly, quite impressed. You get this medical leave, even though he wasn't in the best of health. This is a pretty solid quarter.
Yeah, well, when it's a company this big, you know, there's a lot of moving parts, right? I don't think it relies entirely on one person, but yeah, that is a bit of a concern. Let's talk about some of the reports. There was some good, there was some bad. So some of the basic stuff here, guys. Q2 for them, 47.86 billion is what they brought in revenue. That's a 5.7% bump year over year, with EPS adjusted, that is 492, beating the 473 expected by analysts, and comp sales 1.7% year over year beat. But that's a very, very kind of gray area here. So let's talk about these comparable sales year over year, because they were increased based on price increases, not increased foot traffic. So this is a problem, okay? So comparable sales actually declined. If you look at the transactions, 1% year over year, meaning they had 1% less people come into their stores and buy something at point of sale. 2.8% surge, though, in the average ticket price. So what ends up doing is it ends up kind of inflating the number there. And a lot of those numbers, Adair, were just inflation related rather than actually margins that they made there. They did reaffirm their guidance rather than raise it. Sometimes that is a cause for a sell-off if you don't raise. So they're reaffirming flat to 2% year over year growth for revenue and 4% give or take for EPS. But growth here was outpaced by operating expenses. So their operating expenses surged 8.5% year over year, with their growth only 6.5%. So that's a bit of a problem there. And their U.S. comparable sales continue to lag their international. Canada did quite well. Mexico did quite well. Not so for U.S.-based stores. Last but not least, they have those IEEPA tariffs coming in. But the problem is those IEEPA tariffs are going to be offset by higher freight costs, fuel costs, energy costs. So it's not going to find itself into the positive side of the balance sheet, Adair.
We're going to have to wait and see how all that shakes out going forward. I want to go over these numbers again here as well, just before we send you back over to the guys. So building permits, 1.443 million, above the prior print of 1.374 million, and above estimates. Housing starts 1.239 million. That's going to be below the estimate here of 1.35 million, also below the prior print. Building permits, month over month prelim, we got the higher than expected number. So this number is also higher than expected, 5% versus 1.2% expected. But export prices, housing starts month over month, and import prices all below estimates. How do you guys feel about HG today? I'm not sure this is going to be a day trading one, but any comparable plays perhaps?
I think this is a pretty meh one here. Like the guide was okay, but you know their own CFO came out and said homeowners are kind of stuck doing smaller projects, and the bigger renovations are down. So that's going to weigh on them. You heard Sharif talk about the foot traffic being down, so that any gains are really just on cost increases. That's not what you want to hear. There's nothing exciting about the chart either. And you start looking at the rate environment, it's probably going to stick the the housing market a little bit. So it's a really tough spot for them, and it's hard to get excited. It's up a couple of points into a down market, but there's no breakout or anything. Like, it could have been a breakout trade if it had done spectacularly. I think it's just a bit of a pass, and you can probably wait for a little more. We have some more highly anticipated retail names later in the week that I think could get a little bit more interesting. Just not Home Depot for me.
What's the dividend on this? There's a couple of things that I found interesting. $2.33. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on the divvy there, Neil, as well. No, $2.33 isn't bad. You're not going to get the crazy price appreciation in this name here, but I found a couple of things interesting. So they're going to roll out their express delivery. Okay. So you can order some items now online and get it with under 3 hours. What's up, Randy? What's up, brother?
Thought you weren't here, man.
Yeah, we were worried about you there for a minute. Kawartha Dairy, man. Classic stuff
Keeps
over there. Good ice cream. Bacon and eggs. Randy's favorite. Yes, it's a W. Way to start
and bakey. Wakey.
Eggs and bakey. But no, in all seriousness, so you can order up to, I believe with their specific items, it's a flat fee. Now you can get it under 3 hours, which is pretty good. Let's see how that works out. Helps margins out potentially as well there. But the company also stating homeowners, so the DIY, really holding off on these large products, which isn't good. I dislike, I should say, using the COVID narrative, because when everyone was at home, you had all of these massive projects going on, and that's not necessarily the narrative right now. So, I mean, this is a company and a name that we obviously don't day trade. In the long term, I think they'll be just fine, but there's a couple of things underlying it that say, hey, we might see some near-term headwinds within Home Depot.
SLC, appreciate Mr. 88. Hope that veto gets there, by the way. Thanks for working your butt off as well. You tell the truth, which is difficult to hear when I made a bad trade. One last one to check this out is better. I don't know if I addressed anyone else's bad trades just now. When we do the lesson of the day, or when I'm doing the lesson of the day every single day, I always just look at what happened in the market from open to then, or something I heard, or sometimes I'll be listening to Joe and Sharif, and I'll be like, hey, you know what? What they're talking about there, that's going to be the lesson. Or it's a mistake I made, or something I could have done better, or like a good trade that this is why we had it, even though it didn't make sense. But I'm glad you get something out of it. The market's willing to teach you something every single day. It's a lot easier to learn from collective mistakes and others than having to always make them yourself and learn the hard way. As for Better Home, fundamentally, there's this the former CEO it's some kind of like a battle and a war going on with that. So fundamentally, you've got to understand what's happening there, which I'm not going to pretend to do. I've read the headlines, and I just know that he's trying to. There's a board control fight from the former CEO who wants to get his job back, and that's a whole mess, and it's disrupting things. And that's never. I don't know if that's the best look or a distraction. And the chart looks pretty putrid. So unless you really have a good fundamental sense of what's happening here, maybe when that gets resolved, it could bounce. That's all I would get at. Nothing about it has shown any indication that it's made a bottom yet. The trend is still heavily to the downside. Like every single day, it seems to be making fresh lows. I would grant you that maybe it's trying to hold this low here for a couple of days. But there's just not a lot there. And again, if you're not tuned into what's going on here and know enough to say, hey, this is noise. When he stops this battle, everything will be fine with Better. I'm not going to pretend that I can say that I know that, because I just read a headline and staring at a pretty putrid-looking chart. I don't know maybe there's a short float that could get you energized here if we were to turn. 23% short float. So names like that, when they do catch a bit of a rounded bottom or a support level, they can get good if they're able to break out. But shorts, remember, shorts are only concerned when you start breaking moving averages or reverse a trend. Like they'll start to get concerned in here. Otherwise, Better kind of looks like it's in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, I just heard something on ONDS making an acquisition.
What's ONDS?
ONDS, shoot, they're making an acquisition, but I didn't catch the name of the company. Remember, a lot of times if you're making an acquisition, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go up. Here we go. This isn't even that big. It's pretty small. They're acquiring RN Defense for about $33 million. There it is in the headline. $33 million in cash or stock. So cash or stock. if they got the cash position to do it, which is great. But a lot of times what will happen when you say cash or stock, they'll usually give the shareholders like the choice, whether they can take cash or they can take shares of ONDS, and there'll be like a limit, only X amount of up to X amount of cash. But 33 million doesn't seem to be moving the needle here for Ondas at all. But thanks for throwing that one up there, Darren. We'll keep our eye on it, and we'll also keep our eye on that WETO almost hit $50. This thing is complete insanity. Sharif, you were on this one, right? So just out of morbid curiosity, what was the highest price that you bought yesterday? Like the absolute highest where you were long?
You want the truth, Neil? We were in the teens at the time. So around the midday when this one was trading, we were like 17, 16, right? But the real move came in the aftermarket. What a shock, right? You turn off those volatility halt parameters and things start ripping. So just looking here, the price action from 4 o'clock onwards, we were trading about $25. Within about 45 minutes, we were up into $45. So the price action, as I always say, especially with these ones that have a bit more expensive of a ticket, a bit of a wider spread, and multiple halters, you need to be around after 4 o'clock for these ones, because that's sometimes when the largest move comes. And you can typically get those moves in a lot quicker fashion, Adara, than you can during the midday when the volatility halt parameters are instituted.
Yeah, let's talk though a little bit about META, and that I'm not sure is going to be too likely here for that volatility halt. But Meta in focus, we've been talking a lot about, this trial is going to start. It's going to be happening here in California, multi-state coalition. Looks like today is the day for opening arguments.
Yeah, I got a lot to say here. So just pack your patience with me, all right? So trial, it's a federal trial. So this is going to have implications for other states. Remember, we were talking about, this being persuasive if it was going to be a California case, but not binding on the others. That's if it was a state case at air. It's going to be a federal case, so it's binding. Oakland, California, 29 state attorneys general suing Meta over youth platform safety and COPA violations. But let's get down to it. So the jury, remember that Elon Musk OpenAI trial? Remember how the jury had an advisory role? Same thing again this time. It's going to be Judge Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers holding the ultimate authority to rule and dictate the platform mandates. So the jury will have an advisory role in this case. 4 state bellwether trial mechanics. So the trial doesn't represent all 29 states, specifically California, Colorado, Kentucky, and Jersey. The legal findings, though, from the trial brought by those states are going to be a legally binding precedent, as well as set the settlement valuations for the remaining 25 states. And then there's also a large fine here. $200 billion is what they're asking for. So that's roughly an amount equivalent to Meta's entire yearly revenue. Not profit, Adara, yearly revenue. $200 billion is what they're asking for. And they're also asking for forced deletion of AI models and training algorithms, specifically only the ones that were designed internally based on user data of individuals under the age of 13. That might be hard to distinguish, as a lot of that information is intermingled. That could be a logistical problem. And last but not least, we spoke about this yesterday, this Section 230 area. The state attorneys general were so clever in how they brought this. They didn't bring anything to do with content being posted on the social network, because that would have been protected by Section 230. What they brought, Adair, was very specific. They brought issues around infinite scroll, visual filters, autoplay, and push notifications, which are design features which entirely circumvent the Section 230 protections.
Yeah, it sounds like a really, well-planned and well-designed case, as you mentioned here. So we're going to have to wait and see how that plays out. We'll have to wait and see how long this trial is, too. But we don't have to wait too long to see Neil and Joe again.
Yeah, I'm reading some of these numbers. I think in total, so Meta stating that the headline figure grabbing attention is $1.4 trillion, a number Meta itself disclosed in a court filing, warning the penalties calculated under the state's methodology could reach that level, an amount which would nearly wipe out the company's entire market value. Which is absolutely insane. Listen, we talked about the tobacco moment. I think this is bigger. This is bigger than the tobacco moment. You're starting to see countries, countries are really starting to crack down. Listen,
the difference, but they crushed
the tobacco. Well,
I think at the absolute worst, you could hamstring but not kill. In my like,
the social media,
it's too big. It's ingrained in our society,
Mm-hmm.
and at the end of the day, tobacco was straight up killing people
it was.
with an addictive drug.
For sure.
Things that are enjoyment and escape that need to be moderated, like
I don't know, but if you
what next? We're playing too many. Like my kids are playing too many video games. Like it's just
it's so much more than just
it's not
video
the same
games,
thing,
though.
but it's not the same thing as tobacco.
But you could have the
Tobacco
same.
was a different beast. Different beast.
I can agree, but you can say the same thing about social media. Like you have, I don't want to bring up the term, but people doing unfortunate things, and then just the extreme addictive nature of what these reels and some social media has brought to individuals. I think I'm not going to say it's a complete one-to-one ratio, but I would say it's relatively close.
Did they kill gambling? Is literally legal.
Yeah, no.
We think gambling is literally legal. Does anyone in their right mind think social media is worse than gambling?
It can be. I think there's an argument to be had.
And but that's legal.
Yeah.
So like you can hamstring, you can't kill. You can shoot me. Remember what Denzel said? You can shoot me, but you can't kill me.
Oh.
But you can't kill me. But you know what though? Before we continue this conversation,
what do we got?
I see it in the chat all the time, everybody.
Oh.
All the time. You got the right read. You got the right setups, but you got the wrong size, everybody. The truth is you've got the skills, but your account's just too small, and Trade Funder is going to change that for you. $100,000 for stocks, $25K for options today. You get to keep 80%, and you're paid out every Friday, and you don't risk your own money. It's $9.99 to start, and you're refunded on your first qualifying payout. You can start in an hour, no evaluation, no background checks, just you and the size to trade that you've been missing. Scan the QR code you see right now on your screen, tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. And look, I think it's a fun conversation. The problem with that's still going to be true. And thank you very much, Danger Carlene. Thank you for the gift from TikTok. Our viewers over there on TikTok, which reminds me to get my amalgamated chat up there. And another one. Data Robertson, Neil knows his bond. Oh, not Bonds, but James Bond, correct for best and second best. Well, I'm a very big James Bond fan. I'm going to get that out of the way. My pops read all the books. He used to watch them. It was like he used to watch them in the theaters when he was in Antigua. When he came to Canada, he's a huge fan. So I watched them growing up. When I started dating my wife, I'm like, she had not seen James Bond. I'm like, you were watching James Bond, and we would do movie nights and watch Bonds.
Yeah.
At my wedding, the dinner music was Bond theme songs, straight up. So I'm just, yes, I'm a James Bond fan. So if I didn't know my stuff, it's like that's why.
But come on, let's not beat around the bush. Some of those older James Bond titles are crazy.
That's the point.
But no,
that's literally the point.
Like Octo, like come on, man.
You could say it's a movie title. You could say Octopus. That's the name of a movie.
That's so
it's the name of the movie.
Yeah, it's wild, man. It's just good time.
They just kept it real. But
okay, let me build my argument.
Let's go back to Facebook if we can.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, and TSN layoffs. Thank you, Gold.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Tyson Foods with layoffs.
Tyson Foods with layoffs.
Are they moving?
All right,
it's not really moving. But you know what? We are going to
upgrade.
Yeah, we'll get back to the conversation. Joe's got to get ready for some upgrades and downgrades. But trust me, we're not done with that conversation on that, because I think it's a really good one. And both sides of it can be true. I mean, Tyson's not really moving on this. No matter what we think for Meta in the long term, this case is real, and they can still extract a tremendous amount of damages for them. And when this cash base that's being threatened is what is funding all of this build out, they are going to be the weakest stock. Now, if this breaks the right way for them, with maybe they can get away with a small fine and they perform well on the stand, Meta seems confident. They're not doing some kind of let's just make a deal and pay a fine. No, they're letting this go to trial. So you got to think there's some confidence on Meta's side here that it's going to go in their favor and they'll just take a haircut. If it's just a haircut, this probably has a good relief rally, but it's still under pressure. We already flat bottom broke yesterday. Maybe a retest of the local bottoms seems pretty likely here, unfortunately, for Meta. But and we get a bunch of super chats here. But we do need to get up because, hey, this segment is always getting upgraded. So let's go to Joey. He's Joey Options, but now you're getting upgrades and downgrades.
Downgrades. All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of our list, we have YSS, York Space Systems, guys. We're down a little bit under 1%, 0.9, we'll call it flat. Going from a buy to a hold, but we're getting a price target cut here from $36 all the way down to $13.50 at Canaccord Genuity. But the firm stating YSS weaker than expected Q2 earnings was attributed to delayed revenue conversion from new contract awards. The firm also says higher operating expenses also hurt York Space earnings. It cites supply chain and contract timing is key to this specific downgrade. Moving forward, guys, Global Star also getting the downgrade here as well, too. We're down 1%, but Craig Hallam giving them the buy to a hold with a $90 price target. They're holding that firm, but the firm also notes the Amazon takeover remains on track, but the arbitrage opportunity has compressed there. Nia, I know you would be looking at something along those lines. GSAT down 1%. Now let's look at some more positive things here. A substantial price increase here from Rothschild on AAPL. $400 is that target. That's up from $260, but also going from a neutral to a buy. One of the stronger Mag 7s here. We're up more than 0.6%, but the firm sees iPhone sales growing at 12% annually or up 14% above consensus expectations. The firm also believes Apple might be able to assert itself as the gatekeeper of consumer AI via Apple Hey, Sharif, I know you like that one. And here's Duolingo. A favorite of Sharif and I. We're up 3% here, but going from a neutral to a buy, and we're getting a price target increase to $160. That's up from $130 at D.A. Davidson. But a couple of interesting things here that I can confirm. I'm sure Sharif will have the ability to do so as well. The company's marketing and core monetization changes are underappreciated at current valuation levels. DA also believes the company's daily active users can continue to accelerate and its bookings can converge with growth. So monetization, we're seeing more ads on the platform. You have the paid tiers as well too. Duolingo not looking too bad this morning. Let's send it back to Neil.
Not gonna lie, if I didn't have Duolingo on the upgrades of my bingo card, but you know what's interesting about this stock? Look at what's happened. Look at the accumulation on Duo at the 50 period. Like the stock has gotten destroyed, right? Like anything. I feel like my daughter loves this. My wife uses it. My neighbor's entire household is on Duolingo, and everybody's doing it except for me.
You're not?
You use it. Joe uses it. So I'm pointing at Joe. I'm saying you. Joe uses it. He's got it up there.
42-day streak right there.
Like it's crazy. My daughter's is over 400 her streak.
That's good. I used to have a big one, but then I stopped for a couple of months and I never.
She does French, Spanish. She does it for math. She does it for chess. It's like anything and everything. But at the same time, the stock had gotten destroyed. But somebody's accumulating. Like, look at the accumulation. You can just see it on the moving average. It's hugging it, but there just hasn't been like a breakaway moment. And you finally got to the point where, the 200 periods caught the 50. If it can hold this and break 150, it feels like there might be some kind of a relief rally in there. So. But I don't know. It isn't and will not be a day trading stock. So I'd leave it alone, but for the day trade. But that is pretty intriguing on Dual, bouncing off that 50 or 200. Like it's still not a great overall trend, but there's like a potential dead cat breakout at 150 that you just throw a stop under the moving averages when 150 goes, and it doesn't have to do much. To retrace. Like even just go back to this prior resistance is at 210. I mean the stock was $540. Unbelievable how badly it goes.
Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. Yeah.
More super chats.
NVO.
Novo
doing?
Nordies.
How's HIMS been performing?
Well, see it's funny when Novo comes up, people started asking about HIMS and Eli Lilly. For obvious reasons. Now, so with Novo, they're suing they did that whole lawsuit
Yeah.
against Eli Lilly, which was kind of weird because as someone who owns shares of Eli Lilly, you just take it with a grain of salt because obviously I like Eli Lilly. Where they claimed, hey, you have some funky advertising, but then they kind of admitted that what Eli Lilly said in the advertising was true, but then they sued them anyways. It's like, okay, you're not using updated data. Well, they cited the study they were using to say that their pill was better, and even in your response, you admitted that it still wasn't as good as Eli Lilly's. You just said it's not as bad as they make it seem to be, but you admitted that it's still not as good. That's not the best look. It's not the best look out there. And when you have two choices and one choice is performing better and the stock is doing better and has a bigger pipeline, it's because Novo's all GLP and Eli Lilly does have other things. So it's hard to love them, at least for myself. And this one tried the breakout and has failed now twice to break away from the 200 SMA. So yeah, this one it's a pass for me. I know Lilly's come off the highs a little bit, but it's just a
space is a pass.
But at least Eli Lilly, it's not all GLP with them, and they are number one. So if you're gonna ride with something, you've got multiple reasons. So but I get it. Everyone wants to bottom pick.
Yeah, I know Hims is in there for the race to get some of these peptides. To market first too. Yep, absolutely. So I mean, personally for me, yeah, it's just a hard pass on this whole. Let's get involved with some of these chip names. I know we discuss about them a lot, but a nice gap down here in NVDA, selling off. I wouldn't be surprised if we have this gap fill test of 213 here. We also want to look at some support levels. So after the open, we'll be able to identify that as well. We'll grab a little bit more. So I mean, let's rock and roll and see if we can find any form of recovery. But when you gap down like this, and Western Digital down 6.25, you have SanDisk down 5.6%, and you have Micron down 4.8% as well too. But some trend lines being broken. Oh, also Intel. Adair, I'm sure you guys might have covered this yesterday, but maybe your favorite Intel CEO, Lip-Bu, buying some more Intel shares as well too. I believe it was to the tune of 10 million, around over 100,000 shares there. So a little insider buying, we'll take that. Good for the company. And if we look back and zoom out a little bit, I mean, we are on a pretty big run, but then you pull back 42%. Now it's just been a slow grind back towards the top side. But when you see insiders buying, I like what Lip-Bu's done. Obviously, the stake within the Trump administration has definitely helped boost this name, but Lip-Bu doing some good things as well, too, and putting it up to work. How has Bitcoin been performing? Oh, man, it's been consolidating here. I mean, between this $34 or $35 marker and then 38 here, and there's just no interest. But again, I was just thinking to myself on the drive home from over the weekend, Lake Huron, we're kind of kicking this whole space when it's down. And with that being said, is this a good opportunity to maybe start dabbling in a little bit more? Because you are down 50% plus here in Bitcoin. And I mean, anything can happen. Obviously, there's the chance, 49.25, there's the chance that it can continue to sell off, which I do believe there is a higher probability than us going on a full-blown recovery anytime soon. Obviously, we have to take into consideration the halving cycles. But hey, when you're down this much, yeah, I don't know. Is this a bad sign maybe? If you're looking to allocate a little bit, I wouldn't go pedal to the metal there on this one, Neil, but maybe a little bit more here and a little bit more there for the foreseeable future in Bitcoin and Ethereum. I was thinking about Ethereum as well too. But I also mentioned the fact that if
a little better.
Yeah, but it's just like it's so. I mean, it's hurt. It's been hurt more, right? Like this thing was down almost 70% off of the highs, which is absolutely disastrous. And I said if I'm going to grab any more of this, I'd be going via BMNR and MSTR. May as well get involved with some of the indirect leverage plays.
I think with those, my concern with those is, look, if you cash the bounce, you get a better bounce.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But we haven't really broken out. So you're kind of stuck because then it plays in both directions. They're going to be weaker if we continue lower.
Yeah.
I've been thinking it's like trying my best to wait till next year and be like super patient. Like I sold pretty much all of my ETH, but didn't really sell any Bitcoin. I've never actually sold Bitcoin in my life. I bought Bitcoin. I've never sold. I have sold ETH, and I got I think like 90%. I was 60-40, and now I might have like 5%. of ETH. So it's like 95.5 for myself. And I do think at some point I want to maybe get some ETH back and buy some more Bitcoin. I'm not seeing the reason yet. Because like you said, you got to remember the halving cycle, like wait for next year. But if we're just talking about the day trade yesterday, so on Friday, it was like the one day that the short wasn't like free money, like pop, fade, just fade all day long, that kind of a deal. And it reversed here at 35.5, and then it was a long yesterday that I missed. Well, you know what? I'm just sort of looking, if looking at it today, it's flat into a market that's down, it's still showing some relative strength today. So there's a there. Like I would have liked it much better if it could have been breaking out this top above 36.5, and then there'd be room to 37. But there's that breakout still available as long as we're not taking out the lows, and we can look at some VWAP as well. That's what I put in my note. If we creep back above VWAP, there can be a VWAP retracement play or retake of VWAP, and then a potential break. Ooh, David, another super chat here. David Jang as well. Banks that called AI the future last week now compare it to the 2008 subprime crisis. To be a good analyst, you need to have bipolar disorder. That's not untrue. I mean, that's the thing. It's all ebbs and flows. But if you had a nickel for every single time that someone has called AI like the top of the bubble is here or whatever, I don't know, you wouldn't be rich, but you know, I'm saying like you could buy yourself a bunch of like Big Feet, candy bars, like you'd at least be eating pretty well.
Big Feet.
I said nickels, so like what do you just remember the Big Feet?
Oh yeah, of course, man. You get the little red, absolutely, man. You get the.
You know what's up. I'm dating myself when I say you get them for 5 cents.
Was it the double bubble as well too? You could grab.
It was probably even 25 cents when I was a kid too.
Bazooka Joe gum was pretty good. I like that one from Bazooka Joe. But I think the major difference is that, like, think about it. Who's at the top of the food chain here? They're actually legit making money. No? Like look at Google.
Well,
1 billion monthly active users.
Right.
They're generating ridiculous amounts of cash. I think that's the major difference compared to, like, the dot-com bubble where no one was making money.
Well, people are concerned about the circularity of funding, right? Where you're basically investing in and propping up the people that you need to be your customers, and on top of that, now you have gains that are being realized and propping up earnings invested in these companies that have huge valuations that have gone private, and then that's further boosting your earnings, which is allowing you to then sell more corporate bonds so you can raise debt, and cash is dwindling because you are going to the debt markets and spending so much. Like there are some legitimate concerns there, but I think it tends to get a little bit overblown. Like this one's always gonna be like the whole like 2008 thing. Are we due for a healthy pullback? Yeah, with the way rates are going and the fact that you also have the cycle, and we have midterm election cycle coming up. Yeah, pullback does seem to make a little bit of sense here. It also makes sense when we get to talk about the futures. We're down 1 1/4, Sharif. We got a free lot watch list to get into, so we'll fire that up in a second as we go back to the desk.
We broke in trend, Neil. We lost 770, but not by much. We're at 769.65 right now, so it's not like we're a lot below 770, but we also lost 775. If you recall, we were using 775 as resistance until we got almost into 780, and then we started using it as support. So 775 gone, 770 gone. I would say keep your eye on a quick reclaim of 770. As support. If it doesn't reclaim, you need to be looking at it as resistance. If it continues to act as resistance, I'm talking about 770, you're looking at the overnight low right around 767.5 as support. If we reclaim 770 a day, resistance will be 775.
Every day there's just so much to look at in the market. So how do you decide what matters and what to focus on? You can use our free Trader TV Live watch list to help you out. This has the look at the biggest stories, the biggest movers of the day, stocks that traders are probably going to be interested in, earnings and economic data in focus. And again, you can get it for FREE free, either in the link in the description or that URL that you just saw flash across your screen. KLAR to start off our rundown here. We mentioned this name earlier. We have to get back into this, Sharif, because this name is currently back at pre-market lows on pretty disappointing forward guidance.
Yeah, that's an ugly looking chart pattern right there. I was looking at that. So Q2, Swiss Q2 for them, earnings beat $1.04 billion in revenue ahead of the 1.01 expected. EPS 1 penny. positive. The street was looking for a negative. They were looking for a 4-penny loss. That didn't happen. They also have a simultaneous C-suite exit here. So you have the CFO, he's out, and the Chief Marketing Officer, David Sandstrom, he's out. So 2 people to replace in the upcoming quarter. Those individuals will stay on momentarily as advisors, I believe, until the end of this year. However, let's talk about their accounting mechanics here because it's putting a bit of a drag on their full year guidance. So they slashed their full year 2026 guidance, revenue guidance, that is, to 4.08 to 4.16, while they had previously guided 4.42. And they also reduced their GMV, their gross merchandise volume, down, I believe, to about 149 to 151 billion. And they're saying, look, beyond just the $600 million currency drag weakness, as well as Germany, which didn't perform that well, the downgrade here kind of stems from a fundamental accounting reclassification of how they report their net interest income. As we kind of alluded to in the earlier story, they're going to be distributing their NII over multiple quarters. So it looks weak on the quarter, but cumulatively on the year, it should jive. Subscription model here. So we know these bad boys for being a buy now, pay later, right? But they're also throwing their hat into the SaaS ring, service, software as a service. So listen to this, Adara. They have now 2 million paying subscribers. That's up 8 times, not 8%, 8 times year over year. And their revenue from that model has grown 600% year over year as they look, of course, to get into the high margin business. But what I did really like, and I know this is not really being reflected in the chart, is their actual loan amounts grew by about, what was that, 18%. But when you look at their credit loss provisions, typically those two are directly correlated. As you loan out more money, your credit loss provisions have to increase because you have more bad loans. That didn't happen. And they're saying their AI kind of adjuster or underwriter, whatever you want to call it, is as a result of that because their defaults only increased 0.52%, while their loans increased 18%. I like that ratio.
Yeah, I mean, do you guys like this as a trading opportunity today? KLAR. I know we were already talking about how we're all loaded up on shorts.
Yeah, well, we paid for locates. We're not in position. No one's in position on a short. There's a part of me that's like, okay, when we sit down and we discuss, like, when I look at levels, I'm always going to the daily chart first, which we did, and I was bearish after that guidance, and the chart's telling you a little bit of a breakdown and a trend break for sure, with room to the low. 17 was a nice level to look for a dead cat bounce, because when you're down this far and there are some positive kernels and there's this decent short float, usually expecting to see some kind of a bounce. It's possible that was it, the VWAP bounce, and now we're double bottomed at the open. So unless there's like some kind of immediate pop that fails VWAP, it's going to require some patience, because I don't like punching the low here on Klarna, because I feel like if you're punching the low, that you're trying to take a 15.10 break. Let's just say you get somewhere between 15 and 15.10 because it's SSR. So the uptick rule is in effect. You can't just hit the bid unless there's an uptick or you're getting out of a long position. You're giving it to VWAP here, like that's a good 80 to 90 pennies on a 15 dollar stock. You're talking about 5% to give it on risk, which seems like it's fair, but not to me. So I'll wait and look to see if it does a retest of this volume weighted average price resistance 1625 or so. If it goes up here, does a nice little topping tail, or just rejects VWAP, then I short that. If it breaks it, then I'm waiting for 17. If I had to go long off the lows, I'd probably prefer a firm, but I'm going to be focused on Klarna as I paid for the locates there.
Yeah, good. All right, guys. Yeah, thank you all for that, Casey. How about them Jays? Woo, let's go, Adam and
buddy.
Chris. Man, I thought they could be able to sweep the.
I know, but hey, man, we're in the thick of it now.
Seesaw on fire. Anyways, aside from that, guys, listen. When you miss guidance like that, consistent estimates, then you're going to be in a world of trouble. I mean, we were down 21% at this time. Neil went over the technicals. You're having a shuffling between the CFO and the CMO as well, too. So, I mean, just all around, it's definitely a tough look. We went over some of the customers as well. I mean, they have a lot of users in the company. So, for me personally, this isn't a name that I talk about quite often. It did IPO, Neil, and it hasn't found any form of a bottom bottom, really. It just continuously sold off. Now we're back down to 73% off of this all-time high here in KLAR. This is the name that I'd be looking to fade. After that point, I think it's just going to be in play for a couple of days, and then after that, it's going to be forgot about and put on the back burner once again. So that's where I stand when it comes to KLAR. But this could be a potential good bounce signal right here. Now, Arthur Axton, 10 RON here, RON here. Are we risk off today? Yeah. You know what? That might be a little subjective, right? Like,
I suppose that's true. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, if you see yourself a game plan, now what I'm thinking here is because we see a gap down in some of these chip names before we talk Tesla Cybercap. If we see a gap down in some of these chip names, what is the first thing I'm thinking? At some point, we might fill it, especially if we sold off a little bit more than what we should have. The street overreacting, where you gap down, and then it finds some form of recovery. So I was thinking that in regards to AMD and NVDA, but it could be a gap and go scenario as well too. So completely subjective. If your setup is there, it's there, and if it's not, then keep that risk off mentality without any question. But Tesla, Cybercab, let's talk some TSLA.
So this candle, pointing at it right here, yesterday afternoon, this would have come through around just before the midway point of power hour, around 3:30 p.m. as the information reports that Tesla's got a steering wheel-free Cybercab. We could be getting this launched at least on a smaller basis here this month, Sharif.
Don't forget the lack of pedals too, Adara. Yep, steering wheel and no pedals. It's going to be crazy out there. No, seriously. So I was reading through this article, and the author of the article has a very interesting take. His take is there's a huge miles gap here between Waymo, let's just be honest, Waymo's leading, and Tesla. He says Tesla only has about 380,000 unsupervised miles, according to this report. Whereas, they juxtapose that to Google or Waymo, which has 220 million commercial driverless miles. What the author of this article, obviously, I think is missing is all the FSD, which, yeah, obviously there's somebody sitting in the seat, but they're not really intervening. And if we were to look at, some of the interventions lately, they're markedly down, anything above 14.3. So I think that's a bit of an unfair comparison there by the author of this article. In any event, that's the data that they have here. Also, they were doing some training here in anticipation of the actual launch with first responders. They were training with police, fire, and ambulance for override protocol, since these things don't have a steering wheel or a pedal. So there's going to be software override protocols here. So they were just crossing their T's and dot their I's. But interesting here, listen to this, Adair. So some of these new Model Y, specifically robotaxis, are being seen with Starlink antennas on the back. Now, it kind of makes sense, right? You want them to be connected, especially because they're going to be driverless, right? So you've got to have control on them at all times. But the problem is, some of the earlier Cybercabs that we were seeing, whether there was a robotaxi or the Model Y variant, they didn't have that. So a lot of people are saying they got to make a technical change at the production level in order to get that done. That may cost more money. And as a result, the ticket price for some of these could be a little bit higher than anticipated.
Yeah, that angle's interesting. We'll have to see how that plays out. Are you guys looking to play TSLA today?
It didn't quite make the list, but it's kind of on the back burner. Like I had DRAM, and we talked Klarna and IBIT and SpaceX, which SpaceX not on there. We'll get to SpaceX always. But there's two things I really don't like that we saw. One is just structurally, Tesla pulled back into the prior, like the March low, the April-March low, and kind of rejected it, didn't get to the 50 period, and was already in a pullback, right? Because that happened on Friday. Like this rejection candle of 350 is a rejection of that prior low and then the pullback. And then the second thing that I don't like here was simply the reaction to the news, which it was typical. Okay, so robotaxi launch date. What do you expect to happen? I expect the algo market makers to pull the offer, and then buyers start to come in, right? So like the first thing that happens is the algos lift the offer because they're like, oh, there's positive news. We don't want to make a market by being on the offer, and the stock easily starts rising because small amounts of buying have less resistance, all that good stuff. What's supposed to happen after good news is that as it's digested that it's okay, this is a launch date, if people like that, then they start filling in the bid after the algos lift the offer. Well, that didn't happen. Not even a little bit. So it was like there was a volume spike and buying, but nobody, they didn't fill the bid in when it came back down, and it just immediately dropped. There was no attempt anywhere to support this thing after that breakout in the afternoon, and then it was all red candles after that news. One fake out candle and all red going into the close. So it's hard to get behind that one today. For me. So I look at this and say, well, when it's back over 343, I think we got a go zone, because that's what failed on this news. So to me, when 343 can finally go, it's explosion for Tesla. Otherwise, I want to be playing into anything up and into that one as a fade. It's just too far away. Had it not gapped down and we'd been sitting at 3, I probably would have been telling you, swat that fly. Probably would have been saying, if the market didn't get that, I'd have been saying short right now in front of 343, and it makes the note. But now we're $9 away from that price, so it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, we got some flies.
Well, listen, I believe you guys know where I stand when it comes to Tesla. I mean, it's not even comparable when it comes to FSD miles. Waymo is only commercial and rideshare. Tesla, so much more. But where I will give, if it is even some form of an edge in Waymo, is that they are in more cities. All right, they're in larger cities for now. So with this geofence here in Austin, I'm going to be looking for this cybercab to drastically expand. Waymo's in Austin. It's also going to Miami and in other major cities as well too. Las Vegas, I believe, is in within that bunching. But this is what Elon's been talking about. And I remember reading an article not too long ago and watching a bid, Dan Ives stating that investors are getting impatient with Tesla. But isn't this what you've been waiting for X amount of years, is that he's finally going to start producing these? He's going to be putting them on the road in Austin. And I, you know what, I'm a big fan of it. Concerning someone who's been driving around Southern Ontario pretty much for the whole summer, Sharif, this FSD stuff, I'm really contemplating if I should be getting a Tesla myself, because it's just like, hey, man, going 4 hours west, 4 hours east, just being able to hit full self-drive, I think would be an absolute game changer in regards to road trips and even your day-to-day travel, I believe, considering.
He messaged me, by the way, one night, and he's like, do you think that I can maybe, get a Tesla, a rental Tesla, and then activate FSD on the side? I was like, bro, you don't own the Tesla, right? Yeah. I'm like, why don't you just go to Turo, get yourself a Tesla that already has FSD on it, and try it out that way. Was it for the trip that you just took?
No, it's for future road trips,
ones.
Man. Because
I'm telling you, that's the move, Joey.
It must be. It has to be, because I think it's a game changer, dude. Just being, especially when you're driving that long, and for people who are commuting every day into the city, and if you just have the ability to kind of shut your brain off and not focus in gridlock, it's going to be huge in my.
But the problem is you can't shut. My issue is you can't shut your brain off.
For now. Like,
eventually. Here's what I know. I can sleep on the train if I want to. I can be completely engrossed in a book on the train. It's not at the point yet that you can, because you have to be alert. You have to get your hand on the steering wheel every couple of minutes. You have to, so it's, don't get me wrong, like for the road trip aspect of it, 100%. But for the commuter, the average commuter that can just chill out, like you see me, if I have an audiobook and I'm not reading a physical book in the morning, chill, I got my science. You're not doing that in FSD. Like that, it's priceless.
There's videos circulating of people sleeping, but obviously from a legal standpoint, that's completely.
And some people might be comfortable doing that. I would not say that I'm one of them. But the second, but if it ever gets to that point, oh yeah.
But if you've had it for a couple of years, who's to say you wouldn't get that comfortable?
Yeah, but right
the more
now
you do something,
right now
the more
you're not supposed to do that.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
That's the issue.
I mean, there's also a lot of things you're not supposed to do, like cross the road not at a crosswalk, but people do it.
I don't know.
Like the rules get bent.
I don't know if we get that comparison. We got 10 minutes to the open. We should probably we'll get to the memory stocks, because yuck.
But we weren't saying yuck yesterday, and that's what's interesting here, I think, about these memory names, right? You've got this gap down after all this strength that we had yesterday. I'll zoom out here on SNDK. Gap up right now, actually gapping down to basically pre-market lows, which is interesting. Look here for SanDisk. Micron actually gapping well below those pre-market lows. So yeah, these names here, as we know, strength yesterday on hopes that Lutnick could maybe get Apple to not use Chinese memory?
Well, we'll see, Dara. I mean, CXMT, they've got the inventory. Everybody wants the inventory. It's hard not to want to use them, but there's a different angle to it. So I was actually surprised by this. So bond yields are actually rising. Yeah. Not something that we didn't know. We already knew that. But the implication here, I think, is the most interesting thing, right? Bond yields, of course, have an effect on your borrowing rates, right? And what are these guys doing? Well, they're borrowing a lot of money to build out new capacity, and we've seen that. We've reported on it. The market's made them pay. CapEx, we've been reporting on that. So now we're talking about, the market really frowning upon a lot of the money that's being borrowed to the tune of, we're going to increase the rates on you. If they increase the rates, obviously, possibly some of the profit that they were going to make is going to shrink as they'll have to ante up a little bit more for these loans. Let's see if NVIDIA can kind of step in like they did with OpenAI, bring down the cost of borrowing by acting as a guarantor. How many NVIDIAs can there really be, though?
Yeah, it'll be an interesting look here for these memory names with that bond element in mind as well. Are you guys looking at any of these memory plays for the open?
Like I don't want to hit the key for flat bottom break because I think there's a decent chance that DRAM can hold this low at about 56. It's like 56.3, 56.5, whatever you want to call it. We're right there. So it's like an over-under level for me. As long as if the opening range bounces off of this level, then I think you've got recovery rally up and until like the 50. It's always try to fill this gap in at 58.5 and 59. It's too much of a reversal top to not like the short. But if we're not getting immediate breakdown continuation here, it gets a little bit dicey because you can rally 2 or 3 points in a straight up arrow, and then if you're bearish, have to sit out there and wait the first half an hour, or maybe sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 15 minutes. We've seen it be like an hour before you eventually get that curl. And I'm not talking about where you get one where we just make highs, then it bounces back and holds VWAP. No, I'm thinking about retracement to the lows if we get a bit of a bounce. So yeah, you're at that kind of over-under level for me, specifically when it comes to DRAM. So if we bounce from here, I'd be waiting till 58.5, 59. If there's an immediate failure at VWAP, then I'm trying to jump in as early as I can for that flat bottom break. And I mentioned SMCI, which I suppose is like the only other segue. It's whatever. We're still talking chips. I'm also liking the short here. So if this is able to rally, I don't know that you're like right now. It's barely even moving and not showing any signs of it. But I really like that afternoon resistance up at the 39 level. Like I don't know we're gonna gap down 3%. I thought we could be sitting closer to that. But if there's a decent enough bounce, I want to look for a continuation short here. It feels like failed this break, failed 40. Failed 39. Maybe it's as simple as just taking it down $1 instead of waiting for 39, wait for 38.
I mean, next to the TSX, here's my second favorite composite index here, Sharif.
Boom.
I mean, down 45%. SK Hynix and Samsung being 50% of this overall market, which makes things extremely more difficult. I mean, we talk about the leverage plays all the time, and then now you just have to wait for that next wave of participants. Until then, it's what we were seeing earlier in this run. One day you're up 5%, the next day you're down 5%, right? So there's a lot of push and pull going on right now. DRAM, Neil went over that one. You have Seagate here, technology. Man, this is a pretty good recovery in Seagate, to be honest with you. I wouldn't complain about this, especially after that trend line broke. But SanDisk has most definitely been hit the hardest. You're up approximately, right now, 33% off of those lows. Something along those lines in SanDisk as well, too, but it was down 60% almost off of this pivot high of $800. Now you go down 48%, on Western Digital. So, yeah, I mean, slower burn now. Are they going to be the same momentum style trade that we were experiencing before? I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. But, hey, what am I to say? You're only 20. You go from being down 60% to being down only half of that now, 25% off of the highs in SanDisk in half the time. You're having a little bit of a rubber band effect where you're snapping back, but the continuation is the big question for me. Let's see if some of these leverage plays come into factor. SNXX, that's going to be SanDisk, 2x leveraged, I believe. We also have the ETF DRAM as well, too, that we'll be keeping our eyes on. So other than that, it definitely was a great go, and then it turned out not to be so great after some of these stocks almost got cut in half here. Send it back to the desk.
Klarna's not the only name trading sharply lower on earnings. The other one, though not hit nearly as hard from a percentage basis, Is Baidu not having a good morning?
No, they're very, very bad. Report is not is bad, but there are some silver linings. Let's get to them. Q2 for Baidu. GAAP net income fell 68% year over year, down to 2.32 billion yuan. That's about $314 million, give or take. They also had a big drop on the top line to the tune of 4.2%. That's down to about 31.33 billion yuan. But let's explain this. So fair value investment and an FX headwind here. So they're saying the 68% plunge in profitability was a result of the equity investments that they lost money on in this specific instance. They have to market that, as well as the foreign exchange losses as well. So those are being blamed. Those are non-recurring items. Let's see how Q3 is. But their GPU cloud revenue surged 283% year over year. So just beyond the traditional ad revenue that they bring, which, by the way, dropped 19% year over year, something else to look out for there. Their general revenue business now is encompassed by 50% coming from cloud revenue. R&D expenses, as their profitability dropped, they had to cut research and development. They cut that by 10% to preserve cash. And last but not least, we were just talking about FSD, so might as well talk about this. Apollo Go exceeds 1 million fully autonomous rides in China, Adira, and now they're going to start expanding outside of the mainland.
Yeah, I always forget about the AV aspect of Baidu, but it's an important part of the company as well. Are you guys watching BIDU? I can't believe that's all down almost 10% now.
Yeah, before we hop into BID, we have a super chat. Adam James, I just had it up here. SLE at KC Special, Meta News, low float, good volume. All right, we'll be keeping an eye out on that one there. SLE, we'll pull that up momentarily. There's Baidu gapping down through some key support levels. But here it is, pre-market $6 and off to the races it goes. The volume does seem to be supporting it here, ladies and gentlemen. So great call up on Super League Enterprise there, Neil. So not too bad of a look. As for Baidu, I'm not going to be paying too much. I mean, here it is to the downside. It might be like Klarna. The majority of this move has already happened down to $93.87.
Just a couple of quick things on the imbalance locator. We'll have like 920. We'll probably see more than Nasdaq. IBIT, small sell, 480,000. FSLY, 400,000 sell. Flutter 400,000 to the buy side. Not much. SoFi is a small sell, 200. And there's Meta for 200,000 to the sell side. So not a heck of a lot on the imbalance locator. Look, in Baidu, it'll suck because it would be better intraday if you could have had this flat bottom break, but it's gone now. It was supposed to be like a clean 100, but when you report and it looks bad, you know, this is what you're going to see. Just zoom it out far enough, and I don't know whether it's whatever. It doesn't matter who buys it down there at the $80 level. There was a ton of accumulation. So with a break like that, I'd expect a retest of those 80 lows, and that's the only time it gets interesting. Prefer Alibaba anyways. But something which is actually up today and just broke out the top, unfortunately, it's not a good thing. It was oil.
I have to start this by just showing this post that President Trump shared, I believe yesterday on Truth Social. New U.S. territory, the Strait of Hormuz, and then circled the Strait of Hormuz on a map. So I think that's where we're at here in terms of tension. I think that we kind of have to share this post to contextualize this ongoing conflict here with the U.S. and Iran, Sharif.
Yeah, he also is going to take Greenland and other areas as well. No, this is posturing by President Trump. We know how his modus operandi is. Look, a cargo ship was attacked in the strait by a projectile on Tuesday. It damaged the engine room. It caused a crew casualty. Unfortunately, guys, somebody did get injured here. Remaining crew received assistance from the Omani Coast Guard. Of course, President Trump also posturing with Oman yesterday, telling them to get in line and not so many words. You know what I mean. Brent crude futures rose. Iran continues. The strike followed warnings, from the Iranian military spokesperson, Ibrahim Zolfarghi. He said that ships attempting to navigate the strait would, quote, find several beautiful holes in their hulls. It's not just President Trump that has an affinity for hyperbole. Pushing the de-escalation timelines, Adira, it doesn't really feel like anything is coming to a head here.
No, just a lot of posturing, as Sharif mentioned, from both sides here. So we're going to have to wait and see how that all resolves. Either way, as Neil mentioned, new pre-market highs for oil.
Yeah, we just took out those tops there. And I think yesterday was a pretty decent grind higher. Sorry about the data that's missing in the middle of the day. You'll see a few charts like that. Apologies. I'm not really looking at USO unless we get some kind of a headline to try to revert. that would be the play. SpaceX is getting started a little bit early. It was a double top. I know we didn't get a chance to talk about it, so we'll talk about it now. There's your double top. That's the thing of note for myself when I put the note on. So regardless of this gap down in the market, this was going to be a short day for SpaceX after that double top. I liked 145 to 146, but the way that we're headed downside might have to, we can move the bar a little bit because you're getting this flash down. If it puts in one of those crazy relief rallies, you're really going to have to see it reject that volume weighted average price. So less than 1 minute to go. I'm just going to double check the imbalances. Still, okay, RDW, it's a nothing burger there. Nokia, 800,000 to the sell side. Not really seeing any big names that popped up there. SpaceX was the one that moved, that caught my attention the most. And when the market or chip names have been weak, a lot of times we've seen some Apple strength. Apple breaking to the upside through VWAP. Like Apple in front of that 305 that we bounced off of. You can see where it broke out in the afternoon and then supported at the end of the day. So this one looks pretty strong. And we've seen this story a lot.
Yep.
When the chips are weak, when specifically memory chips and basically anything that's attached to AI, right? Like the AMDs and NVIDIAs, when they're having a bad day, Apple can often look very, very attractive. As we get to the Tuesday opening bell, we're remaining just less than 10 seconds. We've got Joey Options on the desk. And Dara's going to bring you all of the news. And apparently NBIS is already breaking out. Let's ring it. That is the stock that is bucking the overall market trend. Probably didn't mention that one enough. NBIS was one of the few stocks that was up, and it caught a $3 bid. I think it was a small buy imbalance right away off of the open. Right before the open, and looks like that one's catching a nice little bid. Is the market still off those lows? Klarna, oil just ticked higher right away. Oh, wasted no time. USO just ticked higher right away at the open. Klarna's trying to make a little bit of a dead cat bounce. If it fails that 1625 in front of VWAP and gets underneath VWAP again, that's probably the first place we'll look, because SpaceX, I'm not chasing that move down.
No, there's zero chance that we're chasing this move down as the market continues to slide. I mean, there goes NVDA topping into 19s there, 219.75. But now we're starting to find a little bit of a rebound here, Neil. Now, I believe there was a couple of opportunities. We fill this gap throughout the intraday session, or it's a complete gap and go scenario. Let's keep an eye out on these 5-minute prints. This could be a massive indicator in which direction we could potentially head for the remainder of the day. You know, Gorev and I are going to be looking at some key signals here. What we have on the SPY looking pretty attractive so far, but I'm not surprised by this sell-off right out of the gate, guys. We talked about supply zones and how the congestion for potential hedges coming into play in regards to NVDA. Now, raising debt could be a little bit of an issue here, but what I think Jensen and company's next step here is to take control more, is start buying back some shares, because it is the largest float in the stock market, and that is not good. You have a lot of short interest. At one point, the largest from a notional standpoint in regards to short interest on NVDA. Now, the TQ is starting to find its way. Who is leading the race right now? Because it's not NVDA, as we're down 2 1/5, but Google heading lower there. Let's pull this down.
It's
Apple.
memory.
Is it memory? See, what do I say, Neil? Apes together, strong, right? So memory really starting to move to the northeast here, ladies and gentlemen. 1,729, boom. We're going to be looking for that level to break. We have breaking news. Let's send it over to Adara.
We have a post from Trump on Truth, so I'm going to zoom this in for you guys. President Trump says, and I quote, "There are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force and effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. All water mines have been removed or detonated. Thank you for your attention to this matter." Exclamation point, President Donald J. Trump. So Trump, basically saying that there are no negotiations with Iran, the naval blockade remains, and that the Hormuz Strait is still open and operating. Back to you.
There we go. And well, I mean, we just saw a huge reversal. I did get into Klarna. Klarna immediately reversed right off of that high, that 16.2, and then back under VWAP, took the VWAP retrace. We're going to look for the LOD. We're in at 75. I guess I got 76. And we're looking for LOD at 15.20 here on Klarna. But look at the reversal. Look at the reversal in USO. That is hefty. Immediate breakdown. So about $1 down if you're looking at any energy names. That was a huge reversal just now after the president was speaking. Oh, thanks for the reload there. We got the reload.
But USO down, market's still heading to the south side here, Neil. I mean, we're breaking through some key support levels here in the Nasdaq as well too. S&P, Randy, our guy, brought up, got the espresso for the boy, and then another reload. Hey, I was up in Bayfield Ontario this weekend, swimming in
Dayfield.
swimming in Lake Huron.
SpaceX.
Right there. Yeah, good little jaunt up there. It was gorgeous, man, gorgeous. Yeah, jumping off the piers and doing all of that. So, yeah, good stuff in regards to that.
Joey Pier Jumper.
Yeah, we got a picture. Well, who is it? Oh, Flush on SpaceX?
SpaceX.
Yeah.
SpaceX is getting dunked on precipitously. So bye-bye, SpaceX. So much for the market tried to go up initially. So I was thinking, you can get a pop and fade in a situation like that. Absolutely not. I got to check in my friend SMCI. While we're looking at Klarna and DRAM, SMCI, see, why wait for 39 when it can fade off 38? Knew this would happen. We gapped down a little bit too far, but that's looking pretty strong. It's above VWAP. I don't necessarily want to fight too hard with that one. It's SpaceX that will be a little bit more frustrated that we're not into the short. I don't see any halters, but there was one. It's this Super League here for you smaller cap traders. It's Super League is halted with a 707 taps. That's the first one out of the gates if you're looking at those small cappers going. But man, it is the SpaceX story and how badly it's looking for them. DRAM starting to pull back. NVIDIA never really got started, so that's looking pretty weak, unfortunately, for NVIDIA. But let's keep an eye on this DRAM. It didn't really fill the gaps that far, but it is trying to. The memory chip names, despite that market little pullback we just saw, they're holding on to the line very well. So that flat bottom held clean on DRAM. I should be long up until 59. So if it holds over VWAP, shorts will have to wait, at least here. Talking about DRAM.
Yeah, nice look there, Juan, because I was thinking the exact same thing. So you can see I'm posted up right at the volume weighted average price. When we had that momentum, I'm like, here we go. So guys, I talked about it. There's a couple scenarios, and I do believe, considering what we just seen from a 5-minute print standpoint on NVDA, we might have been a slightly oversold, near-term oversold, that is. So a slight recovery here could be in the works. I mean, you enter this gap 222.88 right now, so we're only $1.50 away from that, and it looks like the momentum is most definitely starting to pick up. But what we can identify from a volume by time profile is that it's not the most amount of volume, but we're starting to slowly stair-step higher, which I think is positive for this. I want to see how we react around $222. What we will do, Neil, is pull up our options chain, and we could just pull up what I was identifying bright and early this morning in regards to potential resistance zones. In regards to this name specifically, we'll head over to this week's expiration cycle, the Friday. And Ozan, this is what I'm talking about, right? And I'm pretty sure you're looking the exact same thing. 79,000 contracts here, so that's slightly increased, and then 95 up at 230. So we might have some issues leading into the report, which I believe is next week. Here, 230 might be a little bit of a troublesome level for us to break. But hey, if you do get past that, where's that next zone that we can find? 235, and then you can see a large amount of open interest here at this 250 marker. Those contracts aren't worth anything at this point. But yeah, 93,000 up there at $250. At least they're talking. Yeah, at least they're talking about that level. So who knows what can happen in the near future with this name.
Yeah, we tried a VWAP hold on DRAM. It'll end up being a flat trade because the second it got to the prior pre-market high, right up in there in like the mid 30 range, we're able to get some out, but then very, very tight stop off that volume weighted average price. But my overall thesis was to wait for an opportunity to be short. But as long as it's holding VWAP, I think you can scalp the long wherever possible. So that's actually okay. Well, the bounce is better in SpaceX here than it is in DRAM. But I want to keep an eye there. If we can hold on to that volume weighted average price, and if I was just wicked out, I can try to jump back into it. But I don't like these rejection candles over the pre-market high over there on DRAM. So it's one to revisit. I still think there's plenty of room. It's like 58.5 was the next resistance zone in my opinion. And hit enter twice. There we go, SpaceX. SpaceX is on the, goes through 140, immediately regains it. So now you have a shot at that V-shaped recovery for SpaceX. And then if it gets to 145, that's where I preferred the fade. Still in Klarna, we're able to get some bid and then just reloaded what we covered. So got some bid when it held at the 60 level, then reloading at VWAP. If we take out that top, I want to be out. But I'm going to continue to, every time it puts in a lower high, I want to be reloading on Klarna. I just feel like whatever. The guidance wasn't very good. I feel like the dip buyers might be distracted by trying to pick up the chip names this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Loss and Gaurav, let's rock and roll, man. Let's see if we can get something cooking up here. You're long SpaceX from 140. Nice grab, some nice indecision prints off of the lows here in SpaceX. I mean, I was looking at this a little bit too late. We switched our chart over to NVDA, but let's see if this Klarna short comes into play relatively soon. I seen your 1575 there, Neil.
Right at VWAP.
Yeah, right at the volume weighted average price. I mean, if you're going to sell it, I think that's one of the ideal levels. There's a resistance zone at 1616. Let's see if we get a little pop up into that, and then maybe we can look for any forms of indecision for the sell side movement here in KLA. Now, as for SpaceX, let's rock and roll on this one. Neil, did you buy any more of this via the CDR? Because
No.
142 is
I'm still
You're still
I'm still in at one. Effectively,
Yeah.
just call it 150.
150. Okay, that's
Yeah,
it. Okay,
yeah,
right on. Okay, so you're almost flat. I mean, you touched into flat. I mean, throughout last week as well. Yesterday comes up into 149.50. We grabbed some at 120, but the other purchases were at 160 and 150. So I mean, our average, we're still slightly OTM on this one. We'll grab a little bit more maybe, but I do like what we're starting to see in SpaceX, this consolidation. Now we have to punch through this $150 marker. Now, as for the open interest, there's a major resistance zone here. So it's SPCX and supply when it comes to that 150 marker here on, yeah, see, look how large this is, Neil. 48,000 contracts up at this 150 level. And then you look at 160 up
What
here.
about 145?
145, 18,000. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, $4 less, you have less than half there. So I think this can be completely absorbed at 145, but in the near term, this might act as some form of resistance. But this is something that I'd be definitely keeping my eye out here. Crazy how it's every dollar strike price now. It always used to be every $2.50. So let's go back to this.
DRAM's really they're fighting at VWAP here. They're trying to put up fight the
See what
good
we got
fight.
on DRAM.
And I said if I got wicked out under VWAP, we'll try it again at the volume weighted average price, because as long as it holds, and every time it pops, it just pops right in and tries to get to the $0.50 and then sort of fails. So in at the quarter, looking for the push in and past the $0.50, because then you've got gap to fill. I should show a 15-minute chart. This is way better. You have a lot of gap. You have a wide gap to be filled, all the way up to 58.5. That's the thing about being patient with this. Like, even if I want to stay, like, okay, like the market might catch, you know, a bit of a bid, but eventually it'll be a short. But I wrote down 58.5 for short on DRAM, or a flat bottom break. Well, it doesn't flat bottom break, so it's a long up and until at least that 58 has. We're trying to get that 57.6 here. Come on, let me ring the register if we can. You know what? I'll move to whatever. I'll just move right to 52 and see if we can. We just got to fill at 52 off of those highs. So we're in at VWAP. It was a bit of a reload. We let it go underneath and get out. But then the second it reclaims, it's like jump back in. VWAP's still good. And I can now tighten the stop. So I had to stop at the low, but we've scalped out. If we lose VWAP again, and this is like a triple top, I don't want to get caught with our pants down here. Klarna's basically, it's just still at VWAP. Nothing too crazy happening there. And then SpaceX, everybody. It's still on the comeback train. It looked like it topped out there almost clean at 143. Want to keep eyes. I still want to wait for 45, 46. That's prior closes 46. 45 is sort of an obvious, you know, every $5 level is going to matter in SpaceX. But we saw the other day, specifically at 144, where it just started forming a pre-market wall. And if it does that again, then you can short that wall or take it as a breakout trade. It's only tapped it twice on the 3-minute. If it does it a couple more times, then I'll start playing off this level instead of waiting on SpaceX.
On SpaceX, I'm looking at KLAR here. Now, what we do have is maybe some higher lows. But if this trend line breaks, I think this could be a good opportunity to engage. I would prefer to catch the top end of the range because that would drastically increase my risk to reward. With that being said, you know what I'm going to do here, Neil, is I'm going to post up at 80s to see if we get any form of a pop here, and then maybe we get some continuation. But NVDA really on the road to recovery right now, and I like what we got going on. Printing 72, 66 is on.
You smell that?
No, what is it?
Ugh. Oh, it's Meta.
I knew
That's
you were
what
going
it
to
is.
do. Oh,
No,
I knew.
shout out to the chat. The chat's undefeated with that one.
You set me up, man. You set me up on that one. You got me on that Meta, yeah. It's not looking too good there in META, and it's one of my larger positions. We had multiple opportunities to get out of that one, and we did not. Are you a Meta shareholder?
So I am.
Okay.
But like
But
I bought it this year. It is it is my smallest Mag 7 holding.
Okay.
And I bought some because it's like I have way more of all the other Mag 7. Maybe the exception of Amazon. Like I'm a Tesla believer. I have a bunch of Nvidia, Google, like Alphabet, Google, Nvidia are just like Apple, are like three of my biggest holdings, and then after that, it's like Caterpillar and Eli Lilly and
my average price is like
Renova. But like I barely own any Meta, so I'm like, oh, let me start dip buying, and I bought it once. I'm like, I don't even see a reason to ever want to buy any more shares, so I'm pretty light on it personally. I think there might be some value at some point, but they are bleeding this. Like I'm trying to think of a good pun that I can come up with, but I can't. It sucks.
Gorf 629 for you. Yeah, mine's 600.
That's all I have.
Well, while they're getting guys, listen, right? And it's the exact same camp in which I was referring to in regards to Apple and Google in regards to the antitrust. Think about how much that weighed on both of the stocks, and then once the judge ruled in their favor, and I'm not saying that the judge is going to rule in Meta's favor. That's not what I'm getting at. But you have to understand all these legal issues within his name is definitely what's weighing on it. I mean, there's also other headwinds that we can classify the CapEx, hard to justify for Zuckerberg and company. But I think this is the really, really big factor that is, I mean, it's trading at like 18 times forward earnings. It's so cheap. It's so cheap.
But sometimes something being cheap that's supposed to be growth is not always a good sign. And just look, this teeter reaction, this is a scalp warning, I think, and I'm keeping it really, like everything is really tight stops to VWAP for the long on DRAM, because obviously, like I already said, that I was looking for a short, and maybe it's going to be under VWAP, but just really, really tight stops under VWAP, and then scalp your profit out where you can, because I do want to be looking the other direction. So you just broke the volume weighted average price. It's just under break even by a couple of pennies there. This is the NQ. I just want to show you guys what's happening in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
All we have is an indecision candle at the open, and then we're heading a little bit lower. So it's not like it's obvious at this point what the market wants to do, at least in terms of the Nasdaq or the SPY. But you are starting to see the memory names come back. So quick exit. It had to hold VWAP to be any good. Klarna's still doing the same thing it was before. Why do I hit enter and it's like hit it twice? So just keep reloading it. Right in here, just above the volume weighted average price where that 16 rejection was, and then just taking some out when it eats into the 60s. Where'd my bid go? I want one in the 40s, and then the low of the day it's actually the teens. I said 20, but the low is actually the teens. So this holds under VWAP. I think Klarna can retrace all the way into the bottom, but Meta, that's a nasty story for them with the trial starting. There hasn't been a green candle on the 3-minute off the open yet.
Yeah. I like, listen, you and I were having this conversation. I mean, you have to be 18 years old plus to gamble, right? I don't know how old you have to be to make a social media account. I wouldn't be surprised if that comes into play.
Well, I don't think they killed them. I think you can handle.
Well, it didn't kill the tobacco. Like, it hurt the tobacco injury, but there was damage done.
They can get hurt.
And I think that's the exact same scenario, because there's just too many cases in regards to Meta and social media that has worked negatively upon the youth. So they're going to probably have a lot of countries. We're starting to see it in Australia as well. I'm pretty sure you have to be 17, 18 to build an account. We're seeing it in Europe as well too.
Which is crazy.
Where you have to be a teenager, and I think that's going to be the exact same narrative. Because does Aaron have any form of social media like Snapchat with her friends or Facebook?
No. The only thing she does is like they're on Roblox. Like mostly, so and Roblox and Duo, and then she has friends through there, but that's just her friend group. Like she's 9 years old. I don't know how representative that is. Like, and her cousins aren't into it either. Thomas Kondo, thank you for the super chat, Thomas. I almost said Tarna because it's Klarna. Klarna in your long term, buy more, could see 40. We're not here to give financial advice from a fundamental standpoint. Like, I'll be the first to tell you that I do like Affirm a little bit. I don't love the chart. Like, to me, it just did a flat bottom break, but here's my attitude towards it. If you already have decided that, hey, I've done my homework and I like this stock, it was a somewhat mixed quarter. Like there were some positives. Like the top and bottom beats were pretty solid. The growth was pretty solid there. There's something to sink your teeth into. So who's anybody to say? I just don't like that it was a flat bottom break, trend break. So my initial thought was, okay, if I'm going to lose in a direction as a day trader, I'd rather lose short today on Klarna. But you've got the bottoms in there. I just think Affirm looked so much better. Like I bet you that's bouncing. Like.
Yeah, right.
Remember what we were saying?
Yeah.
It's like, well, Affirm down on sympathy with a chart that looks like this. Klarna's chart looks like that. Affirm's chart, I just showed you guys, so there's no effect here. Affirm's chart looks actually pretty solid. So when it's down on sympathy, which one would you rather try to take a shot at dip buy? Give me the one in an upward trend all day long for the dip buy. Right? Because that's what an upward trend is. Upward trends means you're buying dips. And Affirm, I guess he gave you the Klarna gift, and all they do is pop it $4 off of the open. We should have been sitting here like scalping in Klarna. You could have just been long Affirm off the open.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I was saying to Gaurav in the chat, it's not looking too good here for NVDA. We have an inverted hammer candle right at the volume weighted average price, 220.48. And then now we're hovering around the low of the day. We got a nice little pop on that post up at 35.10s. Now let's see if we go to 34.80s, we're going to give ourselves a little bit of room. So less shares, wider of a stop loss, which I think is extremely important in this name right now. But we talk about it from a daily, right? I know SpaceX. I might talk as much about NVDA as we talked about SpaceX, because I mean this thing is by far my largest holding and will be until proven wrong. I don't like that Kathy Wood, she's copying me now. I'm obviously being highly sarcastic that she's copying me loading the boat here on NVDA, but let's see what we got going on from a daily. Now I do believe that this gap is going to be filled here, ladies and gentlemen, 214, 213, which I really like. Why? Because I get to buy some more. Do I have logarithmic on or something along those lines? Yeah, logarithmic scale.
Oh, I'm the worst.
Yeah. So let's see, 220. Now, listen, at one point, we were only a couple percentage points away from hitting that all-time high. We're now 7% and looking like we're going to sell off a little bit. Enter this gap to 214. I'm a buyer of this name. I'm posted up on KLAR as well, too. So let's see what happens. 5-minute time frame, not looking too good here within NVDA. I thought it would be a gap fill scenario, but then we pulled this up. And we can see that we have an inverted hammer candle right here at the volume weighted average price. And the buying pressure seems relatively weak right now, ladies and gentlemen. So watch out for some key support levels to be breached on NVDA. And it looks like it's incoming momentarily. 34.80s is my out on NVDL. Let's see if I can catch this fill. I'm posted up at 80s on Klarna. We're only a couple pennies away. Yeah, it's really choppy right now.
Everything is really choppy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it has been. That's been the narrative, man.
That's been the open.
Yeah, it has been.
Like, look at the cues.
Directional.
Pre-market high test, pre-market, pre-market low was right at the open, but test the highs, now testing the low again. If we fail to bounce, obviously we could almost instantly fail to bounce, and it would look pretty nasty. SpaceX, for all of the hoopla at the open, that's now diddling right in the middle and going sideways. I think we had a good out there on DRAM to be able to capture what little bit of a long above VWAP there was. It was only 40, 50 pennies above the volume weighted average price. That's all you could get. Now you're consolidating underneath, and we're threatening that breakdown in the memory chip names. It's not there yet, but this is kind of like the level we're holding off of. So my first thought was, if you just break down underneath, I would have been short at the open. We didn't. We bounced instead, but we didn't quite get up to that. It's maybe you call it head and shoulder, whatever the heck you want to call it. 58.5 would have been a bit of a spot there. And you look under the hood to that group, all the same. No breakdown, inside range on Micron as well. Hey, want to thank Anonymous for the donation. Chop for charity. For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, Fabian is cutting off 28 inches of that coif of his, which is a gorgeous coif.
Coming over here.
And we're doing it on the 28th of August. We're doing it live on the show, donating it to charity. It's a fantastic cause. Obviously, I think everyone can.
All of that.
Look at all of it.
That's
crazy.
Cow, man.
That's
rub it
crazy.
In. Yeah, rub it. Yeah. Hey. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I didn't know what that was.
Okay.
That was wild. Anyways, aside from that, you have to do it now, Fabian. There's no backing out.
I mean, it's happening. We've already raised
you're
20. What are we at?
You're around
Where's the
just a little bit under the halfway mark there.
22.7. So we're 45% of the way. 45% of the way.
That's crazy, Hammer. Joe donated already? Oh, man.
Ship it. Send it. That's all you got to do is send
it. Yeah, well, I mean, hey. All right, let's see. We didn't catch that fill. It's starting to sell off a little bit here again. It's Klarna. We're getting a nice little pop-up in MRVL, so let's see if that can be continued. I mean, the teens, I've mentioned that before from specific levels. How's Western Digital and SanDisk doing? They had some strong opens, but now starting to come back in a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen, as a collective unit. Here's ASML down 4%, 4.5%. How's our, where's my applied materials at? Applied materials getting smoked here. Neil, down another 5%. I believe your boy Burry is.
How is he my boy?
What?
I don't know.
He's not your boy?
I'm not paying for his Substack.
You're not paying for his Substack?
No, I ain't.
How much he make off that? 170 million or something like that?
I thought it was multiple millions a month.
Yeah. Like crazy amounts of cash off of the Substack. So maybe it's Gorev's boy Burry there. CrowdStrike down about 0.25%, man. Some of these cybersecurity names been on around. Fortinet actually performing relatively well here, Neil. So if we're looking for any signs of strength, but again, not very much liquidity happening within this name specifically. Oh, there goes the Klarna breakdown to 1562. The turnover looks much more attractive now, but again, we're going to be getting out of this position momentarily as we run into 3480s on NVDL. We're going to get out of that one. Leave Burry alone. No, I can't. Very
quickly, those for wondering about AIXC, it just opened back up. I was literally checking the resumption time for everybody, but AIXC is about to halt a second time at $1.93. It's at the halt band as we speak, and it is going to halt. How's about nowish? So it's multiple halts to the upside. This will probably be another 5-minute halt. It is going absolutely ham. I just got the bid on Klarna as that one continues to head lower. Now it's just lower than I was trying to get one more reload in here. Didn't get filled. I'm going to cancel that. Now that it's starting to break down, I feel like I don't want to be just sitting on the offer above VWAP. We're still looking for a low of the day here. It's already double bottom at 15.15, so hopefully we can get that one to the downside. I did, for those that were asking, I did forget about Lucid, but maybe that's a good thing, because if I had taken the 6 break short, I'd be out of the money right now. And then I do still like the Beyond Meat short, but like yesterday I shorted it at VWAP on the way back in. I wanted to look at other things that were in play and then try to pick this one up after it's already showed me that it's a short one more time. So DRAM's hitting the low of the day and going lower. It's just like SpaceX didn't really go any higher. Now this is starting to lose container VWAP.
I had it. I almost caught it, but I hit the computer.
You almost got that fly?
Well, I did it, but I hit the computer.
We need to put a bounty on that fly.
It's just causing havoc. All right.
I got your coffee. If you show me the dead body of that, if you kill that fly, I got your coffees for the rest of the week. If you want it outside of office.
Wow. Okay.
Just motivate you somehow.
Oh, whoa. What a pop there on AAPL. Gore, beautiful call out there, brother. As this name really starting to uptick. We got all out of this NVDA garbage chips week today, but Apple's strong. So we took a nice little fill on this one as we climb up to this 307 marker. So a nice post up at 40s, pops up into 307, which I'll look to take a little bit off there, guys, if we're fortunate enough to catch that level. Just a small size, but now starting to come back in pretty aggressively as some of the other chip names are rebounding. But we're going to post up at this level just because that was a nice little dip by there and an instant ITM. We like seeing that one. Fantastic stuff and great call out there. I love that 5-minute print here on AAPL. Now we're just going to look for some form of continuation, brother. That was a signal 5-minute. It was. Now we're just going to look for a little bit more. 307, pretty volatile. Again, wider stop, guys. We have to give this to the break here. So about $1 or so, a little bit less than that of risk. If it cracks the low of the day, then we're out of dodge on this one. But this is our primary. You can see that we have a resistance zone, so there is some supply right now that we're struggling on. If we tap into it one more time, we'll have a little bit of our shares up, and at that point we'll be risk off, and then we just get a break even on this bad boy. So nice little uptick, another 10 cents. Let's go see if we can catch this fill live. PFSA, boom, says Adam James. Nice little grab there. We'll head over to small cap. We haven't looked at any small caps here today, but there it goes. We take a little bit off the table on AAPL. A nice little fill. Gorev, man, what an absolute beauty. I wish I had my stream deck here, but that's not the case. We'll get things rocking and rolling. Yeah, bang, bang, bang. That's not a foul moment.
Which one do you want to hit?
Anyone, brother. You get through whatever you want, because that was a nice little bang as we catch that fill on $307. Now, as for... Is that the old Batman one?
No, it's... Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we going to Adara?
Are we going to Adara?
Okay, so we're not going to Adara, but it's PFSA, which I thought I saw a super chat for. It just hit the halt band at 1557 and pulled back a little bit. So, the halt band's reset to 1593 or so. So just underneath $16 is going to be that band top. As this one is, there's your runner. It's at the bands again. It just keeps tagging the band and pulling back in. So I'm not going to sit here and stare, but it is absolutely flying to the upside and looking like it's like the third or fourth attempt at that halt band. I think it's going to eventually halt. All right, SpaceX doesn't get to 45. It's immediately now starting to lose that volume weighted average price. It's establishing a bit of a downward trend. So I'm going to pop a 142 stop order and then look to get picked up the next time up here on SpaceX. I'll try to get under VWAP, and if I can get like 40s, in first at 40s and try to get closer to VWAP at 50s, 60s, and try to risk about 50 pennies on the short to try to get it back into the low of the day. It's still very much chop fest in the overall market, but it is worth noting the Nasdaq has wicked the top, now has a bottoming tail candle at the bottom. So there's your decision. We're getting a reversal candle after just retracing that low. We got numbers now and happening now, and hopefully the numbers will take Klarna to the low.
Pending home sales month over month, forecast 0%, prior print negative 5.4%. So certainly 0% would be an uptick from that prior number. Just a couple seconds to go until that comes through, and should be any moment now, negative 2.3%. So that's a little bit higher than higher than the previous print of negative 5.4%, lower than the forecast of 0. Here's the Nasdaq, not too much of a reaction to this print. And here's the S&P 500, just continuing here, both of these near lows. Just be aware, I did see some talks here in Canadian and U.S. tariff negotiations, not seeing any moves on any of these auto names on this, but just be aware, apparently, according to reports, U.S. and Canada are discussing cutting the auto tariff rate from 25% to roughly 15%. Also just saw a story here in Carvana as CVNA moves to lows. According to Herb Greenberg, CEO of Guggenheim Partners and the former owner of LA Lakers, is under undisclosed investigation for allegedly concealing over $16 billion in related party loans at Carvana. So more loan drama here for CVNA. KLAR, Klarna here at intraday lows, or near intraday lows rather. Not quite yet though at these pre-market lows. Klarna here with a decent earnings report for this quarter, but forward guidance was well below expected. TSLA also in focus yesterday. About a half an hour before the close, we get that report coming through from the information that they're going to be having their steering wheel and pedal-free Cybercab launching pretty soon, at least in a limited capacity. So TSLA to the upside and in focus. Of course, a fellow Elon Musk named SpaceX on watch. Right now, nowhere near that 150 level that we rejected for the second time in less than a week as of yesterday. Currently trying to bounce off of 140s. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Can we print 308s here on AAPL, man?
Yes,
a nice little dip. Oh, there we go, and we tap into it. I got to give, I think we give credit definitely where it's due, Neil. And this was all Gorev just giving us a nice signal here. Yeah, Gorev definitely with this one. We're going absolutely insane here in AAPL. Now printing 208.34 is going to head into 308.50. Sorry, did I say 208? 308. So a really great look here from this 306.40 level. A really, really nice dip by. And Klarna's looking pretty good for you now. I'm 15.41. I was looking to get involved, but I never caught the fill on that one there. So it's unfortunate.
You got Gorev handing out opportunities. But you know what offer you're not getting? From your broker? That's something from Trade the Pool.
Let's go.
Because the markets are extremely active, as you guys can all see, obviously, right in here. But if you want to take advantage of more setups, more momentum, and big moves, well, you need a couple of things. You're going to need discipline and access to capital. So instead of being limited by the size of your own account, you can access the firm capital and focus on executing your strategy and managing risk. That's what Trade the Pool is trying to give you. Not fear of blowing up your own personal account, not moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. We do the best we can.
Segway master.
And, well, you know, I'm not a Segway master because I've never ridden one of those things.
Yeah.
You know what? No.
Why?
I just don't.
You're not an e-scooter guy?
I'm not an e-scooter guy.
How about e-bike?
I'm not a bike guy. I don't really ride a bike. Like,
Just
I wasn't
heel
really.
toe. Just
Yeah,
heel
I
toe.
like going for a walk. I love hiking. I like going for a run. I'm a weird individual.
It's all
Like,
right, man.
people,
Nothing wrong with that.
like I'll be at like the local track on like a Saturday morning, just like running 150 sprints, just because people are like, "What, you training for something?" I'm like, "Not really.
For life, man.
I actually just like doing this."
Yeah.
Like, okay, and I get that weird look, like, who the heck actually just likes
309,
running and then being
holy
tired?
cow.
What the heck is Apple doing,
Yeah,
and
it's
why is it
going
still?
nuts.
Apple is a beast
What
when
a
the markets are weak, but the market's
Holy
catching a bid here
cow.
with it.
It is.
Oh shoot, super chat from Paula Malone. Hi y'all from SCUSA. Love and kisses. Y'all remember what to do.
Yeah, it's Paula. We got. Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
We love South Carolina.
The phrasing of that is why I didn't read the whole thing verbatim, because I caught myself and paused for a quick little second. But we appreciate you. Thank you for the super
Yeah,
chat.
thank you very much.
Like they say in Archer, phrasing there a little bit
Archer,
suspect.
the Archer, the cartoon.
Is there another one?
I wouldn't know, man.
I'm just no. Yeah. Yes.
All right. Perhaps nice calling Apple. Missed that one. No, that wasn't me, Gustavo Frang. You know that one. You know Gustavo. Yeah, come on, man. Anyways,
Do I know Gus?
this was all Gorev here. Let's pull up and get a little more detail, and the thesis just kind of built. A really quick one as well too. So let's see what we got going on. 309.02, and what we were getting involved with. Gore pointed this one out, and off to the races it goes. Man, oh man, these are the trades where you have to risk a little bit more, and that wasn't necessarily the case. But hey, it is what it is. We're participating right now. We just got to try to make it a little bit better next time. Waited for that dip buy right here. We were posted up at the perfect level apparently, and then there we go, going absolutely nuts. 309.16. We're long 306.40s. So it's definitely been a good roller coaster. Now I'm sitting on only 20% of this position. Let's see if we head up into 310s. I'll post up at 310, and if we're fortunate enough to catch that fill here, Neil, then we're going to be having us a half decent day. We're shooting 50% clip right now, right? I told you as soon as we go risk off, one loser, one winner, and we're in the green here today. So not too bad. NVDL now finding its way to recovery, but putting in some lower highs can be a little bit dangerous. But we got out exactly when we were supposed to and didn't re-engage. Why? Because Apple was just doing our thing for 309.50 here on AAPL as NVDL decides that it wants to take an additional move lower. So stay away if you're looking for the longs. It looks like Apple seems to be the winner chicken dinner on today's session.
I don't have
up
that
1%. I don't have that one either.
Shoot. How come I don't have the winner chicken dinner on my thing? I've got the bang. I've got the, I can't put, I'll hit the bull even though the market's heading lower. Oh, wrong bull.
Oh, wrong.
Oh, for the love.
What's wrong with that bull?
What do you mean what's wrong with that bull?
Run it again.
No. That's what kind of a question is what's wrong with that bull?
What?
That bull is a high quality animation.
Oh, okay.
This bull. But here's you guys can't see it. That gangster one says on my thing, it says bull new. So I keep hitting that one thinking it's the better one, and no, it's that. Why am I wearing a sombrero? Why does it look like I'm some tacky Looney Tunes? Anyways, let's not talk about that.
Remember that show?
It's a really bad.
Remember that show, Wacky Racers?
Huh?
No. All right.
Whoa! What?
Wacky Racers. So it's like all of
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, it's like an older cartoon. It's my generation.
Wacky
cartoon.
Races?
Yeah. So it was really good. So it's kind of like that cartoon, and they would all like race each other and stuff. I'm sure some people in the chat would.
Hey,
call it.
you know what?
Yeah.
I thought I know my car. Even like
Classics.
new
There you go.
cartoons.
There you
Just
go.
a couple of
Great
quick updates. Klarna, we're still in Klarna. It hasn't really printed the low, but it got halfway there. SpaceX under VWAP. I didn't get any 50 fills, but I got 141 evens on the way back through each time. It just tagged the $0.50 and the lows at 139.5. This is still a bit of indecision, but I don't think giving this to 142 is going to make a lot of sense the way it's trading. I feel like if it just pops above VWAP, that'll be enough because there's too much indecision in this market, and I want to stay at least a little bit more in scalp mode and keeping it tight to the vest. DRAM, we had the long early off of VWAP. Well, now I'm short underneath it, so the over-under plays out. It broke the trend. I didn't get it when it broke the trend, but I'm taking the lower high. If this pops VWAP, then I'm out. Otherwise, we're shorting this one back into the LOD. We got a couple of super chats in here. Chain Reactor, I know you really dislike Rocket Lab, don't you?
Yeah, we get one every day.
Yeah, Rocket Lab is still a dumpster fire stock. What happened last week? I think it's time to get it. I don't know what to keep saying, but at least, hey man, it's off the lows. Like, are we still hating it that much? It's off the lows. Unfortunately, it just had a rejection of both major moving averages and couldn't really break out above them both. But it hasn't fallen apart since this failed breakout. That's the best I can do for you. Since this failed breakout over 80, it hasn't exactly fallen all over itself, although it's not looking the best down another 4 points. And we got Roland. Apple call option paying for this chat. What's the top on Apple? Joe, what's the top on Apple?
It's for hey man, let's figure it out. Let's head over to our options chain. Give us a little bit more detail on what contract you purchased and how that's been looking. But a nice strong pop here right out of the gate on AAPL, working wonders for a lot of people in the chat, including myself and Gaurav. So congratulations to anyone who's been involved with this name today. Apple, let's see if there's any form of resistance. 310. So we're at 309.58 right now, and it looks like we're going to beeline it towards that level. You can see we're at 1.3%. If we break through this, where's that next stage? I'm not going to say it's going to happen today, but maybe by the end of the week, we're talking 315. We're only 20 cents away from this 310 marker, Neil, on AAPL. It's definitely beelining it to this level, but that's where we're seeing the largest amount of open interest on this expiration cycle right now is this 310 market with 39,000 contracts still open, but 12,500 open close. You can see how this is the largest amount. This is what I love about some of these charts is that you can pull up. Look at this. So this is what I'm displaying to you guys in the morning. So what time did we grab? Let's head over to the 1 minute chart. What time did we get involved with Apple? At 9:55 this morning, okay? So we'll go over to 9:55, and we're approximately worth 93 cents. So if we happen to grab an Apple contract at the exact same time we grab these shares, we would be up 121%, going from 93 cents to 205. That's more than a double.
That sounds good.
It sounds amazing and relatively quick. And
that sounds okay.
It sounds pretty good. I don't think you and I would complain about it whatsoever. Now we're running into that 310. I don't think anybody on the floor would complain about that. The only issue would be is us not having enough contracts, but only costing you 93 cents and off to the races it goes. Now, there's a point that I wanted to bring up is how are we going to react around this level? You can see we immediately rejected, so watch out for any form of pullback in this zone, that 310 on AAPL.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing is, remember, Apple goes up when everything else seems to want to go down. We didn't get the ad in DRAM, unfortunately here. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel that order. So but we're already at the low. Like the confirmation this is the candle to get into position, and I didn't get any 80s. I wanted an average price of 75. I got 68. My other offer was sitting at the 80s because I was trying to get 75. But if we wick the bottom, I want to hop out, wait for the next available bid, just go station to station. SpaceX is continuing its decline to the low of the day. I do like this 139.5. It is worth mentioning, this is not a small zone. It's where it found support on Friday, and then it was the bounce spot here. So I think take it out. If it ends up breaking down under 139, then there's another trade to fill in the gap on SpaceX, and Klarna's coming up for a reload. So Klarna's bounced a little bit. It's not moving that much, but it's back into VWAP. So as long as we get some kind of rejection to VWAP, I'll try to reload this one and continue to play it to the low. So far, I mean, obviously the market is not looking very good. So you can't be, I don't want, you can't be too happy when the market is down, but the shorts are paying out for themselves this morning. But it's a very ugly day start, because we started looking like it was going to be a potential reversal and breakout. And as I said, like, I started looking long initially thinking you're going to get that relief rally on DRAM. But once it lost the volume weighted average price, it's like, forget about it and go the other way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it does seem to be a gap and go scenario here today, Neil. And you know what? The market, you and I both talk and think, hey, at what point can the market rebound? But I believe at this pace, what are we at? About 40 minutes, 42 minutes into the open. Unless we turn around relatively quick, I think this complete gap fill will be tough. And I'm not surprised by this at all, to be honest with you. The Nasdaq needs to pull back in. I mean, same thing with the SPY. We'll pull up the S&P 500 via SPY and see what we have going on from a daily. And I mean, I don't love these shelves, Neil, and I think you can agree with that. Like, these shelves are just really unattractive to me because I feel they just give that breakdown feel. Now we have Brian Shannon on this afternoon, which I'm going to be really, especially today, I'm going to be looking forward to discussing him in regards to everything outside of the market, because I actually have some personal questions for Brian Shannon, which is
personal questions.
Yeah, real. Well, okay, I'll break the news. I'll tell everybody. You ready for this, Adara?
No, I was going to say you should ask him about SpaceX. If you've seen his X account, he's got some interesting stuff on SpaceX.
Oh, does he? Okay, right on. We'll take a look into SpaceX. Okay. But we know that our good friends of the show, Michael Noss and Brian Shannon, are CMTs.
Truth.
I, myself, am registered for Level 1 CMT December.
Oh, okay. Now it's
right.
making sense.
Right. So they're from the personal standpoint. So let's see if we got that going on.
When you see, you're like personal, like, huh? Personal.
Yeah, that's personal, right? We starting to see if I get their contact information and talk to them, because those guys. Sharif, I got some stuff from Sharif as well too. Sharif looking to get involved with all that, so a lot of fun there, and it's great to know some individuals who are already involved with the group. So here it is on the market. This pullback, guys, are we surprised by this? I don't think that is necessarily going to be the case. I mean, in the bigger picture, we're really not down that much, so it could get a little bit uglier here in the overall market.
Yeah, but look, the obvious truth, I'm just looking at Intel's down 7.5%. Intel's getting smacked. But you know what? This is it's right on some support. I think we're getting to some potential support here on some names. When you look at some of the chips, I just saw in the chat someone mentioning the SOX is getting to like an anchored level potentially. Like, look at the SOX L. Obviously, this is leverage, so it's down 16%, which is going to be a little bit extreme. Okay, well, let's get back to the trade for a second. We got the reload at VWAP on Klarna, and the support's been at 40. So we're going to try to get some out at 40. We're shorting in the 60 to 70 range. So we're just trying to take like 1.5, 2 points. And then if it gets to the low of the day, then we're going to be all out of that bad boy. But even DRAM just checked up a little bit at that low. So it got to the pre-market lows, the opening range bottom. A bit of a bounce play. Didn't really get everything we wanted at VWAP, but we got out. We'll look for the next available opportunity. I think there's still some potential continuation, but it filled in the gap, the first gap that we wanted. And if it wants to continue, we'll find the next trade there for sure. Just feel like there could be a bit of a bounce coming into the market.
Ooh, do you? All right.
Yeah.
I think so too, to be honest with you. With that being said, you don't gotta convince me there, brother. Let's see if we get involved here on some NVDL. I mean, it could continue to break down. We're posted up at 3470s. Let's see. We've had some good dip buying opportunities, but we did start to form a little bit of a base. Now, can we catch this order, which we're pretty close to? I can get all out of this Apple trade, but again, I don't want to send good money after bad, if that makes sense in this instance. So no need for me to get out of a trade that's working to get into a trade where we do have a downtrend confirmed. Why? Because we have lower highs. So you can see on this previous pivot, this is trend down, right? So boom, Neil, boom, and see. So is there going to be an opportunity at the break of this trend? Maybe. Let's see. I didn't think we'd be selling off this aggressively on NVDA, even though I do think we would see a little bit lower teens. 219, a good opportunity for me to buy a little bit more on NVDA.
Yeah, why not? Like the Nasdaq, it's doing its best. I mean, the SPY, same thing as well. Oh, the other thing that's happening in the market, like look at USO.
Ooh.
For all of that, gap up and uptrend, USO has a distinct chance. Oil could go red here. It seems like it's in a downtrend, and there's a bit of a flat bottom potential break here on USO. That's another thing that could potentially buoy the market. So we got out of DRAM at the bottom. Klarna had earnings and is down 20%. It might march to the beat of its own drum today and just be a VWAP short forever, even if the market bounces. SpaceX, I thought we'd have a chance. I thought maybe we could reload what we got out there, but it didn't really creep up close enough to VWAP. So SpaceX still on structure, like the lower highs, under VWAP, looking for the LOD there. Not much to change my opinion on SpaceX, so we'll hang on to that one to the south side and continue to just look for the low. I'm sitting in front of 139.5. Nothing about that's changed. Like effectively in at 141, VWAP's just above the $0.50. Scalp the 1-to-1 area and then look for the 2.5, 3-to-1 at the low of the day there for sure. So yeah, I mean it's only 10:18. I don't want to rush to change my opinion on DRAM. It was a scalp long on VWAP. It was a short underneath it to the bottom. No, don't go long the bottom. That's over trading. I'm gonna wait. Under VWAP, I'm gonna wait for a chance to short this again. And if I'm long, it's got to be above VWAP. If I want a long trade, I've got to find something stronger. Like I should be thinking about IBIT long. If I like a long somewhere, so it's just fly.
Get that fly, Neil.
If I'm thinking about a long somewhere, look at this. Upward trend since the open, above the volume weighted average price. This is where I should be thinking long, like instead of trying to force something off the low.
All right, yeah. So we're posted up here on. Well, I posted up, but I went a little bit smaller size because it did get a bounce. Now it's not going to really change my risk profile in regards to what I just did right now. It's just because I got a little bit of FOMO, and I'm like, you know what? Why are you going without me? I seen this level hold at 72s, and I'm posted up at 34.70. 34.70 is correct. So this is my larger size. This is small potato. This is fractional, essentially. So we want this order to get filled to see what happens, and then we're out at 34.55s on this trade again. But we're still holding on to Apple. KLAR still putting in lower highs though, Neil. 1555. The key support level is at 1540. I feel like if that breaks, you might take an additional leg lower. I think we definitely have to keep into consideration this name's down 20%, so some of the bleeding might be slower, a slow bleed out compared to
because it's sold so much.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, let's send it off to Adair.
We tour robotics, WETO, $46.5 million market cap, 860,000 share float. Not seeing any news on this, but this name yet again, pretty strong here. XOS, this is company's also called XOS here. They were actually on our watch list this morning. They secured a U.S. Air Force contract to deliver deployable mobile charging. This is their company's entry into the defense market. You've got a $59.3 million market cap, $6.75 million share float. 8% of that is sold short. SLE struggling, but I think certainly worth noting today, given the size of this move. They did announce here this morning a definitive agreement for MetaPlanet to contribute 2,100 Bitcoin valued at roughly $132.1 million. They're also adding cash here, $2.5 million at cash for 44,859,400 shares. So this is, it looks like an acquisition or a merger here. Some Bitcoin, some cash. Apparently, they're taking a 95.7% stake in the company. They're going to be renaming the company Super Planet. So a combo of Super League Enterprise and MetaPlanet. $8.65 million market cap for SLE, 1.56 million share float. Back to you.
That's a bit of an interesting one. There. Okay, we're back at VWAP on SpaceX. Waited for it to go up. I could have sat on the offer. Could have sat on the offer and let it run through me, but we didn't. We waited for it to reject the 141.5 at VWAP and then try to get it on the way back down. You know how that works. If you let it run through you, you're automatically going to get the fill because you're just sitting there while the buyers come in. But if you wait for the confirmation, like myself, then you don't get the fill. But if it double bottoms at 140 even here, then I'm going to respect that. If 140 is a higher low that it's just going to put in, then I'll get out if it bounces to 140 and accept that it might just be the dollar move. That kind of sucks not to get that fill. But you're seeing, the second I was like, oh, well, IBIT looks like a decent long. Seriously? Really? I got on the bid in front of VWAP, and then the next candle, it just absolutely explodes. Now, FOMO would be chasing this move, but the high yesterday was at 36.6. There is no chance I'm chasing this all the way up here, not with the market looking weak. I think that would be a little bit absurd, but it's a nice uptrend here in IBIT, so we definitely got that one for sure. And sit and spin, yes, Meta is facing a big lawsuit. Yes, Meta is going to court. And yes, Meta is decidedly red today, down 4% on the lows. Everything about it stinks right now. They're under a bunch of pressure, but there's always a chance. The good thing for Meta is, I was saying this before, they're going to court. Like, this is not something, they didn't like go for the whole settle before this goes to court road. You got to figure with their pockets, if they weren't confident that they would have done that. So they must be confident about their case, or they would not be going. Why would you want Zuckerberg in testifying if you didn't have to? So
it also could be hubris.
Well, I'm hoping. I'm trying to be nice here.
That's fair.
I'm trying to be nice and try to find any kind of a silver lining, and that would be that, hey, they are at least going to court, which usually you'd think they wouldn't. But just one more here, because Klarna, I don't know if we reload this a fourth time. If it breaks out here, I think I'm at 81 or 82, which is only a couple of cents away on Klarna, and then I'd wait for that high. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, you got the double fill, man.
Oh,
I hit it one time, and it gave you that. So
no, that's all. It's fine.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'll just like.
It's all right.
I probably just won't finish it. That's all.
Yeah, it's all right. Oh, you can make it a nice coffee. Yeah. Darren knows what song I'm saying.
What are you singing? Mm-hmm. Sorry, Dara's singing now, and I can't figure out what song it is. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. All right, guys, we're going to post up at 34.90s. Are you seeing AIXC, my man? No, my man, I'm not. I'll take a look at it, though, momentarily. Caddyshack. We're going to post up at 34.90s and take a little bit off the table here if we're fortunate enough to get a pop into that level via NVDL. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. My guy knew. We'll take it off. We didn't even. Oh, it could be reverse time.
Man. All right, there we go. You're going to see the average change up a little bit. So that's where I had the majority of my shares, right? So over there at that 34.70 marker. So a nice little rebound in NVDL, eliminating the loss that we had on it earlier today, but we don't want to count our blessings too quick. We're still in Apple as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. So this one has definitely been an absolute monstrous trade. Listen, I'm going to have to take a page out of Neil, the man himself's book. This trend line has breached. Now, at what point am I going to get out the remainder of my shares? Maybe at a break of around 308.72. Okay, so that's when we'll get all out of Apple. Right now, NVDL is working for us. We'll post up at 34.95s now to see if we can catch a fill on that neck of the woods, and then we're going to hold a little bit for a runner and see if we're fortunate enough to find any form of rebound in this name. So 34.90 is where we took that first initial partial, and then now we're going to take a partial if the trading gods allow us to do so at 34.95.
And the short portion of the day is done. Keep them tight. I know I have really tight stops, but that's, to me, that's the way to go. If you see a reversal level, I did try to reverse on SpaceX, but I didn't do it with a stop order. I tried to punch in manually, and I wasn't going to chase it. I could have reversed to the long with a stop order, but I didn't. And then Klarna as well. This is how you preserve profits, right? Like, ultimately, SpaceX, keep it a tight stop. Like, take 50 cents buck when you can, but there's no need to lose that much if you don't have to, in my opinion. But Klarna, again, very, very tight stops. We're getting 30 cents, a couple of percentage points each time. This one does seem a little bit better for a reload. Again, very, very tight stop. But if we lose view up again, I'm just going to jump back in, and now I can turn my attention to what was obviously the mistrade of the day for me at this point. Like, the last time I looked at IBIT, we were chilling out at 36.55. Like, right here, there's that bid. Like, we're like, okay, it's about to break out. Now look at it. 2% move up there. I mean, obviously, who knew? You don't know, but instead of bidding passively, trying to catch the bid there in a consolidation, if you just cross the bid, that's everything. So there goes that. I mean, obviously, there he goes, looking pretty good to the upside. It's a missed opportunity. We liked it for the long. I'm not at the point yet where I feel the same way about DRAM, though. It just can't seem to break out above VWAP. This one still looks like it's a potential reload at VWAP for the short. Right? Again, keeping tight stop worked here nicely. And the memory chips just don't seem to be going as much.
Yeah. Do you know who, you know Ray J, obviously.
Yeah, I know Ray J.
Do you know who Orlando Brown is?
Orlando
Brown. He's this child star off of a show called That's So Raven on the Family Channel. Yeah.
If I saw a picture.
You know him. If you seen a picture, you would recognize him. But anyways, there's this new little fight league called Brand Risk. So it's kind of like these former big stars and stuff. They go in the ring and they fight each other. There's a couple of NBA guys that like Michael Beasley and Lance Stevenson, I believe, fought, right? Anyways, man, oh man, yeah, he's a Disney star. Orlando Brown and Ray J fought, and if you want to have a good laugh, go and watch that. It was really funny. Because we know Orlando Brown is a character, that's for sure. AAPL. He's like the male version of Amanda Bynes, I think, but maybe a little bit better because Amanda Bynes went through a little bit of a rough stretch there. But here it is, AAPL.
That sounds hilarious, but
it's comical, man. It's really, really, really funny. You should see it. These guys fighting.
Wow, I bid. Wow.
What's that?
No, I bid.
Oh, wow. I bid off to the races. Yeah, and there goes the NVDA. We caught 3 fills. Sorry for these dark pools, guys. I'll fix that up. But we got 3 fills on this NVDL trade. Now we're north of the volume-weighted average price. 35.10 is where I'm going to have to look to take a little bit more off here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, as it goes, that's the thing. Like, this market, I know it seems choppy, but it's giving it to you in both directions. Like, you're some longs early, some shorts after that. Overall, we're still inside the range. Like the Nasdaq's just back at VWAP and hasn't really broken the trend itself. But like crypto is really going here. Like Bitcoin is really starting to go. You're up a point. You're at the high. It's like it's leading the market. Look at the 15-minute candle on Bitcoin. This is insanity. So it's at the point now where there's just no mind. Like, again, I missed along. I'm not going to FOMO about it. I'm just going to look for an opportunity for the next available trade. My first thought was Bitcoin it's out in the middle of nowhere. And let's see what BMNR is doing. BMNR is running right into some resistance. So at least I can look for that next opportunity in the form of a potential reversion trade here. And this will just be a scalp. I have to pay for locates on BMNR because we don't have them free, but they'll be fractions of a cent. It's just in my brain, I'm like, at BMNR, if it's not at 19 yet, that's yesterday's highs. So Bitcoin breaking out, ETH probably breaking out. I would make the assumption. I'll double check it in a second. But I'm paying for locates because I see a potential turn here at 19 on BMNR.
Neil, we go to $88. Weedo, the power of Weedo for those who watch Big Brother.
You know what? If that, I hope for everybody. If you're long that stock and it's going, I never want to bet against or cheer against anybody making money. I want all stocks to go up for everybody. For 88 does seem a little bit unlikely, but hey, congratulations if it can. It's not doing as much today, but you know what? If anything with a small float or a short setup or a squeeze setup doesn't break the low, Luca used to be on the show and he used to say one thing. If it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. Specifically when you're talking about these squeeze type names, and that's the thing. If it doesn't break the low, then there's always a chance. There's nothing, I can't find anything. Disneyland royalty in the chat's asking what is causing the bounce in Bitcoin. All I will say is what we were talking about yesterday. Last week, every single day, Bitcoin was fail the top, short day, short day. You just made money shorting 4 days in a row, and then on Friday it did a little bit of a reverse in the morning for a bit of a bottom. Then we gapped up and trended yesterday. So it looks like it's just a pivot reverse, and now we're potentially filling in that same gap, which is why I'm thinking short BMNR right here, because you're getting into that resistance spot, and it's getting to that 19 zone. So I think we filled in the gap. This could still be a breakout play, but I'm not chasing this move. It looks like it's just a technical relief rally, because I don't really see any. There's no fundamental reason, in my opinion, why Bitcoin.
Chester. Chester gave me this bag of mango treats last week.
I'm sorry, what?
Chester.
Mango trees.
Yeah, it was like a gummy
nice.
mango treat. Yeah, so I need to find out where he got these. So maybe I'll go talk to Chester. Completely solid dude. The reason
You
why
didn't share them, did you?
I did with Sharif.
Okay.
Not with you though. Oh, that's crazy.
Oh shit. Oh, hey, you know what?
No,
Hey.
but yeah, you weren't even here. You weren't even here, man.
Oh, I wasn't here.
Yeah, no. You
Oh.
weren't. You were like heel toeing around somewhere. So it was straight.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, otherwise I would have, man.
Oh, I know,
Yeah,
I'm just playing around.
I know so much. Chester is that guy. The reason why I brought Chester up is because Zion Lala says if Guido hits $50, it's a pineapple pizza type of day, and he
Okay, first of all, you guys did Chester wrong because
don't say, hold on now.
No,
You guys said you guys. Who is you guys?
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
Sharif,
all right.
Sharif did
Yeah.
Chester wrong.
Dude,
Sharif
so
told
wrong.
Chester that I absolutely love pineapple pizza. So he goes and on the holiday he goes and gets pineapple pizza and is like, hey, make sure you get a slice meal. And I'm like, why would they tell you that my least? Like, I hate pineapple pizza.
He did
Of course I
Chester.
want it.
Yeah, that was so. Not only did he
was
tell,
trying to do something nice.
Not only did Chester do something generous, Sharif did our boy so wrong to the tune. Our guy bought 2 extra large pineapple pizzas. 2 extra large pineapple pizzas. We don't now at $50.80 about to hit the halt parameters. Oh, there it goes, halted at 50.81.
That's We Too.
Goes, We Too.
AIXC is also halted to the upside.
Ooh.
Up a meager 315%. I just threw the tap in the chat. It just moved. The indicated open is now 274. Just opened lower. So halted at the highs. It's going to go into it. We don't have locates. I can't offer this even if I wanted to. No, we don't. 259. It's going to halt down instantaneously here. So it opened up, immediately slammed down on AIXC. Oh, that sucks. If I was going to. That halt down looks like it could have been a temporary top, but whatever. It's not free locate, so I was on there ready to try to take it, but I hit the key. I knew nothing was going to happen, but I'm like, I hit the key anyways. So BM&R, when Bitcoin got to the high, or IBIT got to that top, paid for locates on BM&R, got the 90 break back through with the topping tail is at 95, so I've got the stop. Oh, I had the stop wrong. Haha, well, it's a good thing it didn't break the top. Because a stop at 19.95 wouldn't have been any good, Neil.
Holy cow, Apple.
18.95 stop, well, at 96 technically. So if it breaks the high, we're out. Looking for the pullback into prior highs. I try to fight the sneeze, which is oncoming. I'll do my best. I'll try to mute it if it gets to that point. But let's see if we can get halfway to VWAP. We're keeping an eye on IBIT and ETH just to make sure they aren't going absolutely ham to set upside.
That's our boy Juan, too.
Yeah, we've got one in the house. There's DRAM. DRAM just doesn't get to VWAP for the second short. So it's still putting in lower highs. Yeah, DRAM, it's still a short. We liked it if it could have been above VWAP for the scalp long, but it just didn't quite find myself in that reload on the short. And Sinsinke is reminding me that I should be looking at Beyond Meat. Should I? Oh, it's above VWAP. It's trying to squeeze. No, I'll sit this one out. I'm going to wait until it looks weak. Like yesterday, I didn't short it until 11 o'clock yesterday when it got to VWAP, so I can wait till that time. Maybe it goes into the prior close at 11:60 and turns at that point. There's no need to try to fight that trend. Speaking of trends, how about this? Like, how about the fact that you get a robotaxi robotaxi news from Tesla. You think that's negative for Uber. That was the initial reaction in the afternoon. We got that headline, and Uber is shooting higher. Kramer gave it an endorsement. He liked it, and it even looks good on the. If it takes 78 on the daily, and then even then, something happening here in Uber. I still remain a little bit skeptical. I don't see how that was positive news at all for Uber, but the fact that it's taking negative news and rallying on it. Hey man, price doesn't lie. Right? I can think whatever I want. Uber is absolutely on a tear today.
Yeah, big time. Apple's on a big time tear as well too. What do we got this?
Bye bye.
Well, yeah, we're. Oh, what happened?
Apple.
Oh yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone up 1 point, almost 2% here on the intraday session. We're all out of this one, man. What a beautiful signal called by Gaurav. So we'll give credit where credit is due.
What was the signal? So what was
it was a hammer on the 5-minute. Here, let's pull this bad boy.
Yeah, what was the actual technical reason he gave? I'm curious. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
No, I see it right away.
Exactly. As soon as you see it right away, you're just like instantly, all right,
that's
Frank,
crazy.
there you go. Right at some key levels as well, too. It's just like, all right, off to the races it goes. Especially in a day where you see the rotation out of the chips into this, it's just like, okay. I mean, you could throw the kitchen sink at it. We took some off of there at 311s. We talked about that supply zone at 310s. It's AC Slater to that. We're already $1 north of that. So let's see how that's going to work out for some individuals, even though we're slightly starting to come back in. But AAPL definitely working wonders for us here today. And the name that I don't often trade, it's more or less this bad boy here, but we have taken the majority of our position off, and I'm happy that we have. So we're just sitting on a little bit here for a runner on NVDL. You can see our average is going to be at 34.70. I started relatively small with the majority of my size being at the lower price there, and didn't change my risk profile too much. Now, false claims about a carrier being sunk drop. Mostly look, oh, that's crazy. Sure, you can call it whatever you will. I'm being completely honest with you. You take the trades. It was a nice one, dip buy. If it happens once, maybe you can call it luck, but if you do it on multiple occasions, then maybe it's some form of preparation and skill. I'm going to go with the latter half. You can call it what you will. Rhyme there. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good one. We're posted about 35.20s. But that go? Oh, you got it.
No, I was just putting it
in there. I haven't even touched my espresso that Randy got us. We have the iced coffee going. So
that's a waste.
Hey, man.
Thomas.
Whoa.
Kondo.
Oh yeah. Sorry. We don't want to. Pinkies.
Thomas
up.
Kondo super chat for you, Adara. Is that a tracksuit jacket? Fire and Meta 750.
Yeah, it's a blazer. It's a blazer that looks like a tracksuit. I got it at. No, it was one of the, I think, Urban Behavior in Niagara Falls.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the outlet mall there in Niagara Falls? Okay, yeah, we like that outlet there. We always travel when we pass by. We go over to that outlet. There's Fabian as well, Ramin's.
Oh, snap.
Thank you for your donation.
Edward Clark, 187, the good type, 187, not on the undercover cop. Donation to...
it's the donation.
I shouldn't have said that. No, that's a horrible thing to say. It's a line. Look, man, it's a line from rap music. I don't really mean any of it. It's, you know what 187 means. But anyways, it's a rap lyric. But we got the donation. The fundraiser is live. We should now be halfway, right? I mean, just hit the refresh. We're halfway, everybody. We're 24.59. Big shout out. Thank you, Edward Clark. Thank you, everybody, for donating. We got Ralph in here, Maxie, but appreciate all of you. Fabian is cutting off that coif on the 28th. Shop for charity. It's going to Angel Hair for Kids. It is a fantastic cause. We're doing it for real here. It's all about giving back, and we're so glad that you did this. And appreciate everybody that's been contributing. For sure to this.
Does he still have to cut it? Are you still cutting it if we don't hit the goal?
He's cutting it one way or the other.
We're cutting it regardless?
Yeah. He's doing this and donating the hair regardless.
Yeah. Do you want me to bring the clippers in and give you a fade or no?
Joe's gonna line him up and everything.
Oh, you got a wedding? You're a groomsman?
Nice.
Can't be buzzed on?
Why not?
We'll give you a nice little
look, man.
Like 3 on top or something along those lines. Yeah, are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? I'm just gonna be honest with you. You don't want me cutting your hair. That's for sure.
Okay. When you do that,
what the heck? That's crazy. Yeah, it's gotta go.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely gotta go.
Dude, that's crazy. I can't. Wow.
Man, yeah, I could.
I'm trying to think. Wow, that's
a lot of hair.
That's a lot of hair, bro.
Yeah, but he keeps trading his options contracts. It's not going to be there much longer, Fabian.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Like that?
What's the strategy? Dude, listen, I'm not going to mention anything, but from a size standpoint.
Why are you?
Hold on, let me.
You just call the man out like that.
He's pushing.
Throw him right under the bus?
Not at all. He's pushing size. So I'm like, hey, man, when you put on that type of size, things get a little bit stressful at sometimes. I'm not going to disclose how much contract he is, but I'm telling you, it ain't no small amount, that's for sure. That'll make a man lose a follicle or two, that's for sure.
Ain't no such thing as halfway crooks.
Exactly. Shook ones, for sure. Definitely not hitting on its hair. But yeah, we're gonna send it over to Adara momentarily. We're still posted up at this level. Maybe this is gonna be an additional lower high here. The market hasn't been doing that much, and it's been the narrative for the past couple of weeks, I believe. Here, a lot of sideways price action as we come back in here on NVDA.
Yeah, let's go. 1040. Oh, second one.
Yeah, this sector board is very polarized. We'll start with what's weak. Electronic technology, save Apple, is to the downside. Intel down 6%, Micron down 5%. You've got Marvell, Seagate, Arista Networks, all these names that have been strong as of late, sharply to the downside. AMD, worth noting, down 5% as well. Producer manufacturing also getting clipped. Caterpillar, GE Vernova, LRCX, AMAT, and Deere. Deere actually reporting earnings on Thursday. Those are all to the downside. Tech services, you've got weakness in the likes of Oracle, Meta, Palo Alto Networks, CrowdStrike, though also some strength here in likes of ADP, Netflix, Adobe, and CRM. So this sector is really mixed. Definitely not mixed, though, in health tech, which is all really strong. Gilead, Lilly, and J&J leading the sector to the upside. Commercial services strong, consumer services strong, energy minerals strong, retail trade with the exception of Amazon and Carvana looking good, communications looking good, utilities looking good, transportation and consumer non-durables all to the upside. So you've got some sectors with some large weighted names that are to the downside, but I would say more sectors are green than not. Back to you.
Damn. Yeah. Oh man, we're a little bit all over the place, but if you do look at what's happening, and again, I keep saying the market. You know what? We've been showing you the cues all morning, which just lost VWAP, and I wanted to type in there SPY so we can move over and just see that it's not just the cues. Like the SPY is actually more range bound. Like look at this. This is what we call a chop. If you ever wondered like what's a choppy market, this is a choppy market. It's a discernible direction to a certain degree lower. We gapped lower, we're trending lower highs, lower lows, but it's just a chop inside out. Mm-hmm. The cues are what's a little bit different. If you're wondering, they're just weaker. We're rejecting VWAP. I would slap the blame on. I mean, Meta has a lot to do with it, but then look at the memory names. Micron at the lows, DRAM, which I didn't reload, go figure, at the lows, and that's 7% to the downside. So when you look at, I know there was some talk. I don't know how it went, but some talk about like the memory chip names catching a bid. The open was a screamer. That was exactly what happened, and now it's trending down, and again, right back into the lows. One of the strongest things out there has been crypto, and that just made that distinct top. That's why we hopped into BMNR off the 19 level. And again, I just wanted to find something at a defined risk level that was crypto-related. I just put in a reload at 85. Oh, it's got it. I get 86? Whatever, doesn't matter. Same thing. Distinction without a difference. And I'll tighten the stop to the current wick high. But I'm just looking for a retracement into VWAP, because even that might have just made a bit of a top. So it hasn't been the best overall day for the market. There are some crazy small cappers out there, which we have not covered too much. One of them, AIXC, halted down, not a disaster. It opened lower and then halted up. So it would have worked if you were short in the halt, but not for much. You would have gotten 7 cents. It opens and then halts to the upside with a theoretical auction price of 280. So this stock is respecting super tight halt bands because it was a penny stock before. It started from 71 cents. So it's probably going to halt a dozen more times today. Mm-hmm. That's just a structure thing. I think it's kind of silly. It's doing enough volume that you would think that wouldn't be a problem, but that's just how it is.
It's true.
We don't make the halt rules up. I think it's nonsensical how many times it's halted myself too.
Yeah. Trail out of this NVDL long here, guys. I mean, we got some nice partials, but then it just came back, and I'm like, at this pace, I do believe we're going to see the low of the day. So we shoot a 50% clip rate on this bad boy, take an initial loss, but then a nice W, and you can see how long we wait until we take some profit on this. So officially, I believe we should be positive on the name, so not too bad. And Apple was definitely the apple of my eye today. And what was I about to pull up? Yes, this is what I wanted to discuss here momentarily. How do we feel about a stock like Riot on a day like today with Bitcoin ripping up? Don't forget, Riot and company, these Bitcoin miners are doing a strategic pivot. Yeah, exactly. They're doing a pivot here, Neil. So I don't know if we're necessarily going to be looking them directly. I don't know if they completely abandon that, but let's pull it up right here. The Bitcoin mining, it's just not profitable at this very given moment. moment. I mean, and it's not doing anything from a liquidity standpoint. Here's Marathon Digital. We'll take a look at some of the other names within the space as well, too, to see how they've been performing. They're not moving with Bitcoin. And I was just, Neil and I were just briefly talking about, man, the liquidity has dried up on IBIT. Like, we're talking about one of the most liquid names. If you go down into a lower time frame, you can see how it's just drying up over time. But it's not looking too bad. And you can see that we're not necessarily having the exact same correlation between what was, I don't know if the right term is former Bitcoin miners, but a group of companies that have made that pivot into NeoCloud and cloud services. So, yeah, a little bit tougher of a look, but Bitcoin looking pretty good today.
And what else is looking good? Shout out to Adam James abroad. Is this IPST? It goes boom, shakalaka. That's a little bit, man. That was NBA Jam. That just takes me back. So for those that watch the show, Joel's filling in for Sean. Sean and I went to the same high school, and there was a convenience store on the corner from our high school that had it basically had two arcade games. It was NBA Jam, and it was Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
And we used to roll there at lunch, and let's just say one of our boys, he's kind of a troublemaker. He had a quarter on a string, which is a horrible thing to do, but kids do stupid stuff, and we had a quarter on a string. And that used to really work. So we sit there playing a lot of NBA Jam in my lifetime. IPST's tap is 1201, so it's indicating an open, basically flat. So kind of a nothing burger there. Bitcoin is still in its pullback. So see that reversal candle on the 3-minute here where it tried to go? Like that getting rejected, I still think we can pull back into the volume weighted average price. And because I'm looking at that, I should also be looking at, you know what, ETH, which is also in the middle of a pullback. If we're in, look, at the end of the day, if I'm going to be in BMNR, then I got to be tracking this as well. It's still pulling back off of that high. I just felt like for BMNR, it was into such an obvious technical level, like the prior day high at 19, that gave me an obvious place to look for the topping tail candle. Then another one to get a reload, and then we're just gonna stair step this one to said downside. But yeah, the market overall still heading back into the bottoms. If there's a regret, it was missing that Bitcoin reversal long, and then not catching the reload on DRAM. A little too picky. Just a little too picky, not grabbing that lower high, thinking we would get into the same level instead of putting a very clean lower high in there for DRAM. But there was still plenty of time in the day. DRAM was a good one. Klarna worked out, so can't really complain about that.
Yeah, is that thing still
BMNR
selling?
To go.
It's not doing too much.
One name that we didn't really talk too much about. Only 10 minutes until we fire off to the midday where my man Joe's doing all day, every day.
Raise the roof.
All day. We haven't talked too much Tesla.
Ooh.
Holding up better than the rest. Well, better than most. Like you're still big breakout at the open. Lots of things rallied at the open, so you're not special if you rallied at the open, but because a lot of things got little dead cat bounce. But it's still holding this volume weighted average price. And what I like here, why Tesla's going to be on the radar during lunch, see this. What I see is you've got a bit of a bull flag off of the price. So there's your. I should use this straight line here, just so everyone can see this. Where like there's your pre-market breakout support, and it's a downward trend. So there's a nice trend break setting up above the volume weighted average price on Tesla, which means whether it's on my radar or not at the beginning of the day, Tesla 100% is on my radar now for that trend break. So we'll see. If it doesn't break the trend, I guess I never really go long. But yeah, I like that setup for Tesla. And the fact that the market's at the lows when it's making higher lows, and this chart's about to crash. See that wheel of death?
Yeah.
That means like the next thing I do, this chart's gonna crash. But it'll break that trend line there. I know what it is.
Is that what it
No,
is?
sometimes
That
when
is
I draw the
brutal,
trend
man.
lines and go to save them,
Yeah.
because one thing that happens at real trading is if I draw that trend line, it'll save on all my intraday charts forever, indefinitely. But sometimes that mucks it up.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the weaker names here today. I think we know which kind of sector we're going to fall into. Here's SK Hynix, now down 7.5%. You have DRAM down 7.6% here on the day. Seagate Technologies down 7.6 as well, and there's SanDisk down 8%, Western Digital down 7%, and Micron down 6%. what a absolute roller coaster some of these names have been as of late. I mean, in the bigger picture, we're not doing too much. Here's Mike Ron, which I don't think is horrible. There's another name that I want to take. How has Taiwan Semi been performing here, Neil? How far off of the all-time highs are we? 13%.
Can't be that bad.
No, not too bad. 13%. What's the dividend pay on this bad boy? 94 cents.
You're all about the dividends lately.
I'm not a yield chaser though.
Okay.
I don't chase yield. If the names that I buy happen to offer a dividend, then I'll take it, right? But yeah, I don't chase yield. I do not chase yield.
Yeah, because I wouldn't have pegged you as any.
Yeah, I'm not a.
You want that growth.
He's a dividend aristocrat.
No, I'm all about share buy.
Sharif is now trying to say that he's a dividend aristocrat, which I don't think.
I'm not. Like, listen, JPM via the CDR, we collect a couple pennies on that one there, Sharif. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye out on JP Morgan.
Shout out to Chris L in the chat here. The Photonics free fall.
Oh.
I like that. Photonics free fall. It rings off the tongue a little bit. AEOY getting pimp slapped. Lumentum, that's 11% down on AI. Lumentum is down 8.5 points. That's getting slapped. I don't know what to say, pimp slapped again. So I would imagine, I'm not going to bother. Do I need to pull up Coherent? Whatever, we can. Coherent as well. Taking it on the chin, 11% there. So yeah, it's not looking very productive for those names whatsoever. And Cerebras. Uh-oh. Ooh.
Not good.
Oh, that's not good at all.
Like double digits yesterday.
Was it?
What?
CBR. I didn't even look at the market yesterday. Yeah, I can see that happening.
Oh, you just screw face that. Why is this chart still on Tesla? Okay, that's just weird. Oh, because that chart. See, remember I told you the chart, another chart also crashed there. Anyways, you probably don't want to look at any other charts. This one speaks for itself, unfortunately. So yeah, you're getting a lot of weakness. Unfortunately, it's just been one of those. Come on, where's my fill in BMNR? Like, you're falling. Why did my VWAP move? Whatever. I'm going to leave that. Why am I bidding underneath VWAP? So we're getting the pullback over here in BMNR, that retracement. Remember, this was just about Bitcoin was going, and I wasn't chasing the move, and ETH was going, and I wasn't chasing the move. So I shorted it off the high yesterday. There's your topping tail. There's another topping tail. No real entry there. But it just flashed down into VWAP. So with that kind of a spike down, I feel like I shouldn't just bid out. You get that kind of a candle, no, I'm just gonna move the stop to break even for now, and then see if we flush all the way into the low. So I'll park a bid down here and see if we just get a bit of a bank error in our favor at this point. So we'll go break even stop, so this can't turn into a loser, and then we'll go hunting for the next available opportunity, that next trade. Which, I mean, I thought it was going to be Tesla potentially breaking this trend, but with this kind of weakness, Joe, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
That's a good thing about a break. If it doesn't break, you don't have to trade it.
Yeah, exactly. The SPY has been it's been a complete nothing burger with an extra nothing sauce here today. I mean, 770 bucks. It's just.
You don't like nothing sauce?
Oh, listen, there's nothing wrong with a little nothing sauce, that's for sure. But I'll go to Adair. Let's send it over.
Oh shoot, my finger.
You weren't even tagged in there.
No, it unplugged.
Sharif heard it. He heard it. All right, so let's send it over to Adair.
My thing up.
It's a really, really range-bound day here for the U.S. dollar. So yesterday we made a high here of 99.668, low of 99.294. We're very much trading within that range today. I think we just briefly broke that high. 99.69 is the high, but low here 99.52. So tight range here for the DXY, just barely green. Let's see if we can keep that green or continue that 4-day red streak. We have to talk about the CME Fed Watch tool because tomorrow, in just over 24 hours from now at 2 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, August 19th, we're going to be getting the FOMC meeting minutes from that July meeting. Now, we did have another dissenting vote here, or what Worse would call a family feud, where you had 3 members voting here in favor of a 25 basis point rate hike, but the majority, 9 members, voting in favor of holding rates steady. Now, one of the members who voted in favor of holding rates steady is Fed Chair Warsh. So we kind of know where he stands right now, but we don't know where he stands going forward because he is notoriously tight-lipped about forward expectations. So I would like to see if we get kind of any other indication of what the majority of Feds think. Now, if you're new to Fed meeting minutes, I think one really important thing to know is the way they describe things. So they'll say many members, most members, all members. They also describe the thoughts of all 19 members, so not just the 12 voting members. So it gives you a wider sense of what the Federal Reserve Board of Governors and the Fed regional presidents are actually thinking. Right now, 65% chance of a hold, 35% chance of a raise here at that September meeting, according to the CME FedWatch tool. If you look forward here, we're still seeing, if we don't get a hike in September or October, we'll likely get one here in December. Right now, the December hike is the one that's priced in. We're going to send you back over to Neil and Joe for 4 more minutes of trading ahead of Midday Madness.
Midday Madness.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what we got.
There will be some madness.
There will be some madness, some small cap talk for sure. PFSA was going on to the races earlier. AIXC halted to the top side, but this is one of those names that just opens up and then boom, just halts right away. So I mean, you have to limit on open or something along those lines to get involved with this one, because as soon as it opens, it halts. 79 cents all the way up to $3.14. Man, shout out to Eccentric Passions in the chat as well too. So Eccentric Passions, yeah.
Is it? I thought it was eclectic.
Is it eclectic? Oh yeah,
it might be eclectic.
Wrong there.
You know what else the time it is?
What time is it? Oh, you have the menu?
It's 10:57. I have it, so I should probably have pulled it up before I hit the button. But it is almost that time of day. The market's at the low, so hold on to your butts and hold on to your shorts if you got them. But we've got a Canadian flag on the lunch today.
What does that even mean?
So it'll be a traditional Canadian dish. It's not. Which is grilled chicken power bowl. So a grilled chicken power bowl. That sounds good. We got mixed greens with a lemon vinaigrette salad. The condiments are tomato, cucumber, red onion, chickpea roasted, potato, quinoa, feta cheese, lettuce. So that looks like it. I mean, a power bowl sounds good to me.
Yeah,
I got no complaints there. Healthy. I don't know what's Canadian about that either. I think they just kind of put a flag up there to make it interesting. I really have no idea what that. There's like nothing about that.
Just let it be, man.
Traditionally Canadian. Let it be. Let it be.
Just let it be.
Yeah. Let USO be.
Oh no.
This is what you don't want to see. Market going lower, and at least before we had a downward trend in oil, now this is broken trend and heading higher. So, like I said, hang on to your shorts. The last short that we have on, I just canceled my VWAP bid and said, if it wants to drop that hard and the markets continue to go down, I want this to lose VWAP. And so I've got a break-even stop on it. If it tags the volume-weighted average price and it's an obvious hold, I'd probably just get out of it. But everything's headed lower. It's easier to look at, my goodness, DRAM. Oh.
It sucks.
Oh, that one sucks. Could have reversed earlier. Could have taken that short in there as well, but it is looking pretty nasty. It is one of those, the market is decidedly red. We're heading to a 2% day on the Nasdaq. I mean, there's no point, I'd be like, oh, we're going to get to 2% today? We're already at 1.86% on the Nasdaq. We're getting to 2%. That much is pretty obvious at this point. That potential break on Tesla, forget about that for now. It's not dead yet. Right, when the market's breaking lows and you're at least trying to hold a higher low, if there's something that I see for a potential long during lunch or during the middle of the day here that's in big cap land, it does look like Tesla breaking this channel for me. But it is still a channel down, which means I step away from it. I'm not going to hit the long, not going to try to catch a falling knife. I'll wait for this to break the trend. If it does, we're going long on Tesla. Otherwise, maybe look for a DRAM entry at some point. One last headline before we throw you over to Sharif. There's a lot to cover, Sharif.
Maybe.
That AIXC, I don't know if it's going to open long enough for you to trade it.
It's halted down.
Yeah, halted down again. UAE Defense Ministry announced on X that air defense systems spotted a missile threat, and oil continues to have a slight glide higher. It's not panic squeezing or anything over on USO, but we did reverse pretty heavily. Rough day for the markets, but hey, it was good for the shorts early, and there were some longs out there. Apple strong when the market's weak. You know how that one goes. We got Joey options again because he's put in work all day long. Sharif the professor, small caps, midday madness, whatever you want to call it. Y'all are going to have some fun. And I'm going to get a Powerball, which sounds delicious to me.
Dum, 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 dum. This thing better live up to the expectations. You know, we're talking Powerball, right? Oh, you caught me quick there, Assassino. Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Opsh. I'm Sharif, and it is a busy, busy one today in the world of small cap gappers. So let's just say hello to everybody quick, and then let's get right down to work because there's a lot going on. Luis Suarez, don't bite nobody, baby. Red Potato, shout out to Christmas. Fluffy, Toe Cutter. Yo, keep that toe cutting on that side of the screen, my boy. KC526, we got Wick, James 99, Gorev, Oleg, Zen Zombie, Grunfeld. Shout out to my man Manny Olives, Outlaw Trader, and Brooke Lavy. Tab TV Gaming, okay. Blunder Corp, shout out to 1320. Oh, it's been a minute since I howled, bro. Bretta Maria, shout out to Georgie Porgy. Who else, man? Dino Vincente, Medical Meatball, James. We got Juan Ramos. We got Grabbing Our Future. Just grab the future by you know what and bring it over here, man. Patrick Irving, Rex Banner, Mr. Thumbs Up. Shout out to Crazy Dirt Weed. We got Danny Patel in the house. Shout out to my man Yannick as well, joining us. Grandmother Son Garden, Mr. Janky Stock, Rohan, Deepak, a guy from work, and Dave. Shout out to Trader K20, Kirk D. Let's freaking go. Trader X2V and Mac Grevo. Shout out to Stark Official and Nguyen. Shout out to my man Nguyen. BTV. I don't know why your comment got held back by Streamlabs, but you know, Streamlabs is a bit of an enigma. It does hold back some of the names or some of the comments that I wouldn't hold back. Just before we say hello to Joey, IPST, here we go. Limit up, $15.99. IPST catching a bid. This thing just rocketed up from $13 into $15.99. False halt. Limit up is 99s. You'll always be able to see that on my screen. But something tells me that limit up could be a little bit higher, 16 and change, by the time this one resets the timer. So down into 15 a third we go. But IPST, oh my days. This one going. There's not a whole lot of support here, guys. 15 is losing it. We have the 10 EMA on the 5, right around 12 bucks. There's a bit of a consolidation area. I want to say around a 15-minute-ish consolidation area at around 13 to 14. But we're going to have to keep a close eye on this one as we have AIXC limit down here into 299, halt time 10:59:43. So we'll keep tabs on that one. But there, as I mentioned, there's a whole lot to talk about at the moment. IPST, chief among them, though. Joey, should I send it to you? Do you need some time?
No, I'm all right.
You're good to go?
We can ramble on here a little bit. Let you get your everything going. You got the small caps on lock there. Starting to form a couple indecision prints around the lows here in NVDA and the overall market. So I'm starting to like what I see, but we can confirm that the trend is completely down, ladies and gentlemen. So just be cautious of that. How deep are these bounces going to be? No, we don't want to buy any of that. I got to make sure that I'm involved and tapped in here to Unity. Don't want to get in trouble from Assassino over there, so we'll log into this. A lot of trouble. Yeah, I know, man. We got to avoid all of that stuff. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, you're going to have to give me a second. Yeah. Oh, all right. We'll get into that momentarily there, my brother. Just waiting for some reason. I can't even exit this. But anyways, we'll figure that out momentarily once we send it back over to Stream. Listen, guys, we've had 2 trades on today, right? That was Apple. Right off of this low. Boom, we're fortunate enough to take that up into 311.55, and then NVDA off of the lows as well. Gorb, you said you were looking for something. Now these signals are starting to look pretty good. I'm going to be keeping an eye out on this here for a retest of this opening print of the 11.05 marker, 219.02. We post up via NVDL looking for our third entry via some of these chips. Is the overall market going to find a rebound? Let's see. After VinFast, we'll do that momentarily. Let's see how the financials have been performing, because Nasdaq, S&P 500, a little bit stronger than what we're seeing here in the Nasdaq. Now, where do I look? Financials and healthcare. Shreeve, I'm going to send it to you over for a second while I prepare.
Yeah, of course. We're going to send it to Sia, but IPST, limit up. Here we go. We got in at 1588, up into 16 and 3/4, 1677 limit up. Now 1702 limit up. It continues to progress. $20 is my bias here. $20 incoming. How we get there and in what kind of shape and zigzag pattern we get there. Your guess as good as mine. We're going to try to put the best trades on we can. But for now, we got to send you up to the big desk. We'll see you.
Just Bank of America saying that NVIDIA could be up to 50% undervalued, and it's said that NVIDIA may trade at a 34 to 50% discount. Investors could be overstating these AI-related risks. It did go up a little bit, pulled back, and now currently also trying to go up. So Bank of America is seeing NVIDIA's aggressive AI investments as a rather long-term opportunity despite this potential balance sheet risk if the demand continues to slow. And BofA has maintained a buy rating and a $350 price target, implying significant upside from NVIDIA's current price that is around $219.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Keep us apprised of what is going on there. Still dilly-dallying here with IPST, looking for a general trend continuation, knowing that there is going to be weakness along the way where we end up finding some support. Your guess as good as mine, but we have a bit of a topping tail candle into 17. It is a 699 high right now. So let's keep an eye out on this one. We're looking for a 17 breach, but we're generally looking for a 16 hold. 1689 popping off. There it goes again. Limit up into 17. Give me my damn money, man. Let's go. We're going for more, Joey. Limit up into 1762. Here we go. Let's go. Again, we're getting caught in a limit up. We got 1646 on. We're showing 63s right now. Boom, Casey. Give me my money. Into the high of the day we go on IPST. Rip City. Rip City. Yes, guys, this is limit up. Boom. Into the high we go. We're already doing it live here on frickin' Trader TV. Go, IPST, go. Look what it's telling me, Joe. It's telling me you're yelling. Unity Klein is already running. It doesn't want me yelling. Oh. Where'd you get that one?
Bo Bandy.
Yeah, you're doing the OB, huh?
What's that?
OB had to do that yesterday. You should have seen how disappointed he was.
Was he?
Yeah.
Well, am I equally as disappointed, or was he a little bit more?
Your tone gives a little bit of that, I'm not gonna lie.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Did I swear?
I love this guy, bro. It's like I can like tippy-toe around when I know he's not in a great mood, but that's because I don't. So shout out to my man. All right, Joey.
Yeah.
We're limit up right now on this monster.
Good
so
stuff.
IPST, Joey, we're showing 1761 top right here, even though we halted at 62. So we're packing the patience. She's doing it again. She does it all the time. You know why? Because she's pretty profitable. I mean, shout out to my girl KC520-6 in the chat. She just dropped 10 membies here. So let's go ahead and read them out. Look at that, man. KC526 sent 10 Trader TV Live gift memberships. More magnanimous she could not be. Pickle Me Timber. Okay, like that one. You received a gift as a result of Casey. G-Talk, Strobe, Today's the Day 65. Remy J82, Mujafar, Sammy, who else, man? Shaquille, Tony, Doss, Ubos, and Cake Fine. All y'all received a free Trader TV Live membership thanks to the very lovely lady known in the chat as KC526. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that as a result of KC526, you guys are now eligible to get my morning note every single day. So I got to show you where to get it because it's not entirely intuitive. You mosey on over to the Trader TV Live homepage on YouTube, of course, and then you're going to have a series of tabs here at the top, one of which is going to be called Posts. Just click that bad boy right there. You're going to see a members only badge in the green, followed by a link right below it. You just click that bad boy right there. You get the morning note. It was up bright and early today, man. I think I had it out like at 7:35, like right after 7:30. So it was ready to go there. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Should I do it? Assassino. Well, okay, let's do it. Where Assassino instructs, and I do. Quick reminder, Trader TV Live members can get Sharif's Mine daily morning research note every single trading day. We are talking about the big market stories, the key levels, the trade plans, the catalysts, and what we're actually watching into the open. It is only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit join below this video to sign up now. Let's go see CS.
Two things here. First of all, let's talk about GOGL, Google having a little bit of an uptick here. So the AI startup that was built to become the next Zapier, which is called Relay, is now shutting down, and the founder of the company will be joining Google. So Jacob Bank will be leading Chrome's product and developer relations teams, according to LinkedIn, on his LinkedIn. Also, let's take a look at AMZN here, falling a little bit. It'll be growing its Louisiana data center investment from $12 billion to $18 billion with a third data center campus, which is why it's causing a little bit of a downtick over here. Nothing crazy of a volume spike, but AMZN saying it will be growing its Louisiana data center investment from $12 billion to $18 billion.
I have to shout out iGrow Fighting, Joey.
What do you say?
He just dropped another 5 Membys.
Oh my
in the
days.
chat, man. Taylor Stedman. Brian, you got one, Brian.
What's up,
Brian's
Brian?
a fellow small cap trader. I like Brian. Nick Downs, M1K3, DAPS741. All you guys got free Trader TV Live memberships thanks to iGrow Fighting and the other people that I shouted out. You got one as a result of KC526. And boom, shout out to everybody there. I hope you guys are having a good morning. Joey, we're still waiting for resumption on this monster. The halt time is 11:07:49, meaning earliest resumption will be 11:12:49. It is currently 32, so we have another 15 seconds.
Give me another 30
Of course,
seconds.
brother, of course.
You
No,
get a good 30 seconds
You
there.
ask, you get, my boy.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
you're gonna.
I can continue talking because
No, I'm good. I'm good to go now.
All right.
I'm good to go now. We can ramble on a
Good.
little bit here. Listen, 2 attempts on
Open.
NVDL as we're starting to take a move. 34.65 is where we can post up looking for an entry. That's going to give us an optimal risk to reward here. But Assassino, let's you wait any more as we fire up something here. Uno momento, mi amigo. But AMD looking pretty good off of those lows. Man, oh man, has the liquidity really dried up on some of these names? And I was referring to Bitcoin earlier via IBIT. From what we used to trade on it, there is very, very little liquidity. And you can see within the price action. But guys, VinFast reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W deliveries targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. VinFast there, ladies and gentlemen, ticker VFS. Now, dare we take an additional long on this name, or do we head over into some small cap momentum? I think either way, we're going to have a good time because we did go 50%, 1 for 2 here on NVDL, and 1 for 1 with an absolute monstrous move on Apple. Thank you to our good friend and longtime buddy here on this show,
Limit down.
Gorev. Who were you going to say? Oh, limit down. Oh, you said limit down. I thought you said something else. Howie Mandel. 306.40. Now, we got. You're not a big fan of Howie now? I mean, I like, what's his name? The one guy that he, I'm not even going to remember his name. I'm thinking of somebody
Canadian?
totally different that he used to have on the show.
This show?
No, Howie.
on his show.
Yeah, Howie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, here it is, right? So this is a really good entry, guys. We were fortunate we posted up 306.40s, and then we take it all the way up to 311.18s. So that was a nice little move for us bright and early this morning in our second trade. But here it goes. Gorev, 1 minute on the Nasdaq, volume increase. This could be a good signal. If it breaks the low, you get out of dodge, and we're seeing it across the board on a couple of names. There it is on AMD, there it is on NVDA, and there it is on the Qs, not the T triples. You will see it reflected on the leverage play. So keep an eye out on that, just in case we do get somewhat of a sustained rebound. But what we do want to keep an eye out on is some resistance zones. What was prior support can act as current resistance as Apple's starting to come back in. Feels like a monstrous day, but we're only, I shouldn't say we're only up 1.5%, considering the rest of the market is down 3% respectively. And I'm referring to NVDA down 2.4%, Google down a 50%, SpaceX down 3% as well. fell too. Oh no, not SpaceX. Am I going to be buying a little bit more of this? No, I got to save some cash for Anthropic because we're going to be getting that late September, early October. My birthday is not immediately. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I have no idea because this could be a play where it's like in the span of the first week of trading, it doubles or something crazy. So yeah, I might limit on open in the personal.
Can I say something though?
Absolutely.
People are complaining on X about Anthropic.
What are they complaining
They're
about?
complaining about Claude in the last 2 weeks ish. Either throttling down, like it's not like even when you put it on high or medium or whatever, like off the basic setting, it's not thinking for as long, it's not giving as detailed of a response, and it's like not completing the task, so to speak.
Oh, really?
Now this could be temporary. They've done this before. Remember when they upgraded to Fable and their computers were melting? So they throttled. Even Jose noticed it because Jose was trying to get some stuff done. He's like, yo, I'm getting throttled every time, right? Yeah. And so people are complaining about that again. Typically they do that, Joey, when like their compute's maxed out, right? And then they
I was about to like, do you think you're getting these limited responses just due to them trying to be conservative
on tokens? Well, dude, look, they don't own their data centers yet. They're taking compute from anybody that
can get their hands from,
right?
So
who they struck a deal with, CleanSpark or Marathon or whatever it was? Anybody that can get their hands on.
Can give them some.
So I don't know what's going on there.
Compute power. Yeah, nice little rebound in the overall market though, Sharif. I know you got some small caps, but that post up on NVDL is no longer 3470. We're now printing 3484s and a nice little steady grind higher here in the Nasdaq.
Yeah, man. Even bets on Sun Hems Bond. I probably butchered that whole thing. Look what he wrote. Oh, Claude has been shite lately. Very actively switching to Codex time to time. Interesting.
Listen, I'm a fan of GPT, man. I know. But what does this tell you though? Like if these guys are really struggling to gain compute, maybe this goes on a little bit longer than what we're expecting to keep up, and especially if you have more adoption within the technology as well.
Can I say something though?
Yeah.
I think I'd rather have a compute constraint problem than a crappy LLM problem, because their LLM is good. It's just they can't utilize it to the fullest extent.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just me spitballing here, man. Mangaloo, Sharif. I've noticed that too with Claude. I have a paid tier. Likewise, we have it with work, and in just the past week, I noticed it wasn't remembering things from within even the same chat that I needed to correct. I just had the same thing yesterday too with that. You too, Assassino? With Claude. Yeah, what is going on here, man? You're not using it these days. Yeah, like I'm telling you, something's afoot. I think they need to fix their compute problem. In any event, we're going to wait. We're going to see exactly what happens here, but I am a little bit worried. We're in. I see it, Case. It's already on the side chart. Case calling it out. Lots of people have been calling out OSRH, ramping into a new area high, about 80 pennies or so. But we needn't to become myopic, right? We need to look at yesterday's price action, specifically in the aftermarket. Take a look at that 1505. So I'm talking about that's not the pre-market. That's not the aftermarket. 305 candle. That got to 80 pennies on the dot. Today, 79.94, essentially 80 pennies. So we need to be alive to that 80 penny resistance area. I'll submit to you, though, we get above 80 pennies, we're going to the dollar, right? So OSRH in focus. We're open here on IPST open. It was limit down. It's trying to hold 1650 where there was a little bit of action before. Boom, up into 18 it goes. It is a 20-25 high, right? I don't think this is broken down quite yet, but I want to see a breach of 2025 for me to start saying $25. Because why do I say that? Because we started trading this one, in the 17s, 18s. My bias was 20. We got to 20, right? We got to 2025. We put in a topping tail candle. We limited down. Subsequent bar has lower high, lower low. So it's got all the recipes here for a reversion. Doesn't mean one will manifest. So you got to be alive to the price action. Keep your eye on the 5-second chart. Spot areas of local support and resistance. But for goodness gracious, I'm going to pound the table on this as much as I can. Do not add into a downtrending small cap gapper. Those are far and away my biggest losses. See ya.
UGI is up 6% and climbing. It had an insane volume spike just now. KKR has made an offer to buy UGI for $42.50 a share, according to sources and the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. So can you do a quick run over on Duolingo? Absolutely. Got an upgrade this morning as well. We can pull that for you momentarily, DUOL. But Sharif definitely contributing to the paid memberships here on Duolingo. Looking pretty good, but big time. You would think this is a small cap gapper that has been halting on every time after it opens up, right? It's just something that we don't often talk about from a day trading standpoint. But if you want to talk about risk to reward, it might be leaning to the top side. If you ask me, I mean, this has been a steady channel so far. And I mean, they're starting to ramp up their digital ads here. If you're not in the paid systems, which I'm not, you see it left, right, and center, especially with those Unity games as well too. Unity. So channel up on Duolingo, and if you're looking at $86, man, oh man, that's a big time bump up here in this name to the tune of 62% off that $82 low. But if you zoom out, it's really, really ugly in Duolingo. So a couple of positive tailwinds here for this name. Let's see if it can find its way to recovery. But the market is definitely so far. Do I have to get involved in some S&P 500? But first things first, I bought some more JPM. When did I buy some more? I think on Friday of last week or something along those lines. I bought some more JP Morgan. Why? Because it's working. And I mean, could I be continuously buying higher highs? Yeah, I think that's what it is. I believe what I'm doing. But when a name like this has just been on a beautiful run since the 300s, going up to 364, I'm going to be keeping my eye out for $400, and I'll buy a little bit more at that level. But let's see how the financials are performing on today's session. JP Morgan up down to 50%.
Picked up some of these.
He picked up some of those.
Think about that one right
Yeah.
there. Not too bad, right?
Yeah.
How about these shorts? Look at these shorts, Joey.
Oh, all right. They're too colorful for my liking.
Yeah, but you wear them on something black, you're looking pretty good there.
All right.
Can't have too many bright colors.
Can't have too many bright colors there. 1.3% to the downside here in Morgan Stanley. How's Goldman Sachs been performing? Down 2.3%, Sharif. Hey, these banks pull back to the lower end of this range. Anything south of this shelf here, I think those are going to be some good buying opportunities. How's Wally's World? Where's the rotation today?
Where's it at?
It's going over into Wally's World today as we are up 1.4% and respectively Costco up 1.6%. But we've been holding this base at 107 that I've been talking about for quite some time. So not a great, but not a horrible look here in Walmart as you are positive on today, where if you head over to the tech sector, who's down 10% here today? Ooh. Bloom Energy down 10, Sharif. Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit tougher of a look, but here's all the memory names, all down high single digits at this point.
My man. CAST is ripped into another area high here. CAST on the NQ up 35%. This is a decided break of the dollar because we did dilly-dally right around that dollar area. $1.22 high now. Be on the lookout here. We're into that 1 1/5, almost at 1 1/4. So I like some in the 110 to 105s, okay? That's where I'm going to set up. With a loss of like, say, 102 or 103, it gets me out of the trade. Now, I am involved in OSRH as we continue to dilly-dally south of 80 pennies. I've got in an initial position here, which is smaller, so that I can work my way into this level. I like the look of OSRH's jib, but I know full well we're at that 80 penny resistance area where we had trouble clearing in the aftermarket yesterday. Look at this, Assassino. It can't print anything above 80. Look at that, just 80 there the entire time. The sellers are at 80. Oh, they killed them, Joey. Into 82 we go. We're looking for more. We're looking for 83s. Give me my money, please. Here comes 83, 82.90. Didn't cross into 83. Now I'm going to set up at 85. Boo. It got up into 83, literally into 82.99, and it didn't give me the print there. So whatever. We're continuing to watch. OSRH in focus, looking for a bigger move on that, looking for $1, honestly, on OSRH. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, but first let's get into that 83. There's CAST. CAST is ripping. Here comes 124. There's a high day breach. Big seller at 24, they killed him. Into 25 we go. Can we see 26s? Not immediately. I still like my area of 115 to 110. Alas, it's not coming in because it's Rip City. Rip City. And, you know, I hate punching in at the highs. So just looking for a bit of a move down here, possibly into the high to mid-teens, pick something up, maybe mosey on into the third of a dollar or possibly back to the quarter. We're going to be scouting out here on CAST, but wow, Cast. There it goes into another high, 129. The buyers are in control right now of CAST. Shorts beware.
I actually posted up as soon as I seen that high of the day break. I'm like, all right, let's see it. But again, these momentum, it makes it a little bit more difficult for this high of the day break, especially when you've already breached it to post up. You do have to punch, but coming in aggressively here. So let's see if we get that retest and then maybe an additional bounce. So I got my eyes on some of these small cap names. Oh, wow. Whoa, that's crazy. Good thing we went relatively small because that was a massive liquidity grab. Now you need the rebound. Keep our eyes on the tape. Oh, okay. There we go. A nice little pop. We want to see a break of 130. Streets in and cash at 122. I'm in at $1.20. We'll take 2 cents ITM. But what I'm seeing and what we are seeing, I should say, here on the tape is that it doesn't look like the buyers are in control at this very moment. So we see these clean flushes and there's orders at 21. We need the next wave of participants to step. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we're out of dodge on that one. I mean, we take a little bit of a hit on that. Nothing crazy. 120 out at 110s there. Like so we get out of dodge there on this bad boy CAST. Broke down aggressively. Man, oh man, maybe we just stick to large caps today. Happy about that. Let's see what kind of hit. Yeah, nothing small potato was on that one. I'm glad that we didn't go full risk unit. We took about less than a half, so about, we'll call it 30% here of a risk unit, as it just absolutely blew past this previous pivot high, which I was looking for it to hold. Not necessarily the case. We already had those opportunities, but at this point, I think it might be a breakdown moment. Look at the volume increase on it as well. Sellers might be in control on this one. What does that mean? Get out of what does that mean? Get out of dodge? I'm pretty sure it's an old saying where dodge is actually a place somewhere in America that you say get out of dodge. It might be even from a movie as well too. So I'll look that up momentarily and get you more of a firm answer, but an old school saying, get out of dodge and head somewhere else.
Yeah, man. I still like it. I get that was a big drop, but I like the look of this one's jib. It's holding up at key levels. Yeah. So let's go ahead and post here. So that's what we're doing. We're looking for a move up, 15. Okay, not bad. There it is. There it is. We're up big now on it. Doubled the position up here at 12s. Looking for a move above 20. So there was a pretty staunchy seller initially at 20s. So if that seller comes back in, I'll be alive to that. But already up nicely here. Looking for a little bit more. There's 16s. Looking for 18s possibly. And I really want to see 20s though. And 21, 22 specifically. So this one does drop back down into that kind of flat top break. That's why I got back into it. There's 18. Beautiful look here as we get right back in, looking for 20s. Double the position size. No continuation now. So we'll take out some more here. Oh, this one's going against me, though. I have to get out of OSRH. So I have my out at 69 because that's where the volume weighted average price is. If it loses that level, I'm out. OSRH could be trouble, though. I've put my out on that, so let's see how that cookie crumbles. We need to focus on CAST because I put a big position on at that level, so I need to ensure that it's going to kind of try to resume trend here. I need to see something in the 20s to make me rest a little bit easier, and right now we're getting high teen sell-off, so I'm going to be forced to take profits a little bit earlier, lest this one turn around against me. 18 showing up again. There we go. Good look. Let's post here. At 19s, looking for a move. There's 19. Thank you very much for my money. Looking for now 21s. Let's go ahead and post there. 21. Good stair step up, but a lot thicker of a trade this time around as it comes right back into 15. This could be trouble here, Joey. What do you see?
I'm looking at the exact same thing. I'm looking for the tape to turn around, and we want to see those clean flushes at and above the ask in order for me to punch again. We'll take one more attempt for potentially the break of that previous pivot high, but if it wants to break down, then we'll just avoid it at all costs. But again, I'm hyper focused on it. That was a quick breakdown, to be honest. You lose 10 cents just like that, but way to stick to your guns there, Sharif, as it punched up, almost got back to 20s, but then selling pressure started to kick in here one more time. I do like the slight curl over that we're experiencing right now. Now we need this to hold up and that wave. So again, there it is. We want to see a strong flush, printing 17s, printing 17s. I did see 18s there momentarily. All right, let's rock and roll for another push up into 20s. Man, oh man, if this doesn't happen relatively quick, then we really got to get out of dodge. Thanks for the clear up on that one, ladies and gentlemen. I remember Wild West reference on there. Yeah, see, it broke down on the 16s, and we doubled up. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. See you later. We're sticking with the large caps. No continuation so far, and a big-time breakdown. We took 2 attempts on cast. Didn't work for us on this one, so it's like, all right, just like that. We'll drop them like a bad habit as we get back some of our little bit of our day. Ain't a thing about it. There goes AMD off of those lows, and the overall market. We should have took these opportunities here instead of trying to find any form of momentum. But hey, it is what it is, and we'll rock and roll. I'm not doing what I did last week. We're gonna have to keep on to some of these W's here and hold on to this green day and get rocking and rolling once again. Are we sending it over now? Okay, not yet. All right, I'll ramble on for a couple of seconds. So a nice recovery. This is what I was talking about earlier. Indecision print, right at the lows, bang, off to the races. NVDA indecision print. So we've seen it across the board on these 3 names, and sure enough, when you see it on multiple underlyings, it's a good opportunity to take them. So let's see if we can find something that's been lagging for us here today. I'll stay away from the memory, but what's SpaceX been up to? $142. Now an inside kind of day, considering what we've seen over the past week. So this is a consolidated base, but we also looked at the options chain here on SpaceX. Yeah, one moment, 150 has definitely been a resistance zone for this name. Let's see if we have the ability to break it at some point throughout this week. Send it over to the desk.
We're here to talk about the European market with Juan, who's going to take us through what looks like a pretty red close.
Yeah, another red day for the European markets for this week. A lot of geopolitical and energy concerns, as well as a cooling UK labor market. Now, we start off with the stock 600, down by 0.63%, their 6-day low, based on surging oil and bond yields overshadowing that of quiet Q2 earnings tailwinds. Now, in Germany, the DAX was also down by nearly 0.8%. Rising oil prices, higher bond yields fueled by US-Iran tensions weighed on the market. Now, tech stocks led the losses in Germany, including Infineon down by 6%, Siemens Energy down by nearly 5%, and Hochtief down by 1%. Deutsche Post and Deutsche Telekom both gained as the top gainers for today in Germany. They were up by more than 1% each. Now, in France, we have some news from PM Sébastien Lecornu. He will be unveiling the 2027 budget, targeting a deficit number of 5%. He warns that any delay or if no agreement is made within this year, it might push the budget to next year and also push the deficit number to 6.5%. So among the biggest declines in France were Schneider Electric, down by 4%, Safran was down by 2.2%, and ST Microelectronics down by 6.7%. Total Energies rose by nearly 2% on higher oil prices, while some of the luxury names we mentioned yesterday that were declining did rebound a little bit today. Now, in the United Kingdom, of course, BP and Shell, they were both up on the high, of course, with higher crude prices amid that of the US-Iran peace hopes fading. Lower gold prices also dragged that of mining stocks such as Fresnillo down by 2.4%, as well as Endeavour Mining down by 2.6%. We have some labor market results as well. UK unemployment held at 4.9% for the 3 months to June, slightly above the 4.8% forecast. However, payroll employment rose only by 83,000, missing the 129,000 forecast, indicating a softer labor demand. Now, with regards to what's happening in the region, of course, sovereign bond yields. German 10-year bond yields reached 3.28%, a high since 2011. French 10-year yields also hit a 16-year peak. Investors now are pricing in defense spending as well as sticky autumn inflation. Keep an eye out also on Brent crude. Track your energies overnight. If Brent crude breaks $92 a barrel, pressure will be put on travel, chemical, as well as logistic names. It will also boost that of energy and defense stocks. And Wednesday, we also have UK July CPI prints coming in. A hot print, of course, risks that of spiking gilt yields, capping the upside for UK home builders as well as mid-caps.
Yeah, July CPI in focus there over in the UK, and tomorrow, of course, FOMC minutes. So in the US, so keep an eye, I think, on these pieces of economic data across the globe. Speaking of across the globe, at 3:30 p.m., one will be here to deliver the Asian market update with us. In the meantime, we'll go back to the guys in the midday.
Great information. Thank you very much again for that, Juan. Great look there. All right, we're hanging out here in a couple of trades. OSRH, we're looking for a 68 penny hold. That's local area low. It's above VWAP, so we're going to give this one the old college try. We just got a few beak wetters there up into 73 and change. There it is at 73 again. I'm looking for a bigger move up and a possible price spike. Also in CAST, as this one is holding higher highs and higher lows, a lot of bottoming tail candles here. There are topping tail candles as well, but there's a plethora of bottoming tail candles. I usually like that as a bullish signal. It means buyers are pretty aggressive and exuberant, especially if you're getting the bottoming tails with higher lows relative to the subsequent or the prior candle. So keep an eye out for that. CAST, I stop out below 108. That is prior candle low. There goes OSRH into 74. Give me my money, man. Let's go. We got 71s on this now. Looking for a bigger move up. We're looking for a big boy 75 break and take. And then we're going to report back to you guys on that. But right now, we're not out of the clear. We're above the volume weighted average price, but we do have 75 pennies of resistance. That takes us to the 10:15 a.m., that is, candle. Earlier on, that did reject around 75. It had a high there, of around 75. So we'll see exactly kind of what we get on that. So those are the trades we're involved in right now as CAST comes right back into my entry. It's much smaller position on CAST here than I have on OSRH. So that one was more at a technical level. OSRH I like because of the bottoming tail candle setup. And here it comes again into an area low. I'm going to stop out below prior candle low. As I mentioned, that is 108, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. What the hell happened to SpaceX in the post-market yesterday? Or the pre-market, I should say. Off to the races, man. A big-time intraday session. Boom! Oh, yeah, I remember. I think I looked at it. Anyways, aside from that, what we do have, ladies and gentlemen, is some higher lows, so not too bad of a look. If that trend line breaks, maybe we can go SSPC. That's going to be the inverse ETF on the Amex over there. But Netflix up 4%, almost 3.5% to be more precise, but $78.70. Gorev's like, yeah, Joe, Netflix is up. I'm like, who? Anyways, aside from that, a nice little bottoming signal there, 22% off of those lows. Palantir in the negative today, and Auntie Kathy offloading her Palantir position, and AMD and grabbing some more. NVDA 219.56 down 2.5%. Now, as for Tesla, 0.68, so about 0.7% to the north side. Nice indecision print off of the lows. But guys, I'm not seeing any clear entries right now. I seen Cass reject that 20-cent marker. Again, which one was it? Yeah, $1.20. I'm like, let's just put that stuff on the back burner and find something else to trade. And we've been trading the large caps pretty well. Now, what we do have is a bull flag starting to form on Apple. If this holds up, then there could be a good entry for us here on this name. It holds that 310, and then now you're starting to bounce, but you can see we do have lower highs on the 5-minute time frame with that base being formed at that zone that we were just referring to. Let's see if this continues to hold, because you do have that wedge in that compressing price at this given moment there on AAPL. DRAM, man, oh man, disastrous. What once was hot, not so hot. I bid up 0.8%, but CRM once again bouncing off of those lows, up 3.25, man. Holy schmoly, $147 up to $197, almost $200. We hit that a couple of days ago, up 33.9%. But Robinhood, I'm really happy that I offloaded this full position. Yeah, I mean, we had the ride on it. It's just a space that I think, in regards to fintech, it's a little bit tougher of a look right now at this given moment.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to give me time?
No. I got into IPST. I scalped up pretty quickly. I didn't really like what I saw. Thank you, TT. Oh, who called it out? Let me just shut him out here, man. Zen Zombie called it out when this one broke 18. 18, a clear level of resistance. I don't think this one is done quite yet. Higher lows, higher highs, still in play here for IPST as we're making a move back in. It's just I'm watching here and I'm seeing a lot of resistance at 18. Wow, it touches 18, drops right into 17. The spread opened up to almost 80 pennies there. I saw it live, and here comes 17. There's a buyer here of note at 17. He's gone 16.80. So look, you know, is it going to breach prior bar low? It feels like it has. 16.66 was prior bar low. Now it's 16.67. Okay, that's barely a break there. So I don't know how to feel about IPST here, as it feels flat topish though through 18, even though it's been above 18. A lot of rejections at 18 with some higher lows into those levels. So I think IPST still in play, quite frankly. You know, just it may bamboozle you along the way though. So that is the problem. There goes CAST right back up into 20s. We added into CAST like a psycho. There we go. We're going to take off that one. No, why is it taking off the wrong ones here? Let's go 1, 2, 3. There we go. Boom. We're going 1, 2, 7 now, Bovin. Where's Bovin? Apparently he's trading from work now. Bovin was trading in the car yesterday, and then I got word that he was at work this morning, and he's punching in at work. There's my man. Get it, Bovin. Way to stay committed to your craft, my guy. But, you know, the driving and the trading part, though, I don't know how I feel about that, Bovin. But, hey, if you can make it work, man, you know, do your thing, 25. All right, I'm getting out of OSRH. It's starting to annoy me. It's just, you know, taking up too much of my mental energy when I could be, wow, here goes CAST, 28, 29. There it is. Now we're posting at 33. Let's go, CAST. Held structure, the bottoming tail candles, in my humble submission here, are operative, especially how they were able to put in higher lows. Bottoming tail candles in and of themselves are quite bullish because they're showing you buyer exuberance at key technical levels. And then add to that the higher low on the bottoming tail candles. You see what I'm saying? 32. We're waiting at 33s. We can't get 33s. Now we're going to post at 37s, lest this one, you know, liquidity grab to the high side. So it's a 132 day high right now on CAST, but we saw this story before. Just take a look at the candle at 11.25 on the 5-minute chart. You know what that candle has, Joey? A 128 high and a 104 low. So get ready. It is kind of part of this one's composition to just move up and down pretty aggressively. If you're not ready for that, you're not ready for this one. So make sure you kind of know how this one has acted in the past and be ready for it to act that way again. So that's what I'm watching right now. Looks like maybe I got out of OSRH a little too early, but man, it's just, you know, like when there are other things going here, I'm just not going to apply myself to the ones that are ranging. And there it goes into another high day, 135. Now we're waiting for 137. We got 114 on. CAST looks pretty good here. And if it keeps going in this way, I'm going to start thinking too. But not quite yet. Let's see how high we can get. Perhaps we can get into that $0.50, and then we can make a better assessment at that time, Joseph.
Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, Casey, thanks for pointing that out there. And you know what I replied to? I said, you know what's not in Kansas?
What?
The Jays beating the Yankees over the weekend, winning this.
We did win the series.
Yeah, we won the series, and there goes Cassie. Oh, we have really broken. No, when I seen on that third attempt, I figured that it was going to be the time for it to rock and roll. So a really nice look there on Cass. I took our 2 attempts at it. We weren't willing to take any more. But when I seen this curl over on attempt number 3, you break that 20 marker and then you climb all the way up to almost 40s, $1.38. There's that previous pivot high before you start to come in. But what we do have is the volume supporting that. That's really important to know, right? Like if that breakout wasn't genuine, then you would see extremely low volume, and that's not necessarily the case there in cash. So really good play there and way to stick to your gun streak. Glad that one worked out for you. I'm not in anything right now. I got to wait for some high-quality opportunities to display themselves. We missed the train on NVDA for the reload. Apple's starting to break its wedge, and the Nasdaq slowly climbing back towards the volume-weighted average price. Now, what we have here, though, is consistent lower highs. If we have a 5-minute candle, maybe there could be an opportunity, but I'm just not getting that type of vibe on today's session. I do believe that maybe you run up if you're fortunate enough to get a breakthrough view up, because at this point, volume's cooled off, and what we need to break through the volume-weighted average price is probably an increase in volume and momentum as well, too, and that's not necessarily the narrative of today's session. There's the S&P. We looked at the XLF, all of the big names here at the Morgan Stanley's, Goldman Sachs, and the the JP Morgans, all slightly red here today, so a little bit tougher. And some of these other fintech names. Who reports after the bell? We're going to pull that up here for you. I believe Webull is at some point this week, but I will double check for you guys and see, and we'll take a look at some expected moves here today. I don't think there's anything big after the close on Tuesday. No. Who are these? And Lazy Boy? Come on, man. Yeah.
You have any Lazy Boy in the crib?
No, I don't have any Lazy Boy. Yeah, that's high quality stuff there, Sharif. I don't. Tomorrow, Target. Okay, yeah. So tomorrow morning, getting into some of the real retail names. Target, TJX, Lowe's, Estee Lauder as well too. So that could be an all right one. And then Bill and Bull Holdings tomorrow, Webull Corporation after the bell. You see this Bill Holdings?
Yeah, I know.
And
you
then
like
Bull.
that. Bill and Bull. I knew you were about that.
Yeah, Bill and Bull tomorrow here, ladies and gentlemen. So I mean, we're starting to wind down, but don't worry. Next week we have a big name.
Yeah, man. You're putting some shade on Lazy Boy over there.
No, I like Lazy Boy.
Yeah.
Do you have any Lazy Boys in at the crib?
We got some Lazy Boy.
What is it? A sectional?
We got 3-piece, my guy. We got a wider one.
3-piece and a soda.
Crazy. We got the love seat, the double couch, and the bigger couch. This guy kills me, bro. Yo, come get your boy over here.
Get your boy,
He's
bro.
causing trouble, man. I love this guy. All right, man. We're having a good time. We're still holding cast over here. Yeah, Lazy Boy pull-up bars. Martinoli. No, man. We don't. I have the pull-up bar, but you know, we've done that at Walmart. I showed you guys, but this was like a year and a half ago. We took a vacation. This was when we were doing the staycation. Yeah, remember that? We built the gym in the second bedroom. Man, I'm using it so seldomly now because when we started going live at 8 a.m.
Yeah. Because you were hitting it in the morning.
Because I was doing it at 5 a.m. straight out of bed, right? That was the move. And then when we switched to the 8 a.m., I started coming in a little bit earlier, so they can't do that. So now we're doing the.
What time do you depart tomorrow?
10 p.m.
Okay, so you're here all day.
Upgraded, my boy.
What did you get? Did you do the bid for the?
No. Okay. So.
Talk to me.
So it's British Airways. By the way, new high a day, Cast. Let's go, Cast. We're looking for $1.50. So British Airways, they got that. I'm going with
really
British.
Going here.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah. It looks fantastic. We're gonna wait for 149, Joey. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put a 149er.
What's up, City Boy? Yo, City Boy, I 305. I haven't seen you in a while.
Here we go, 145. Yeah. We're waiting for that one. So. Listen to this. So it had the option to upgrade inside the app. So it gave me two. It gave me premium economy and business. Business was like $2,100. Premium economy was $1,021. So I'm like, all right, man, look, I already paid for my luggage because it wasn't included. I'm like, let me call them, see if they'll remove what I paid for luggage, and then maybe I can pay the difference. For the premium economy, because premium economy, you get a bigger seat, and I want to sleep, right? Like the point of taking the 10 p.m. flight is to sleep, so I start the next day fresh, right?
Yes, sir.
So then I call them up, 10-minute hold, not bad. My guy, tell me why the upgrade on the phone is $765, in the app it's $1,021. She removed the luggage charge that I had. I ended up upgrading for $680 something. Almost $400 off what they were offering in the app, my man.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah, so make sure if you try that, try calling. You don't know. You might get a deal.
Do you know, it's funny because the last time that I was traveling, all I had to sometimes just go and ask, hey guys, are there any free upgrades available?
On the day?
I got upgraded to business, yeah.
On the day, right? Yeah, exactly. So I was like, all right, thank you. It's a big savings there, so I'm kind of happy about that. And I don't usually upgrade, but like in this particular instance, I have to because I need to sleep. The entire kind of trip is predicated on me doing, 2 days in each place. So if I don't get sleep on the first day, it kind of hurts everything.
You got an adventure on.
Yeah, here comes Joey, 149, and there it goes into the high of the day. Cast 149. Here comes 150. Look for resistance here. It may or may not come, but my bias is 1.5 may be an area of resistance. So I'm going to look for a possible flush into 1 1/3. I like that 1 1/4 to a 1 1/3 range zone for a possible dip trade here on CAST if it doesn't continue to go in a straight line. So that's what I'm watching out for there, man. Tony, wait. Can you explain what happened again? No, I can't. You're like Ozan, huh? Yeah, you troll me that way, man. Two-wheel crypto, XOS, going for that $5 break. Say less.
SpaceX.
Here's what I see, man. I see XOS as a bit of a downtrend, brother. I see what you're saying in that it's kind of trying to make the move back above the volume weighted average price, but I gotta tell you, it's a little top heavy here. Now you got the move in the aftermarket yesterday. I like the move in the aftermarket 430 when all was said and done. Yesterday at the end of close, we closed out at 208. By the time we got into the high, we moved up 130%. And then from that closing print at around 759 to the high this morning, we moved up another 38 and change, 37 3/4, right? So this one has had a big move, and now it's putting in some lower highs. I don't know how to feel about this one. Look, I'll tell you something. If it clears that $5 area, it will be a decided change in trend, right? Because you get above that 1055 high, and then you're above that $5 area. Now we're looking for that pre-market high of 715, which is 538. Sorry, this, I didn't put the ticker. I do apologize for that. XOS is the ticker. And this is not a bad look at all, but I'd say it's caught in a bit of a downtrend. So you're going to need to wait for a reset here possibly on this one. But let me know how it goes, man. Hope you print up multiple storms.
All right, so Liberty Jack. What's up, Liberty Jack? I like what you have going on here. So I did my first option today. A 3-day expiration Bloom Energy option, strike at 210 and break even at 217. Good till cancel, expiration 8/21, so that's Friday. Did I screw up? Now, I'm going to assume you want to put your call option in there. How much did you pay for it is a great question. Now, Bloom is definitely getting hit heavy today. I don't know if you bought it was down like 10% last time I checked. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but listen, man, that's what happens. Yeah, I mean,
I hate everybody.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Down 9.8%.
You said that out loud.
Yeah, it's all right, man. At least you're being honest. We prefer honesty over.
Yeah.
And obviously we know that's not necessarily true. But there goes SpaceX. Now, Bloom Energy 210, break even 217. I don't know which side you're on. 217 is your break even. Yeah, I mean, that's not too good. How much this is going to cost you at this point and how much has it declined after the open is when you really run into trouble. So you have to be cautious on when you're purchasing your contracts, because if you get them at the wrong time and such near dated expiration, you're new, right? So you're going to go through the pains and understand why I continuously, that's me pounding the table, the importance of buying time in regards to options. Why? Because you can get hit extremely heavy. Like this contract lost the majority of its value right out of the open, 54%, and it makes it so much more difficult to find any form of recovery when you get hit that quick and that fast. So it's a learning curve. You did pay a little bit. I don't know when you bought it, but if you bought it earlier this morning, chances are you are down, but there's ways that you can mitigate your risk, okay? Now, I highly suggest you doing a little bit more due diligence before you get involved with all this, but it's relatively safe. It's not like shorting assets. It will actually help you mitigate your losses as well too, just in case you don't find the full recovery, all right? So what you can do is hedge your position, constructing a bull call spread, and that would be selling an options contract at a higher strike price where you start to collect a premium. Now, if the road to recovery is slow and steady, you're collecting theta on one side while your long contract is gaining value as well too, all right? So just keep that in mind when you get hit heavy. I know I had to do that in regards to my ridiculous amount of IBIT contracts. Otherwise, there would be $0 in my account. What you had to do is I had to sell contracts at higher strike prices and slowly collect that premium as the underlying asset absolutely faded into the abyss. So that's something that you can do considering you got hit pretty, I don't know, again, that this underlying asset got hit pretty heavy today, down 10%, all right? So who was that individual in the chat? I forget who it is. So hopefully that helped you, the ones 88.3. Listen, you got to do your due diligence when it comes to it. We find options to be scary, but if you know how to manipulate the contracts, even if you're just flat out buying puts and calls, it's pretty safe because the amount that you paid is the amount that you can lose. Now, you can pay a lot and lose a lot, but there's ways that you can mitigate and subdue that loss.
All right, options, man. We're looking here. We're back in the cast. I got in at 41s. We scalped up into 46s. Next profit taker, 49. And then we're looking for a move above 50. But I have my stop at 129 because of this kind of flip from resistance to support area at 130. But local area low is 134. I could decide to limit the bleeding depending on what I see at 133, 134. It really depends. You're killing me, SRH. That's it. We're taking that off. So we'll lose again on this piece of crap. Got in at 74s, back into 70. It looks like it's just going to be a breach of that level. So I have nothing to do with this one anymore. It, keeps luring me in, and it doesn't hold up. Continuing to watch CAST. Want to see if this one's got the juice to kind of hold that 130 area. Again, finding support at 135. That's the second time. The second time in a row. This 1 minute candle has held 135, but it's a lower high. It feels like it might be coming down. There's a buy zone here. I would submit to you guys between 125 and 130. Let's see if it makes it down there. I have no idea, but I do possibly want to defend that area, hence why I put my stop below 130 at 129. So good out for me here. On OSRH, look at that out, Joey. Just smell these ones coming.
Smell it, yeah.
They smell like crap.
You sniff that.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah, they smell like, I don't know, a high school boy at the gym who hasn't been introduced to deodorant yet. It stinks. All right. And there's plenty of those where during my time slot, because I go, well, not right now actually, because the kids are on vacation, but geez, man, during the year. Whoo. All right, CAST, continuing to watch. Looking for that hold up here into 140, 141. It looks like it keeps holding up at 135, man. So bottoming tail candles are kind of part and parcel into CAST's DNA here. They keep manifesting on the 5-minute chart at different areas, mind you, and at different technical levels. So if that's going to be the one, how this trades with aggressive bottoming tail candles into technical levels, then we need to take advantage of that by adding into those areas. I haven't seen enough quite yet to kind of make me feel a little comfortable there. So we're going to pack the patience here. We're looking for a move above 150, Joe.
Good stuff, good stuff. Let's head over to our large cap scanner here and see what we got going on. Stocks. Let's see what we got from a volume standpoint. Man, oh man, maybe we find some form of recovery, but big time move here in SpaceX. It looks like we're going to enter this gap here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, I wish I just bought a completely strong stock. 144 at this pace, it's going to get filled. So in my opinion, I could be totally wrong, but I do have a little conviction here bright and early this morning. Now, where can we find some form of a pullback? We'll head into the detail. Hammer candle there, hammer candle.
Get it, Joey.
Man, oh man, yeah, it's looking pretty bright. Now, there's Apple above the volume weighted average price. Gorev, what we're going to do is we're going to wait for this to pull back a little bit more, and then maybe we'll look to re-engage here in AAPL, because if the market decides that it wants to sell off, then I think we have a good opportunity, a good chance to maybe go and test this 310 marker. Once again, that's where we've seen the most amount of open interest on AAPL. Man, oh man, these levels are coming into play like no other. We love it. Shreve fist pumping. Before we send it over to happening now, let's see what he's got going on.
There goes CAST into the high of the day, 160. There it is. We take it out at said high. Here comes more, though, guys. The bid is picking up. We're heading to $2 here. That is my bias. CAST, far and away, the least bamboozling, I would say, of the small caps this morning, at least since I sat down. There it goes into another high day, 162. So we're going to look to add more, man. We've been all over CAST from 110 onwards, and I think it's still in play. Whether this ends up being a triple-digit winner or, a heavy triple-digit winner, maybe into 200-400%. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, it's done about 29 million shares of volume, and I have to let you know that the float, where the hell is the float? Why doesn't this thing show up? Look at this. Where is it? Am I blind here? What's going on? Where is it?
You have the column there?
Yeah, I don't understand where the hell it is.
The whole column ain't there,
changed since open. Why is it not showing up?
That's
why Casey called it out, and I didn't see it on the scanner, and it's still not there. That's so stupid.
Oh, I thought you were looking for just the float on
I'm
CAST.
looking for the scanner. Yeah. Anyway, it is now.
What, on CAST?
Yeah, where?
Oh, I have. That's
how
how I
come you
found it.
have it and I don't?
Maybe mine's
Yeah, well,
elite there. Oh, see,
yours
did you see it? It was
just
there
removed.
and then it removed itself.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's
Why
crazy.
does it do that?
Because they don't want us to know about it.
They don't want us to know. But you know, they also don't want you to know what's happening now.
Oh.
See ya at the big desk.
Thank you. Let's take a look at the markets real quick before we dive into what's happening now. Super short before we send it over to Neil. SPY currently down 0.5%. You have the triple Qs that are down 1.5%, and the Dow that is down close to 0.20% on the day. So nothing crazy over here. We did mention, and I did mention this earlier, just a couple minutes ago, UGI had been surging, and it has also been halted briefly due to volatility, but currently it is up over 11.7% on the day. Just reports coming in after the Wall Street Journal had said that KKR has made a $9 billion bid to take over the company. So UGI with that is up 11.5% now on the day. Nothing too crazy that is happening now, but what is crazy is Neil's lesson of the day. So we'll send you right over.
It's crazy? Well, the lesson of the day is not crazy at all, I don't think. But all I want to talk about today is like the notion of reversals, right? And obviously, you're seeing the market catch a little bit of a bid. And it would be easy enough to tell you that if at some point you were looking for the longs after a slight downward trend and kind of a choppy downward trend, clearly if you magically found the bottom on the Qs, or maybe took some kind of a trend break or a bottoming tail, it would have worked out for you. I'm not here to tell you that wasn't the right way to go. All of that being said, there's one way to identify, I think, a bit of an edge when it comes to looking for the bottom in a situation like what we saw this morning. We had certain sectors of the market which were clearly weaker than others. And there was a lot of sentiment for a bounce and thinking that a bounce was going to come in. And I'll start with where I was. At one point, I was thinking DRAM. I really was. And maybe it's because it was long early and it gave you that scalp trade into the highs or whatever it was. But as I was looking at it, it's like, oh, it just keeps falling. It's relatively weak. I start thinking about, well, it broke out this support level. It's filling in a huge gap to downside. Like, why are we trying to fight this? Why? It doesn't make any sense. And then I looked over and realized, oh, I'm in a short at the high on BMNR, and I'll get to why this should have been in reverse in a second, right? Like, think about the difference between the crypto names and what was going on with the chips if you're finding a low. Well, some are pulling back off the top and potentially setting up a bull flag, a dip off VWAP, a still upward trend from the open, where it actually makes sense to go long. Now, I'm not mad at the fact that I didn't reverse in BMNR. We held it to VWAP. We trailed out of the short. But remember what we left you guys with right at the end at 11 o'clock. I said Tesla breaks trend and Tesla's along. This is the distinct difference with Tesla. Everything else, if you can find a stock which you're not bouncing off of the low of the day, but it's bouncing off a higher low, well, higher low means the trend up is intact. Tesla and a few other names out there had given you a breakout at the open. It's not a VWAP hold, but it's a hold of structure. It's the pre-market high dipping back and holding, and then you get that trend break away from VWAP, and then it goes. Now, would you have made money if you went long the Qs and you magically found the bottom? Of course you would. I'm not here to tell you you're not going to make the bottom. You make that bottom, you're good. You could have found the bottom on Micron as well. There's Micron. Okay, so for whatever reason, you liked it down here. But where do you think there's going to be more follow through? Where is there more likely to be follow through? On the name that was strong and broke out and is holding a higher low? I think so, but that's not even the most important part. It's something that Joe, and I'm going to bring this back to something that Joe and I were talking about to each other in the beginning of the day. And it comes down to, if you are looking for a specific direction on a trade, and I'm trying to gear like this stock or this direction or that direction, one of the questions I like to ask myself is, if I'm going to lose, do I want it to be here? And so I think it's a good way to approach it. Would I rather lose trying to find the bottom on this trending down, or would I rather lose trying to find a long on Tesla, which had put a wipeout bottom, which was trying to put in a higher low, which is playing into relative strength. So if Tesla loses the bid here, can I live with that? Yes. Now, if I lose trying to find the bottom on DRAM, which is trend down the whole way, am I going to be upset with my? Of course. You are always going to be more upset with yourself if you sat there trying to fight the trend, trying to catch the absolute low. But if you lose joining a trend, something was trending up. I found a good dip to buy. I found a good entry on an uptrend buying a dip. That's what you're supposed to be doing out there. And if I got to go down swinging that way, I can accept it. So you work your way through your progressions like a good quarterback and not Justin Fields. I don't know why I had to take a shot at him. He's Big Ten, but it's the first one that came to mind. I could have taken a lot of shots. Sorry, Justin Fields, you're not a very good NFL quarterback. No, but you want to go through your progressions. Find the symbols, if you're looking for that reversal long, that are relatively strong. There's always, I'm telling you, there's always something in a bit of an uptrend. Whether you found SpaceX making some higher lows, whether you found Tesla holding VWAP, whether you found the crypto names. And I'm not saying you wouldn't have made money just being long DRAM at the bottom or Micron at the bottom, but picking out the absolute lows a heck of a lot harder, and it's going to hurt a heck of a lot more if you just continue to fight it as it goes down. It's the simple thing, but it does require you going through, finding where the relative strength might be, because it might be a name that wasn't on your list. Tesla wasn't on my list today. I was looking at DRAM. I was looking at, obviously we were looking a little bit at Klarna today. Of course, BM&R came into the fold because I was looking at crypto. SpaceX was in the fold for me, but Tesla wasn't. But it's going through the progressions to find that it was relatively strong, and then that's where I can play the long in. Where would you... If the trade you take is going to lose and you're deciding between 2 or 3, sometimes just ask yourself, hey, if I take this setup and it loses, which one does not look acceptable to me? And that's a good way to parse between A, B, and C setups for you. Trying to make the absolute low on a downward trending stock versus buying a higher low and trying to join the trend. I'm telling you, 99 times out of 100, we know which one we should be doing. Not all the time, because sometimes the wipeout bottom is so big because of the spike down. Fair enough. But this wasn't any flash crash. This was like structure down for a lot of the market. Like this is trend down. Like it's not catastrophic single candle or two. This is just general downtrend trading on what was for the market. It seemed like chop, but it was just small downtrending day. So if you can find the relative strength, you make your life a heck of a lot easier, everybody. So I'll leave you with that pretty simple lesson of the day. And shout out to Joe. That's something we literally were talking about this morning. What would you, if you had to lose, which direction would you prefer to lose on that stock that day? And I'd rather lose if I'm joining the trend than fighting it. Let's throw you guys back to the midday. We got Joey Options killing it all day long, the professor. And I'm going to get back to this lunch, which was not a Power Bowl. It was just a plate full of chicken, potatoes, and a salad like normal. So no Power Bowl, whatever. And it's a lot of chicken, so we get a lot of protein, but it's pretty dry. Can't win them all.
Apple. Not a massive story, but I want to mention this here. It has to do with the EU and their App Store. So they've overhauled their EU App Store terms. They had a core technology fee. That's gone. Instead, they now have a 5% core technology commission on digital transactions completed outside of the App Store. So that's a 26% commission for App Store apps using in-app purchases through Apple, 20% for App Store apps using alternative payment processing, and then 15% for App Store apps that link out to complete purchases. This is going to take effect as of October 1st. They're also expanding eligibility to operate alternative app marketplaces or distribute apps via the web in the EU. So new EU terms here for AAPL. We'll have to wait and see, I guess, how the market reacts to this, but we're going to send you back over to the midday in the meantime.
Thank you for that, Adara. We'll go through that story a little bit in more detail. VinFast, guys, reported strong Q2 momentum. They delivered more than 70,000 EVs globally. Guys, that is a ridiculous 96% year-over-year increase. And first half deliveries actually reached 129,000 vehicles, up 78%. And that reinforces the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. And guys, by mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets. And that puts the company firmly on track across all their growth engines. Shout out to VinFast. Casey, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I have no idea what Casey's talking about.
It's because I'm telling her she's delayed. I'm just speaking out facts. Like 5 minutes later, she puts into the chat, Cass got into the high of the day. How about you know, you're going to make it on.
Short on SpaceX. I think she's saying I'm being mean to her because the Jays beat the Yankees, and I won't let
That's
her.
your fault, Joey.
It is all my fault that,
Right?
that we're better.
Why don't you just remind her what we did to them in the postseason?
Oh, what
last year?
happened there?
Yeah,
What
we'll
happened there,
remind her.
Casey?
The ass whooping that they got. You know, what was it? Was it 3 games or was it 4 games that we dispatched the Yankees in last playoffs? Yankee lose!
And the Yankee
lose! I love you,
So
Casey.
New
Just
York,
joking,
man. I'm posted. I know you got a lot going on here,
We
but
got to
I'm,
thank Casey for the 20 membership she dropped during Neil's lesson of the day.
Oh, did
I
she?
mean, if we don't, thank you very much, Case. Always. We're just joking.
too,
of course,
Casey.
but appreciate you, Casey.
Yeah, you know we love you, girl.
Get it, Casey.
As Shreve, yeah, okay, we're gonna drop those here. I'll list them out there, Shreve. I'll do the
Yeah,
honor this
man,
time
do
because I
your
know
thing,
you were
bro.
consistently doing 20.
What's
I don't
that
know
like?
how long ago it was, and if I can scroll up
You
that
can
long.
scroll.
But Casey, man, always on a roll.
Always.
All right, Sar Pose. All right, you got one there.
She's
John,
dunking on us.
Show, you got one. Dominus.
Shohei
Dominus
Ohtani?
Rex. Dominus Dank.
I think
okay.
it's Shohei.
No, it's Dominus Dank.
Block him, Joey.
Dominus Dank?
No, I don't know.
Remember, did you ever use the term dank?
Yeah, of course.
But
Of
he's had
course.
thinking,
If you were from
Clay,
Southern Ontario, you used
that's
the term
crazy.
dank.
Austin THCS, the Maximus Prime X, a couple more here, Bogdan, Capital, and John Cortez. You guys all received Sharif's Daily Note monthly membership too, so thank you all for
Case.
that. Man, oh no, there
What
goes
happened to
Apple. I'll take a page out of your book, and there goes Apple. Unfortunately, we didn't get that post up, but Gorb, hopefully you took an additional attempt on this one, man. Oh, I was waiting so long for it, and now off to the races it goes. Beautiful hammer candle right at the volume-weighted average price. So yeah, we missed that one, but that's all right. There's going to be plenty more opportunities. Also, I want to be more selective because last week was definitely one of my tougher weeks. Everyday green, and then 3 out of the 5 we finished red. Giving back the majority of our gains, that is bad practice. I talked about this on multiple occasions. Apple looking pretty good here, ladies and gentlemen. Done for the day, no more trades. I love hearing that, Gorb. Walk away, take the money and run. But there will be a couple more trades because Cass, Shreve's been cleaning up on that one. Glad to see that. It's been looking pretty good. SpaceX started to pull back in here. I know my boy Juan. Juan's been short. Yeah, he's been short that one. Let's see if we're going to continue to the south side. There on the 1 minute time frame, there is some indecision. I just don't know how much this is going to hold up before we continue and completely fill in this gap down that we experienced from overnight in this morning.
All right, got in at cast, scalped up into the low 170s. It's breaking structure. That's the end of that for me. We'll stop out for a 2-penny loss on the remaining amount there, but still positive on it, looking for a little bit more. We're going to keep a close eye here on CAST, but I got to tell you, now that cast is kind of in this pullback formation, I guess, I'm not liking anything. I like this one. I'm calling this one Egypt because it's EYPT, so just missing the G there, but it's got a flat top break brewing here. What's that, Neil? Neil, I'm going to have to give these ones names, man. We gave Plague, PLAG a name. You know, that's just what we do around here, Neil. 540, I feel flat top break brewing here on EYPT. Don't type EGYPT. It's not going to come up, but it says EYPT. 540 flat top break. Of course, we've been up to 549, but that was during the implied balance high on volume. So, you know, I don't usually use that as the level. Moreover, the candle did not close above 540. It was a quick liquidity grab, and then we kind of actually sold off into 515 there. But this one's feeling flat top breaky. If I can build a position into possibly $0.33, maybe somewhere around there, that would be cool. IPST, look, it's a downtrend. It remains a downtrend. There's been no break or change in structure. Moreover, I don't want to say the long is valid above 18. Take a gander at what we did at the 1135 candle. Not only did we break 19, man, we got to 1889, essentially almost a 19 pop. And then look what happened. We lost trend all the way down to 14 1/3. So, you know, IPST, I'm going to view it through a suspicious lens until it gives me a reason to feel otherwise. So I'm not liking anything right now. I see what Rex Banner is saying. He's like, look, IPST is moving again. But as I just explained, brother, you know, I feel that it is still in a bit of a downtrend. It's got a great looking bull flag pattern here with a bit of a downward channel, completely normal behavior for a stock like this. But if I'm going to trade it intraday, I got to have, you know, that AA plus setup. So we're going to wait for that to come in. So CD, all right, I see
CD
girl.
Lamb.
She's got all these ones that don't pop up on my scanner. Is CDTG popping up on your scanner?
No. Oh yeah, it is. 51% market
Okay,
cap.
it is not pop. Well,
No, but Sharif, look at, is your volume, see mine?
so this
switched up.
one's done on the day, options man, 7.5 million shares. I only have a requirement of 1 million. So it should be showing up. And I have a price of 25 pennies.
Okay.
So I don't know why these ones are not showing up on my scanner, but you know, I think I might just delete this scanner and kind of
Just do it all, start it all over. Well, you know your criteria, so may as well just throw it up there.
So thank you, Case. As always, CDTG. Thank you for pointing that one out, Case. Here it is, Assassino. Let's go ahead, throw in the ticker there so everybody can follow along. As I mentioned, about 7.5, in fact, exactly 7.5 million shares of volume. So it's got ample amount of volume. You like that one, look? Or are you looking at SSPC?
No, what KC said.
What happened? Pretty sure I'm your scanner. Calm down there, Bubin. I mean, Casey.
Oh, God.
430 flat top break. I'm thinking on this one, despite the fact that it's been above that 459, it feels like a lot of the closing prints reject at 430. So, you know, I like this one a lot. Let's see if we can set up on this one. 439, 440. This one looks real good, Case. Thanks for pointing this one out. Come on, that was a joke.
Yeah.
Cast also breaking down. Very pleased with my out on that one as it dips into 130. Keep your eye out on IPST and the one that Case just called out, CDTG options, man.
CD Lamb. Oh, Mike Peter Ryder, how have you been? I was out on the water.
boy.
I know you talk about the land lubbers all the time. But yeah, we were out on the water this weekend, Mike.
How was that, Joey?
Yeah, great, man. You know I'm a
Bubba's in the house.
The way of water. All right, let's get involved here just in case. If SpaceX breaks the high of the day, this would be putting SSPC at the low of the day. Don't forget this is an inverse ETF, ladies and gentlemen, so let's just keep an eye on this. Why is there nothing on my time and sales on this one? That's not necessarily the case. We'll hit it again. We'll hit the refresh. But yeah, it's still not displaying anything. All right, well, that's good stuff. Yeah, absolutely. On that there, oh no, NVIDIA heading lower, SpaceX heading higher, going inverse on this one, not necessarily the play that we want. Let's see if this signal holds up. There was a big engulfing print here. Again, I'm not giving this one much room. We'll be patient just in case there is no complete gap fill, but I mentioned not too long ago that at this pace there will be a move up into 4150. And I just believe that I might be on the wrong side of things right now. So good thing we start relatively small, nothing crazy from a share standpoint. Looking for a move back into 143, but at this pace, we might be on the wrong side of the trade.
Ooh.
What do you have for us here?
Let's take a look at what's going on in the small cap segment over here. IWM is currently down 1% on the day. Two tickers I have for you, AMLX, that's the wrong ticker, AMLX. That's up over 48% on the day. The company's drug, avexitide, has cut low blood sugar episodes by 55% in bariatric surgery patients in a key trial, which is what is causing this insane momentum. It's up over 48% on the day, now almost 49%. KLIC, however, is having another story, is down 10% on the day. Company has changed its leadership as of late yesterday and has appointed Dr. Raj Talluri as president and CEO. So a little bit I looked into him and what he did before. So previously he'd been the senior VP and general manager of Micron's mobile business unit, prior to being senior VP and general manager of Qualcomm's IoT business unit and general manager of the imaging and audio business at Texas Instruments. So KLIC is down 10% on the day and AMLX up over 48%.
There goes CDTG, Bubin. We're in here at 435. We got several scalps up into the, I want to say, high 40s, low 50s. I want to defend though, because I see this kind of consolidation level between 4 to 4.25. So
Bless me.
bless you, homie. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I got to tell you, right off the bat, I'm not pleased with the spread on CDTG. It was showing like 45s on the ask and like low 30s on the bid. So it was hard to get the print there, but it did price spike up into the $1.50, or sorry, the $4.50 area. So let's see what we get on this one. It feels like it might be an accumulating here for a move into 5, how it gets there and kind of how the spread acts as the volume picks up. We'll have to wait and see. 445 showing up. I've got a pretty lofty profit taker here near the high of the day. The high of the day is 459. So I'm just, putting a liquidity tester in and around that area to see what kind of aggressive selling, profit taking, and short selling may come in at that level. That's something that I always do with a very small size, just to give me an idea of what to expect when I do post the larger sized order there. So keeping an eye on this one, Joe. Let's see what CDTG has to offer.
All right, man, good stuff. As SpaceX is putting in almost a new intraday high, entering the gap fill. Excuse me. 150 is that next major resistance zone. Let's actually pull up our options chain one to see if we have anything working in our favor. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. What I'm seeing from a price action standpoint on the 5-minute time frame, I don't love our probabilities. I went into the detail of the 1 minute, but it's not looking too good. Here's SpaceX expiring on the 21st. Where's all the size gone? Oh, yeah, that's right. All the way up here, 145. There might be some size, 18,000 contracts. Let's hold off there just in case. There goes the new high of the day. We're breaking through those lows. We're going to add a little bit more if price action decides to turn around. But if the market decides that it wants to recover, we have to be prepared to get out of the trade as well. Adara.
Keep an eye here on AMZN. Now, it's worth noting this was announced over an hour ago, but the state in which this is happening just officially announced it like 13 minutes ago. So I just want to mention this here. AMZN in focus. They're growing their Northwest Louisiana planned investment from $12 billion to $18 billion with their Shreveport, Louisiana campus. Again, Amazon announced this at least an hour ago, but Louisiana's economic development website officially just posted this, so I want to put that out there. I'm seeing it circulate on social media again as well. A little bit of a bounce here on AMZN. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Adara. Let's pull up our watch list and see what we got going on. Base, turnaround, ace of base, and then sure enough, bang, we'll add a little bit more to this position just for a key pivot, right? If we get some form of a move and a pullback here, then that's going to be my out. I'm not expecting some full retracement play, but I think it'd been significantly easier if we just gone with the flow. Now, we're not going to hold on to this for too long, just in case we do want to completely fill that gap, and that's the path that we're currently on. 12 cents until we hit that 145 marker. That's going to be a key pivotal moment here for SpaceX to see if you're going to get any form of a move back in. And right now, it's not looking necessarily 5 cents away. There it goes, 145.18, Shreve. Oh man, it's getting ugly here for the short. Should have just went with the flow. Oh my God. Anyways, aside from that, it's neither here nor there. Let's see if we can mitigate some risk.
Yeah, stopped out on CDTG, lost trend through 4. I tried to add into that $4 area for a hold. There was no support there. It just kind of blew through it. Where it is finding support, though, generally is right at that 10 EMA on the 5 at around 3 mid-80s, but it's still out to 4. So I want this one to set up in a bit of a better way. I'm not really liking the way it's looking at the moment. So we're going to let that one go. We give back a little bit, even though we did take some profits there into the highs. It was by far the minority as opposed to the majority of the position. So we'll continue to watch, see if anything else comes up on the scanner. But great question, Vivi. I don't know, brother. I use this scanner right here. It's served me well for many years, and now it's not showing me certain names. Today, there's been 2 names that I didn't have eyes on that the chat called out. So, yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Typically, the one that I use is top percentage gainers. Now, it may be differently named depending on what platform you're using. So that's top percentage gainers there. And then I filter by price and by volume. So I kind of insist that it does 1 million shares on the day and be trading above 25 pennies. So those are the only 2 filters that I use. And then you can kind of go through which exchanges you want to scan for. So I do everything except the OTCs and the pinks. We'll just let that, can't trade everything. So that's what I got there. It's a pretty simple scanner. What I do like to kind of customize are the columns that I have. So I have a bunch of columns. I'll just talk about them. I have change percentage, gap percentage, and change since open percentage, which is supposed to be here. So change percentage is essentially from, if it broke out in the aftermarket yesterday, it'll populate from 4:01 p.m. If it broke out in the pre-market, it'll populate from 4:01 a.m. That's change percentage column. And then the change percentage since open is from essentially 9:30 onwards. And then the gap percentage is the gap relative to the closing price yesterday. Volume here, I have 3 different volume bars. Got the regular volume bar, the average volume of the name on a rolling 1-year basis, as well as the short-term 5-minute volume. The reason I have 3 different volume columns is to give me an idea, number one, how many shares we're doing relative to the average, so I can assess our relative volume. And then the short-term volume gives me an idea if the volume is coming in now or came in previously without having to load it up and analyze it. It gives me a quick cursory view respecting that. Then I've got float, shortable shares, and spread. Float just tells me exactly how many shares are available for trade on the market. The lower the better for my trading style. I know some people won't touch low floats. That's their prerogative. I like them because it allows for more parabolic moves, which is what I'm going for. And then the shortable shares is really specific to IBKR. It gives me an idea whether or not this is easy to borrow. And the reason I want to assess whether it's easy to borrow is that sometimes it's a very thick trade, a very tough trade to the high side when it's easy to borrow because, well, the shorts, they needn't locate shares too short because they can just punch in because the exchange has it available for them. It's kind of like shorting Apple. And you don't really need to borrow shares to short Apple. So it gives me an idea of whether I want to get into the trade or not. And then the spread shows me immediately without pulling up the chart or the level 2, I should say. But what the spread is, so I can make an educated guess if this is something that fits my wheelhouse. And then last but not least, the column there is the range. So the green columns obviously means that it's trading up since the open. And the farther the column goes to the right, that indicates how close or at it is to the high of the day. By the same token, the opposite side, if it's red, it means it's down since the open. And the more left the red column is, means it's trading towards the low of the day. So that just gives me a very, very quick visual reference when it comes to these small cap gappers. It served me well, but I don't know why it's not showing up certain names anymore. Oh, here, it's decided to show up. CDTG on the bottom there.
Well, after you just bashed it for a couple of days.
Well, what am I supposed to do? It wasn't doing its job, my guy.
Someone asked you, I know you've been going over it, but someone just asked you for your criteria of the scan. There's no specific name to it. You have to customize it, which I believe is around anything over a quarter, 25 cents, that is 1 million shares, and then market cap greater or less than. So
my man.
I just want to retest 145. Yeah, I'm getting prepared. So look at this trend line here, Juan. I mean, boom. See, bouncing right off it again. So, I mean, it's completely strong. We're going counter trend here, which isn't necessarily great. Apple was definitely the play that I wanted. 309.46. Why aren't we just re-engaging? But if this trend line breaks, then maybe it's going to be a different narrative here. What an absolute chop fest. Need us go back into, we'll go to a larger time frame. How's that? And just see how the SPY and the Nasdaq have been performing. Look at this, all the way from last week. Just some of these intraday sessions have not been fun to participate in. You do have a couple of days late last month where you just go on a nice run here. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we've just been trading within this range. And shout out to all my Iron Condor traders who have been getting involved. If you zoom out and see what the market has been doing for the past, since, August 4th, right? So just sideways, sideways, sideways. And same thing with the Nasdaq. And this is the only major average that hasn't put in that all-time high, right? So you tap into the all-time highs on this one, and then now you're starting to come back in. Neil and I are going to be talking to Brian Shannon, and he's thinking of maybe here 760. I know.
Okay, so
yeah, I know.
Okay.
I'm going. Yeah.
So you already know where I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, of course.
You have to.
Of course. Yeah, I know. I have to. Well, what I was going to do
because you need him.
I do.
Think about what I said.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
But I don't know a third though.
Don't worry. They will find a third for you. That's they do that.
Is that
just getting good with them is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I hope that's the case. So I'm more than happy to discussing with that. I was also going to.
I think he'll get pumped, dude. They really
With
pumped
more
when-
people joining the association, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
You feel me?
I'm really pumped.
I'm pumped for you. I'm
really
annoyed
excited.
because I'm going to have to do it now because there's no way this guy's going to do it and dunk on me every day.
I'm not going to dunk on you
Yeah,
every day.
he will.
Man.
100% he will. I'll be like, what are you talking about? This is not what they said.
No, there's
That's
no
not gonna
way.
happen.
I'm not that type of person, man.
Play
It's
it.
but watch out. No, I'm not. We don't want to show too. We like to hold our cards close to our chest. Yeah. Go ahead.
CDTG is ripping into the high of the day. We got 16s. I doubled my position on this one, and we're looking for more. We just took out the high of the day. No, excuse me. It was south of 50. The high of the day is 59. We're having trouble with 50, but we did get above it, I think, momentarily. There's 50 again. Looking for a big price spike up. I want to see that $half clear and clear decidedly here. And look at that 49 seller, that bugger. There's a lot of resistance at the $half here on CDTG, but it is setting up for a possible flat top break. A lot of rejections into 4.5. So the short here, they better be convicted and they better have some money because I think the longs are coming after them here. So a lot of rejections at 4.5. Let's see who wins this out. Let's go up to the big desk.
The SPY is currently down over 0.5%. Let's take a look quickly at the sectors here. Electric tech, you have NVIDIA down 2.4%. Broadcom is down 3%, followed by chip names INTC, AMD, MU, TXN, SNDK, all continuing to slide towards the downside, past the 5.5% mark here. Tech services, you have Google and Microsoft that are flat on the day, followed by Amazon and retail trade also joining the trio flat on the day. But in tech services, you have Meta that is down 3%. We heard about the trial earlier in the morning that we might discuss in the news segment as well. Netflix is up over 3.5%, and IBM up 1.5% at the same time. You have CRM up 3.5%. Finance, BRKB, Visa, MasterCard showing relative strength, but Robinhood is down close to 3.5% on the day. MSGS, WFC, and Citi downside closed 1% on the day, but JPM, BAC, and AXP all flat. Retail trade, you also have Walmart, Costco, and Home Depot maintaining a bit of a good momentum here that are up over 1.5%, but Home Depot is currently inching closer to 8%. We did see the report from Home Depot as well that we will discuss in the news segment. Producer manufacturing, names that are leading this sector board are down. LRCX, AMET, CAD, GEV, all down on the day. Consumer non-durables, you're seeing a bit of green across the sectors. Pretty good, not a bad look. KO, PM, and PEP and PG up on the day. Health tech as well. Lilly and J&J are up. Not so bad here. Lilly close to 3%, J&J close to 3.5%, ABBV up above 3%, and Amgen is up 1.5%. Energy minerals are strong as well today, as is USO, not too strong, but it is not down as well. XOM up 2%, CVX up 1%. Tesla, however, in consumer durables, not having the best of the days. It's down 0.5% right now. But utilities, process industries, health services, just like every other time, as I say, and distribution, bit of a mixed sentiment over here. And in transportation, finally, Uber up 2%, Dash up 4%, but FedEx down, with UAL down 2% as well.
Down. Here we go.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
Boom. Into the high of the day we go. CDTG 474 HOD. We got 16s. We're looking now for 88. Shout out to my man CD.
Ooh.
Let me get Neil in here for a second.
Oh, you got
Neil,
Von
apparently
Miller.
the Cowboys are going to be really good this year. They're better. Oh my God, Neil said they're. Did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear it, man.
I can't believe the words that came out of his
What
mouth.
did you say?
He said they're better.
They're better than
never
before?
Said anything positive about the Cowboys as long as I can remember. Because there's my man. Dude, because I have a guy, full disclosure, I've been really just locked down with soccer, so I haven't really been following too much, to be honest with you, what the Cowboys are doing. So I talked to my buddy at the gym. He's like, man, are you looking at some of the picks that we have? Like, our top 3 picks are all on defense. One's on the defensive line, one is a defensive back, and one is a linebacker. And apparently, they touched it, that's every single area. You got cornerback, well, a back. I don't know if he's a cornerback. Boom! Into the high CDDG. We take it out at 88s. So I was like, he's like, have you been following what's going on with the Cowboys? I'm like, not really. Are we doing okay?
Yeah.
Right? Like I saw the game against Seattle. We looked okay, but he's like, yo, we are actually a contender. So I'm like, all right, let me look this up, right? And then, yo, we might have something here, man. We might have something, but Sion, I'm gonna read that in a second, man. Hold on. There goes CDTG through $5 into 504. This one's on its horse. We're done this trade. There's another high a day. 508, 510 now is the high. Here we go. It's 80% in the Ville of Green. We're looking now for a re-entry. I like 460 to 440 if it gives me that opportunity. Of course, it has to pull back a little bit, but yeah, I don't like to hold through or add into 5. 5 to me is a critical area of resistance in the same way that I say 10 is. I could be completely wrong about that. Let's see what this one has to offer. Let me see now what the people are saying about the Cowboys.
Yeah, see what your boy
Dallas
said.
Cow. I can't say that
See
word.
what your
Thank
boy,
you, Scotty
see what
Supreme.
your boy said, Joey O.
Joey O. Where am I?
Joey.
Cowboys fans are as delusional as Leaf fans. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. We won the Super Bowl way sooner than the Leafs have ever
When was the
won.
last time? No, because
93.
I think was it okay,
95.
So that's
95.
Fair.
What am I saying? 95 was the last time there. So you know,
Yeah, it's fair.
I'll
That's fair. You
stay
have that. You can dunk.
I'll
You
stay
can dunk.
delusional.
You can dunk.
Zion, Cowboys think they are America's team. It was the Patriots. Brady, the GOAT, retired now. Yeah, I know. Like they call them. They call themselves, you know, the new America's team. But you know, we could just do one quick thing here, Joe Opsh.
What's up, buddy?
Let's pull it up.
do we
Assassino,
do?
let's pull this up over
What are we
here.
pulling up?
Don't worry about it. Let's go sports franchises.
Yeah.
Franchises by value. Can't type today.
Oh, okay.
Let's
But
see.
so what are we gonna do? You're gonna dunk on?
Oh yeah, I am gonna dunk. I am gonna dunk. It's just not even close.
Holy cow!
Because it's not even close.
It's not even close. man.
$15.5 billion valuation
Wow.
for the Cowboys. And then you got the Lakers. Why are the Lakers on there? Oh my days! I
What?
heard
What do you mean?
I heard she apparently there was.
I heard it's not
some
true, though.
Some rumors that she was looking to sell and she's trying to block.
She said it's not.
Say
true.
that again, Adara. Come in if you can.
To clarify, so when I read this story, I already
Yeah.
thought it was weird because Jeannie Buss is so pro Lakers, so she's not looking to sell.
She's not. That's
Bob
what I heard.
Iger
Yeah.
and Kushner, not Jared, his brother Josh, they want to work together to buy the Lakers, I think for just above $12 billion. Apparently some of her other siblings, because she's got a plethora of siblings, are willing to sell. Jeannie's not. She's reportedly trying to block the sale. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But
Yeah.
yeah, the second I heard that, something spelled to me.
Yeah, that's what I heard in the morning. I heard that she wasn't interested in selling. And you got the Warriors 11.5, but this is only
Really,
US.
the Warriors are wow. Look what
Like, this
happens
is only
when.
US right here.
Look
Or
what
the
happens
Premier
when.
League teams
No,
here,
there's
my
no way,
God.
man. The Leafs are around probably.
Toronto Raptors are 48th. Hey, whatever, bro. So
They're
yeah.
48.
The Raptors, yeah.
They're worth $4 billion.
Somehow they're more
5.4
expensive than the Leafs. Where's
Yeah,
the
the Leafs are only worth
There's
$2 billion,
United.
man.
Okay, so the Premier League teams are there. So
They're
you
pretty
have
big.
United at 6.6, Real Madrid 6.75. I thought Madrid was a lot higher. Look at the amount of NFL
It's all
teams.
NFL.
The Yankees are there, so they're the number one. It's NBA
Yeah.
for those two. Then almost all NFL. The Knicks are actually more valuable than the Yankees. That to me is a bit of a shock there.
You think
Really? Well, that's what they're saying. 8.2. You don't think the Yankees?
so? No,
I don't know.
I think basketball is a little bit more popular.
That's fair.
in New York.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Than baseball.
Yeah. Well, that's what it is right there.
Yeah,
So,
nice.
you know, we're-
Yeah, well, the Leafs are only worth $2 billion. Look, wait, see, like you would never think the Golden State Warriors were up there, but that's what happens when you become a dynasty, right? That you just go absolutely. And then they also moved to San Francisco. I'm pretty
No,
sure
they
out
did,
out of Oakland.
Who,
Bay.
who are we talking about?
The Warriors.
The Warriors. Yeah, of course.
Come on.
Yeah. With that new stadium, right?
Yeah, with that new
That new
stadium. So
stadium.
it's just poor old Oakland.
Let's read some of these comments, Joey, because we were talking stuff over
Might
there.
have to get out of this SpaceX trade here, though.
Cowboys are dog water, says Farm Trader. Oh boy. Nimit. Let's ask Joe about his long weekend. I'm sure he will have an interesting story. I'm sure he does. We'll get to that, I guess.
There's nothing really interesting about
You
it.
were canoeing, no?
No, we were on the paddleboard. We were
Paddleboard,
jumping in
that's
the
it.
water
My
and stuff. Yeah, we were just enjoying the outdoors. It's really.
You got a little bit of a tan.
Yeah, it was Saturday was beautiful, man. We were out there
Amazing,
outside swimming and walking around all day.
All right. Ticker. You just made the point, Sharif. You don't like the Lakers. I know. Scott, Sharif and Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys for $140 million. How about that ROI, bro? That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
And you know that, like, he bought it because he wanted to be closer to his children. Like, he wanted to get them involved in the biz or whatever. He was an oil man, right? There was that whole documentary. I think it's on Amazon Prime. I kind of liked it. I have a lot of issues with Jerry Jones, right? I think he's just too hands-on, and we haven't won anything. So, I mean, it's just like if I come in and trade every day, right? And I don't do well on the trades. Like, at some point here, we need to move on, especially if you're a fan. You want to see it. Here comes CDTG. Here comes back above 5. There's a 5 seller here again. There's been that 5 seller all day, despite the fact that we've been above it into 510. There it goes, 505, 57. Watch for a bigger move here. Oops. Here we go, 511. This one's on its horse. Let's see if we can get in here while the zigging and the zagging is going on. It looks like it might be dropping a little bit here, so we're going to go ahead and post, lest this one turn on me. 518 seller, we're looking for more. Boom, into the high, 25s, all out. Looking for 533, big move down here. Looking for a defend of 5, 25, 27. Looking for a bigger spike into the third of a dollar. It feels like a lot of profit taking at this level. So going to wet the beak here just in case this one does drop below 5. Looking for a hold up here, 8 buyer.
Hold up.
Yeah, hold up. So sorry, guys, just have to digress. As CDTG, the price action waits for nobody. Back into 25, 28. Oh, my days. Right into the high, 43. We've got 14s on right now. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to post at 49. So actually, I'm going to put it a little bit below 49. That has been a problem as of late. So we'll post it at 47. We're looking for a holdup, though, of the quarter dollar, and we're not getting that, man. Buyer at the 5th. This is going to fail, it feels like here, Joey, so I got to be quick with the keys. What do you say?
All right, good stuff, man. I should have hopped out of this SpaceX trade right here. I was just looking for a little bit more of a risk to reward, but as soon as this 5-minute hammer candle printed, that's my green light to get out. So let's see if we curl over now, starting to enter this gap. Looking for this 145 pressure to slowly uptick, and that's going to be via the derivatives market, right? So I want to see some of these hedges push price down, but that's not what we're seeing right now. It looks like they want to absorb it and allow these contracts, the short side of things, to go underwater, which is totally fine. We just get out of the position. And good thing we're not too heavy, right? So, I mean, we did give it back a little bit of the day trading cast. That's fine. Let's see if we can get some of this back now. I mean, the risk reward is going to be significantly more difficult from this point. So we come back to this key pivot. What we do have is a bunch of lower highs being established. So 1034, I think, is really important to note. If we don't break that and establish a new one, then I might have to take up for a smaller loss. Now, moving forward, let's head back over to our scan. I'm not seeing anything. My missed opportunity was on Apple here today for that reload. It treated us really well today. Definitely a monster of a trade. Would have liked to have a little bit more, man. These dark pool wicks will get to you sometimes. So what we can do is we'll edit here. We'll edit it momentarily. But the reload right at the volume weighted average price on Apple was my green light to go. Instead, we decided to mess around with SpaceX. Let's not do that. Rather, the Neo hit that one right on the head. May as well stick to our guns, and things that have been working for us, just go back. Regardless if it doesn't, it's just putting probability in your favor. As soon as you take one dark pool wick off, another one appears, which is kind of unfortunate. But aside from that, I mean, like, it's crazy. 308, and then boom, off to the races it goes. Now printing 310.46. Let's see if we get this pullback here. Multiple indecision prints at the highs. NVDA has been a pretty choppy mess. I'm going to be looking to buy some more at the low teens, and the Nasdaq and SPY, very, very stagnant in my opinion. There's somewhat of a direction, but you just come back. The ebb and flow within the market is most definitely there, and surprisingly so, the volatility has cooled down. So we have a high of the day of around $722 on the Nasdaq and $716. All right, so that's a $6 ATR, daily ATR, I should say, so far on the triple Qs, which isn't crazy, right? We've seen it move a little bit more than that from a day-to-day basis, but things starting to cool down. I'm not going to call the market frothy or anything along those lines, but it does feel like we're going to consolidate up here for some time. And we're at the end of earnings season. There's only one more big name to report. After that, price action can get pretty ugly, if you ask me, Sharif, because you have those individual catalysts. There's nothing from a fundamental standpoint, crazy fundamental standpoint, that I should say, that's going to impact the overall market.
All right, just before we go to Money Talks, guys, see as we're locked and loaded, I just want to remind everybody, guys, that Fabian is doing something that I think is awfully noble and great. He's cutting his hair for kids, and he wants to do it by the 28th of August. We want to raise about $5,000. He plans on donating his hair to a child going through chemotherapy. I think that that's as noble as it gets. So if we could help him reach his target of $5,000, we're right at there. We're almost at $2,500, so we're basically 50% right now. I want to thank Edward Clark for, say it again? 5,000 is actually halfway. Got it. In the description, he says 10 grand. So 10,000 isn't a number I picked because it sounds big. It's for kids. And my 28 inches goes as multiple full-length ponytails, all of it coming off when we hit the goal. So yeah, do you want to, oh, there's more pictures over here, Fabian. You put plenty, oh, there he is. Get it, my man. So guys, point is, we'd love for you guys to help us out reaching our goal. I think Fabian's doing a great job here, and I obviously want to shout him out. So that's why we're calling this out here. So any support we can get from you guys, we'll be awfully thankful. And with that, let's send it up to Sia.
So long-term borrowing costs from the United States to Germany and Japan have hit their highest levels as of today due to the increase in government debt, yes, you're right, and geopolitics, which also seem to have raised these borrowing costs for companies and households, also complicating certain policies here. But let's take a look at the dollar and what is doing right now, currently super flat on the day. DXY is trading around the $99.4 region.
All right, good
guys,
stuff.
I just got questions in the chat. Fabian is donating his hair to 4 children who are going through chemotherapy. He is not getting paid $10,000 to cut his hair. No, we wouldn't be advertising for that. So that's what we're talking about there, guys. Hope you all can help. PSIG is moving, says Bhavin. PSIG. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. What is this doing? Okay. Awfully light vol. 962,000 shares, 165 high, dropping into 145 now. I see this. All right, let's wait for this to develop a little bit more. And, you know, if the price action holds up, we'll get involved. But right now, it's a little bit light on vol. What I'm going to do is I'm going to throw it onto the side chart so that it updates. Otherwise, it just stays stagnant. So PSIG, the ticker showing 141. Let's see if the volume holds up, the price action holds up. Absolutely, we'll be interested in jumping into it if it's going to hold up. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now, Joey. But CDTG moving down. I tried to add there into about 4 mid-80s, got stopped out 75. So we did give back 10 pennies on that latest defend. But hey, it broke down and we didn't chase it. I'm not going to be adding into a loser, but I do like this 4.5 area, right? Because this is the 4.5 area we were talking about as a flat top break. Just look at the, yeah, I'll bring in the black chart here. It displays it a little bit better. So this is kind of like the former area of resistance where we kept saying topping tail candles coming into, and now we're holding up at least on a 2-candle basis right around 4.5. So what I'd wait for is a new candle to open up, breach prior candle high, and then working your way that way. So that's what I'm looking at there, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Oh, and if you donate, you get a receipt for taxes also stated in there as well. SpaceX absolutely going nuts right here. So we got out of SSPC, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get out of Dodge on that one. Never got the recovery that we're looking for. So, I mean, we're not going to hold on to this here whatsoever. Bang to the downside on that one. SpaceX to the nice at 146. Watch out for this gap to be filled. Man, oh, man, there's a couple of good opportunities. It looks like we might have to get involved in some NVDL. Sharif, Amazon heading right back towards the high of the day. A curl over in Apple. Can the Nasdaq find its way? But 146 and counting on SpaceX. Things are looking pretty good. Shout out to Los Pollos. $4 or $5 in the, oh, $6. You said you were long from 140. So congratulations to you. Complete gap fill. As soon as we entered it, it was off to the races. Now, where's that next resistance zone going to fall into? 147. That they chewed up that 145 size. It was see you later, as Shreve would say, eliminated now at this point. Now, what I'm going to be looking for is this previous pivot high at 149.82. It's no coincidence, folks. $149.86. We have that $150 supply zone via the options chain derivatives. We've rejected that. Same thing with the Nasdaq yesterday and NVIDIA at $227. I'm like, man, oh man, we're going to be running into some trouble if we don't break that. If the momentum doesn't really pick up in NVIDIA, and then sure enough, bright and early this morning, I don't know. I think there's a couple of things that kind of correlated with the chip sell-off here. We have that Jane Street with that investment in the chip startup, which could be, I don't know how much of a factor that's going to be, but 189.15. Why couldn't you just give me that? Instead, it's just absolutely painstaking. Our average here on this swing is 210. We're just going to continuously build up onto this position, man. It's been doing fantastic for us, and we're going to continue to do so until we surpass that all-time high. I have a target. Actually, Sia was talking about a potential increase as well. I could probably pull that up for us right now and see what we got going on from NVDA standpoint. $315 price target. Listen, Sharif says 55%. Who says this?
What happened, Joey?
You ready for this?
Yeah, I am, man.
NVIDIA stock has 55% upside, analyst said. Sia brought us this one this morning. What'd you say?
I saw that.
You saw that one? Yeah, I know, man. Like a bank of B of A, man. What kind of nonsense are you guys? A $350 price target. But I'll tell you one thing right now, and this is my opinion, completely subjective. I do believe that NVDA needs to buy back a substantial amount of shares in order for this name to have cleaner price action. Until then, it's the largest float out on the market, Sharif, and with that, it's not enough power in the hands of the company.
Well, they're becoming like the AI bank. I was talking about that yesterday, especially with that backstop. Dude, they're guaranteeing a lot of stuff here. Like they're acting as guarantor in so many different scenarios, whether it's for a lease or money being fronted to go ahead and purchase these GPUs. And I did like what he did there. If you're looking at it from his perspective, and by his talking about Jensen, you need people to buy your products, right? That's the only way you're going to keep growing that top line. Well, how are you going to do that when you have the hyperscalers going into the debt market in order to be able to do that? So what you do, you get the biggest banks around, which is what he did. You bring them on a round table like he did at CNBC, and you kind of announce it to the whole world that that's what you're doing. So I like that from his perspective. I don't like, of course, the circularity of some of the as an investor. I don't like some of the circularity of the business model, but just from Jensen's own perspective to kind of keep the boat afloat, he's doing, I think, all the right things. But whether or not the banks continue to subsidize this hand over fist, we're going to have to wait and see. All right, continuing to watch here, CDDG looking for a move above 587s, showing up big seller here at 87, causing the spread to open up. We did get one profit taker, 89 now, 94, looking for more, looking for a big move above 595, 501, 510, beautiful entry here. There we go. We're looking for a little bit more though, man. We're looking for a 5.5. We got a 543 high. We're right back above 5. What do we have on 79s? That's not even that good. We need a lot more room from the current price action in our entry to kind of feel safe with this one, because this has been all over the map. So CDTG, let's see if it can mosey on above 5 on both the bid and the ask. I'm looking for low double digits here. There it is, options man, taking out all my orders. Oh baby. Now we're waiting at 525, the best day of the year. Let's go. Sorry, Case. There we go. Here we go. 527. There we go. Now we're looking for 535. Want a little bit more now. Looking for a bigger move into that 5.5. That is what I'm looking for here. So we're not getting it quite yet, but I think that there is a good amount of distance now between the current price action and my entry to kind of relax a little bit here and not be super quick on the keys, allowed to kind of develop a little bit more, Joey.
That's crazy. Cheese balls, $2 super chat. First Joey, now Fabian. Keep up the donations. Yes. Oh, everyone contribute. Help Fabian. It's not even Fabian's cause. He's generous enough.
You're generous too, like that Xerxes guy, right? Remember?
Yeah.
I'm generous.
I'm kind. I'm kind.
Oh, that's right. I'm kind. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You tell me, Chris, Arthur. Like, I mean, what else is there? What else is there to do? Oh, he's going over there. They want us to go over to Fabian there.
Yeah. No, he's doing it.
You want a company growing revenue at 80% year over year to stop investing in growth and buy back shares? You already have a buyback program. Of of course. So does Apple. Apple increased theirs to $100 billion. Why are you going to issue like, listen, I'm okay for the dividend, right? I mean, it went from a penny to 25 cents.
True.
I think you would just, for me personally, as a shareholder, if there was a vote between increasing the divvy and buying and increasing your share buyback program, I'd go with the share buyback program. That's just where I stand. Again, it's subjective. You have your opinion and I have mine.
Yeah.
If they're conflicting, then you know what? You can write a story about it or do something along those lines. But other than that, that's what I want to see Jensen and company do.
I do like that though, because that it's just two different methodologies to put money back in the shareholder's hand, right? You want to give it as a divvy, right? And if you cash out the divvy, that's realized as income.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a certain type of tax realization there. If you pay it out as a share buyback, that's capital appreciation, of course, and that's more of a capital gain. So it really depends on, you know, what kind of tax sheltering you're trying to do.
Yeah,
I think that's a great freaking point, man. I've never actually viewed it from that perspective until you mentioned it right now, and I do like that you did that, because you know we're gonna do some tax planning coming up. We're not gonna tell anybody about.
Yeah, we don't want to tell nobody about that one.
Be good there.
All right.
All right, we're having a great time.
Yeah.
Adara is at the big desk and she has news.
Yeah, I'm seeing reports here from an outlet called SPJ, seems like a sport outlet here, that the NBA and YouTube are in advanced talks on a 2027 to 2028 aggregated local streaming hub for 20 to 25 teams, up to 29 teams, at a price tag of above $1 billion. So again, seeing reports that for the 2027 to 2028 seasons, NBA and YouTube could be in talks here. Just a report. Google here, of course, YouTube's owner and runner. It's near highs. Back to you.
All right, we're looking for a big move above 530 here. CDTG rejecting 530, but it's, you know, it hasn't been up here. Here's 29, aggressive seller. 30, 31, we need a little bit more, 35. Oh, come on, man, print me, man. The spread is prohibitive on this. Are you kidding? Look at the drop, bro. It dropped into 80s. I had to get out. But believe it or not, that's not even a loss. That was ridiculous. What kind of psycho seller was from 530 into 480 immediately? And look at it right back up, of course, as the algorithms trigger the buy here. Watching, I could get right back in. Man, that sucked. I still had some of my position on there. Could have been a much bigger trade for me on that one, but it, you know, whatever. It is what it is. So now we're watching here, Joey, trying to get back in. Going to be watching the 5-second chart here on CDTG.
Good stuff, my brother, man. Let's see what else we got going on here. Yeah, Amazon at the high of the day. That's been a really good look. Slight pullback here in SpaceX. Market still can't find its merry way. We are above the volume weighted average price. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me one more time. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Micron. I tend to agree. Kathy Wood actually bought $22 million worth as well, too, after offloading some of her other positions, AMD and Palantir. So, I mean, it's a buy, but, like, we get into the float. It's just like, come on, let's reduce that a little bit. It went through a split not too long ago, a couple of years ago, I believe, right? So, hopefully at some point it starts to buy back some shares. Now, Meta down 3% here today, guys. Oh, man. You know what? Listen, I don't want to kick it when it's down. But it's getting pretty ugly, and this might take significantly longer than what we're expecting to find any form of recovery. There's a massive shelf being formed on the higher time frame as well, too. Here on Meta, this is a head and shoulders, man. Uh-oh, that's not good, Sharif. And as for the C, we don't want to say anything over there, but listen, they would say, yeah, hey, if you get a retest of this low, 520, this could get pretty ugly here in Meta. And I mean, there was multiple chances for me to get out of this position, and I decided to hold. So I'm going to have to remain within this and just stay. I'm not bullish right now, but I do believe the company will have the opportunity to turn around. It is a massive change coming. I think they're going to put age restrictions across the board here in regards to Instagram and some of the other social media platforms. I wouldn't be surprised in the near future, Sharif, if we see a 18 plus for some of these platforms.
You don't think 16?
16, 18, somewhere along those lines, right? Like no preteens on there or anything along those lines, right? Like just because of the damage. And listen, this stuff has changed our world truly. Like Instagram, I think, has such a massive part in it as well too. Probably the majority of it, if you ask me, falls into Instagram, because the wave of
Couldn't agree more.
The influencer was just so impactful from day to day. Talk to us.
There it goes, man. There it freaking goes. We got bamboozled on that, got right back in at 5 1/3, and there it goes into the high of the day, 87. We take out the high of the day. I'm looking for more. All right. I'm looking for a 5.5 to 5 reload. I know that's a wide range, but let's see exactly what this one has to offer. There's another move into the high of the day, 87s, big seller here at 85. CDTG is not done yet, guys. And now that we're almost $1 above 5, there it goes into 97s. Now I'm going to start thinking 10. Let's see exactly how 6 and 7 act, and then we'll kind of make an educated guess with respect to that. But this one looking real good as we go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on Uber. UBER in focus. The information, apparently writing an article calling this one a potential long, saying, quote, the Waymo wipeout of Uber shares has gone too far. I like the name Waymo wipeout. Yeah, I guess you guys can weigh on that in the chat, but UBER, for what it's worth, up on the day. Let's see if this holds. Back to you.
Man, Casey, 5/20-6. Fabian, she donated, her birthday is May 26th, right? Which is an okay day. I think May 25th is better. But she donated $526 because her birthday is 5/26. So
what the heck?
We love you, Case. You're awesome. You're literally awesome, man. You're
crazy.
Bro, she's awesome. That's just what she does around here, man.
And you're out of this world.
You're out of this world. Boom. Would we have that?
It's actually from New York.
There we go. Here it is. Sorry about that, Joey. My bad. He's got to take off on the
That's all right, man. We can hit
Even though it's AMC. Nobody trading AMC anymore. No, seriously, to Casey, thank you so much. That is, thank you to Anonymous so much for Anonymous. We shouted, I don't know why it says Anonymous, Case, but we're shouting you out. So we're giving you kind of like the specialized treatment there. What's that, Assassino? What? Oh, you chose Anonymous, Case. You chose to put it as Anonymous. That's what Andre is saying, Assassino. So it looks like it's kind of on you there. But no, honestly, that is quite nice of you. I really do appreciate it. We think it's for a fantastic cause. We got to go to Adara because there's breaking news. But Assassino, I just want to tell them, CDTG, 601 high. I'm looking for 5 to 5.5 hold up Adara.
Okay, so there's a pretty long Truth Social post from President Trump. I'm just going to front run by saying this is about any of these psychedelic names. So CMPS and DFTX are trading to the upside. Trump saying, quote, in April, I signed a very important executive order to accelerate medical treatments for serious mental illnesses, specifically psychedelic drugs, including all caps Ibogaine. This is something that has helped so many of our amazing all caps veterans and true American heroes who were in the Oval Office with me and Joe Rogan. Today, I'm announcing that Secretary Kennedy has received a historic gift from the University of Miami, who has given the federal government its original 1994 Ibogaine investigational new drug application. This will give everyone direct access to the foundational FDI authorization to accelerate its development as a medical treatment in the U.S. And then he thanks a whole bunch of people and shouts out the HHS. But keep an eye here in CMPS and DFTX endorsement here for these psychedelic magical mushroom type plays here from President Trump. Back to you.
All right, very interesting stuff from the man himself. I like what TH. Oh, okay, I see. I see where I said that. TCH. Okay, 4940. I mean, you can get behind that there. But yeah, let's see a potential double top here, ladies and gentlemen, on Amazon, right? $262 there. Now starting to come back in. The Nasdaq not finding his merry way, but volume starting to uptick here. Is there going to be a good opportunity for us to get involved in some NVDL one more time? We did run right back in towards the volume weighted average price. Let's pull this bad boy up. Maybe start relatively small. We're going to post up at a key level. I want to get south of VWAP. So we'll go 34.96s. 34.96 is where I'm going to post up on NVDL for a continuation and potential move for the latter half of the day. I'm not sure we'll get that. It might be a little bit of a stretch on this trade, but that's okay. We'll see if the trading gods are fortunate enough to give us that order fill. We're now breaking into 35.09s, and this is a key pivot as the Nasdaq, SPY, and NVIDIA are having volume step into it. Apple's starting to slightly come back in, and SpaceX still hovering around those highs of the day. So a big-time recovery in SpaceX, not so much here on NVIDIA. How's AMD been performing? We're still down 5%. It's Big Smile in the chat. I'm sure he's listening. This is what I'm talking about. So this is where the instance, like where you want to go further dated, but the spread would work out for you, because if you have a couple of gap down sessions and then you just happen to be in the position for when it breaks down and you have an additional like 6 or 7% day, this is where you can really clean up on your put options there, Big Smile. But other than that, I would be waiting for that 420 break. It may or may not happen, but the longer this shelf takes to break down and lose the support, I mean, who knows? It could take an additional leg higher, but I want to see a healthy pullback here. These consolidations up here drive me through the wall, so we'll do what grinds my gears. It's 1 o'clock, so we can do it now. I think that's a reasonable time. It's these lengthy consolidations where you're not really in any form of a direction except for eastbound, not down. But eventually, I do believe we see 400 at some point. I don't know when. It's just that I feel that price action needs to clean up some liquidity, and then maybe it can head a little bit higher.
All right, Joey, there's been development here in what is moving. Look, I don't think Cast is done. I just took a couple of quick scalps off 40 into 50s, but nothing to write home about. But I do want to mention here that CAST is making a move. It's back above VWAP. It's at 1 2/3, just popped off there in the quarter of $1 to 207 high. So this could be a lower high. Be careful with that. And then I also want to mention here OSRH catching a bit of a bid. I'm not going to trade this hot garbage. It didn't respect the volume weighted average price after holding it for a while. It lured me in with higher highs and higher lows. So if this one wants to go, it's likely going to go without me unless there's nothing else to trade. So OSRH on Uncle Sheriff shit list, but we're going to keep an eye here on CDTG. Here comes the $0.50 above in. What a move up. And the breakout is on now, it looks like. Watch out for bamboozlement, though. So there we go, right at the $0.50 again. I'm looking at the 5-second chart. A loss here, a 515. I want to say 520 to 515 is a big problem because that's a local area low. 530 to 5 1/4 has been a buy area for the longs. I guess it's an area of defense here on the 5-second chart, but we did just get lured up into that 5 2/3 area, and then we dropped quick as you like, almost back into the $0.25. Here comes the third of $1 now. So yeah, it feels like this one may not be quite ready to go yet. There's the $0.25 buyer again. Hey, if it holds up here, gives me a higher low on the 5, possibly even takes out 5.7 or 5 2/3, then I think that's a bullish setup. Right now, it's not breaking down, so the setup is decent on the 5-second chart, but it's not enough for me to kind of jump in here. So I want to see exactly what this one has to offer, and if it can kind of resume trend, take out some higher lows, higher highs, then we'll jump into this one again. I do like CDTG, just trying to snipe the areas that are appropriate in my estimation here. Adara putting a headline there. Iran foreign minister says Tehran threatened ceasefire proposals. Iran FM says war must not end.
No,
must end. Sorry, not pause. Okay, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be
great.
Fantastic here if it ends and doesn't pause. But something tells me that there may not be an end to the war prior to the midterms. Just my spidey sense.
I don't see it coming to any form of conclusion anytime soon, to be honest. And that's just me. In my opinion, I could totally be wrong. And I think for the sake of a lot of individuals, I am. Now, where are we posted up at 34.95, starting to slowly come back in on this bad boy. Amazon starting to come back in, but you can see from our volume standpoint, we're really cooling off right now, ladies and gentlemen. But double top there at 262.14. If there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, I don't think we asked you this today. Put a couple of tickers in the chat. We'll do some TA on them. We'll run through our list. How has your boy Duolingo been performing on today's session, Sharif?
Can I want to drop a couple
questions,
a couple comments about Duo.
Duo.
So they've improved a little bit.
Okay.
So there's like that. Have you seen that explain my answer?
Yes.
Thing? What do you think about that?
That's
it's not
cool.
too bad, right?
No, that's great.
It kind of gives you some of the the details that was missing, that was having to constantly go and use the LLM. Yeah, exactly. And I also like okay, so for Mandarin specifically, the tone in how you say the word, if it's an up pitch or down pitch, makes a big difference. So sometimes when I say words to Michael, like I'm pronouncing them perfectly, but I'm not using the right tone. So it takes him like a second to understand what I'm saying. So now they're actually kind of driving that home. I didn't even know that there was an area in Duo for that specifically.
Oh, really?
No, I didn't know.
Okay, that's
No,
interesting.
I didn't. So that's kind of helping a lot because there's like apparently 4 different sounds that you can make with the word in Mandarin, and it, you know, denotes meaning that's equally as important.
You definitely picked the most complex language.
I'm down, bro.
Yeah,
Can I
which
say
is cool.
it
Yeah,
is there's no feminine and masculine.
Oh, that's the
straight
issue with Spanish sometimes.
and French.
Like, yeah.
And then there's the verb irregular, which are super annoying to conjugate those hot garbage. It's frustrating. I never really liked French, but my parents both speak French. My sister speaks French. I'm like the only one fluent, bro.
Oh, really?
Fluent.
Why is that? Is that a?
So where they were taught.
They
went to French school.
Oh,
in Egypt.
In Egypt. Okay, all right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, both of them did.
Oh, that's and your sister older than
my
you
sister.
too.
Yeah, like 6.5. She's just because she's smart.
She's smart.
Like she liked it. She's like, I'm gonna learn. She actually did a little German too, bro.
Oh, really?
And they have neutral in German as well, masculine, feminine, and neutral.
Sprechen die Deutsch.
Yeah, sprechen Sie Deutsch. Nah, man, I'm going with the trend. I'm a trend following system. Something tells me Mandarin is the trend.
Oh, is it? What is it? What is
I
that?
think so.
Trend is your
where
friend.
I'm going with
yeah,
this,
I know
bro.
where you're going over there. Denang. Maybe at some point. No, being sarcastic there. Listen, let's go over some of the names. Yeah, GEV.
Yes, Wild Bay,
some people asking, who was it asked me if I can go over GEV's options chain? Yeah, VM3. Learning, absolutely, man. You ask kindly and you shall receive. So we'll head over to our options chain and see what GEV has cooking up for us here today. Now, listen, this isn't going to be a name that's highly liquid, right? So when we talk about trading options and you're getting into the world of derivatives, liquidity is, I don't know if I should say more important, but equal to is what you're trading in the underlying asset. Now, with the underlying asset can be significantly more liquid than what you're experiencing here in the derivatives market. But when you're trading these, just getting in and out is so key. But then also what comes into play, exact same thing with the equities front of things, is your spread. So if you're looking at, say, a 10, 15 cent or probably even 30-cent spread on GEV, right? Probably even maybe closer to $1. We can pull that up here momentarily. Actually, I can do it right now. Why am I even talking hypothetical when we have all the information that we need right here? So 214.62 and 10.15. So you're looking at 60 to 70 cents. You'll see that reflected to the tune of hundreds of dollars in GEV on the options chain. Like, think about it. If you were going to purchase this or write this, there is a hold your breath now, everyone. There is a $500 spread if you're going to be on the writer side of things or the purchaser or the buyer, right? So $23, right, or $2,300 or $1,800 right there, okay? So there's a $500 spread, which is absolutely insane. It makes it a lot more difficult. Now, as for open interest, because we don't have the liquidity, it's harder to gauge where you have the hedge funds or where the larger participants are really hanging out and placing their bets. If you head over to the Nasdaq, the Qs, the SpaceX, the NVDAs, the Apples, I shouldn't say AMDs, but those top names in the volume list, you'll be able to identify that. I don't know if we can necessarily do that with GEV. We'll look for highest levels of open interest, but you can see 243 contracts at $1,050, understandable, but this could be one person. And then there's no volume pretty much. Staying 79, one contract here, which makes trading the derivative is significantly more difficult for my style of trade.
All right, man. Cass is making a move here. Casey's calling it out. Bovin is calling it out. Who else? People are going to come on me if they're like, I called it out. You didn't say. Hebrew Letters is calling it out. I can't read that, brother. Who else, man? There's a bunch of people calling it out as well. Yeah, Bovin again. Wrinkled Hippie. Shout out to my man, Wrinkled Hippie. He's calling it out. So look, I'm watching it. It's going, but these are 2 candles here that are catching my attention. The high is 187 and the open there is 187. So 187, a key area for me, kind of random, only because those are the 2 closing prints on the day. So I'll watch this. I have no problems trading it. It looks like it might be following the 10 EMA on the 5 right now. It's not strictly holding higher lows and higher highs on the 5, but it is following trend. So if it continues to do that, I'll be involved, but not going to jump in quite yet. I see IPST as well is starting to break out. You can see it's breaking through the channel here, guys. So IPST could be a move. Look at this. Watch out for the topping tail candles. It's done it before. It did it at 11:35. It did it at 11:10. So you need to look for verification on this one. Look for the hold of prior bar, right? That's kind of what you're looking for there. But IPST is making a move, so you need to be alive to that as well. So is OSRH. Sorry, let me just bring it in. OSRH is curling up here. This is far higher than any print that I got on OSRH. I said I wouldn't trade it. I think I'm going to stay away from this one until if it gets back above a buck. I think I've got enough to deal with right now. We've got possibly CAST making a move, and the tape is picking up. Look at the left side of my screen. See how there's a lot of green and yellow? Well, now they're coming some red there. What I want to see is waves of orange, and there's a big seller here at 75, dampening everybody's party. Looks like some of his orders are getting taken off. No, into 74, back into 75. So $0.75 here acting as a key area of technical resistance. There's 76. Does it hold? It's a thick trade here, man. Almost 73 and a third million shares already exchanging hands. It's only a dollar name, though. But look how much trouble it's having with 76. Equally as much trouble as it had with 75. Perhaps pick it up on the dip. Flipping to the 5-second chart on the top screen here on Cast to spot areas of support and resistance. It's a tougher name to look at. I think you should just try to be picking up higher lows. It's generally held higher lows, so possibly something maybe into the mid to low 170s, something like this. For example, let's see if this one holds up. If I get in here, I'd have to give it to about 67 or so. Let's give that a try there, and we'll give this one the old college try. What do we got? We got 7 1s. Let's go ahead and post here and see what we get. If we can take out that 7.5 seller, that would be cool. Yeah, that's all for now. IPST, this was a problem. Let's see if it holds up, but this is a concern for me, right? There's so many topping tail candles through this channel, and then it ends up failing. So look for a hold above prior bar, and even a clearing of prior bar as well. Like a move above 17, I think puts you in fantastic position here, especially if it closes that way on IPST. If you can get that decided move, get out of the channel so it's no longer trading as a range. I think here it comes, 1653. IPST could be him. Let's see if it can move and hold above 17, though. Let's get that ready on a trading screen. IPST, it's already ready over here, so we're good to go. Spread on this one, still crappy, 20 pennies, wider at times, tighter at times, 14 here. So that's what we're watching right now, Joey. There's no shortage of names.
I like that trend, that break there, that trend break.
This trend break here.
Yeah.
What I was pointing out was this candle here and that candle there. That's why I wanted to see a little bit more, right? Those two candles are the bamboozlers in chief. So keep an eye out on that.
SMCI ripping? Yeah, let's pull it up. Here we go, going to SMCI, ladies and gentlemen. SMCI, super micro. Yeah, it is actually on the move here. Great call out there. My boy Yannick, what's cooking, brother? I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. It was a pretty good one. I don't know what it was like in the city, but where I was, it was really, really nice. All right, SMCI really starting to pick up momentum and volume. Wow, this is some big volume spike here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, yeah, I haven't heard that one here today. So here it is. Off to the races it goes. Now, I think at this point, where is Noodles? Is Noodles always trading SMCI? We're going to look for a 38.15 break, right? And then a pullback and then maybe a continuation of the trend. But what we do have is the stair step higher in volume. So there's a couple of things correlating. Does that mean it has to continue on the path that it's currently on? No. But we do have the stars are slowly starting to align themselves. SpaceX starting to come back in. We've yet to catch that fill on NVDL. SpaceX finally breaking trend and picking up steam to the southeast there, ladies and gentlemen. But SMCI definitely looking pretty good today. And I know some people talking about Netflix. Who? Netflix up 3%, starting to come back in as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. My boy Texas Instruments getting hit pretty heavy today, Sharif. Down 4 1/5, but still consolidating. But what we can see here throughout the daily and its price action is consistent lower highs there, ladies and gentlemen. We should catch this fill momentarily. I don't know why. It's just prolonging. Now, you're shorting video full of fun. Yeah, good luck there. I'm long here at 34.95. Let's see if we get this area to step back in, and then boom, off to the races. Go on now.
Oh, my days. It took it out all in one fell swoop, man. Got into IPST at 1688. It took out all my orders into 1769 in one fell swoop, and now it's failing 17.
69er.
I know, right? My day, it's all over the map here, guys. IPST on the lookout, right back into that area high, 17 the third. This one could see 18 sooner rather than later. It's trading near the highs. The buyers are coming in pretty aggressively here above 17. Let's continue to watch this now. This is a nice trend break here on IPST, but we need to see a little bit more so that we're not lured in and then this one makes a beeline back into 14 where the volume weighted average price is. 18.30 limit up. Seller at 33, 34. Continuing to hold 17s options, man. Let's see if it can hold up here. Definitely looking at getting back in. Are they buying at higher levels? Yes, they are. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. We're going to go 1688. Oops. Take over for a sec.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Dude, are you okay? Anyways, let's see what we got going on. You're going short. Oh, SMCI looks like a potential short, man, over here. I probably have to order them for this bad boy. Let's see if we get any form of a pullback, but what we do have is an isolated pivot. Now, the volume increased as well, too, so we didn't quite get to that 38.08. What we will do is pull up the options chain to see if there's anything correlating with this potential top. If there is a high level of open interest, then there might be a good opportunity, but again, we're going to be going counter trend, so we have to be prepared to stick to our risk measures and get out when we're supposed to. $39, where did we reject? 38, seeing 6,000. That next level is going to be at 39. Ooh, we're really starting to come back in here on SMCI. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Yeah, for sure. Just in case, right, what we're going to be looking for is a move back up into this level and then an additional rejection. But that isolated candle and what we got going on there, Gaurav, I know you said you weren't trading anymore. The stars are really starting to align in this bad boy, and I'm going to be looking for some opportunities there via SMCI. Market still doesn't know if it's coming or going. Right now it's choppy, and I think it's best to avoid the TQQQs and the SPY on today's intraday trading. Unless you're establishing those intraday iron condors via the options trade, that would be a really good day to construct that style of trade and that that strategy. Is it still going? It really came in there aggressively, man.
It was we had to stop out on that. That was pretty aggressive, man. Look at that move. 15.5 buyer though, multiple times. I'm not bottom picking this, but it's holding trend, especially if it can hold 15. If it can hold 15, this holds trend. So right back above, it's got 15.5 here. I would say this is not bad. This is not bad. It's above the 10 EMA. It hasn't fallen back into that downward channel quite yet. So local area lows right at VWAP, 1573. So yeah, that's the area that it held generally. Let's see if this can make a bigger move back up. There we go. We're out of the money on this, but we have such a small position here on cast. I'm just going to wait till it breaches VWAP, possibly around 149. So let's just put 149 on there. For the last remaining amount there on CAST. It's like a nothing burger, so I needn't worry too much about it. I want to focus the majority of my energy here on IPST in case this one really gets going here and takes out some levels. So that's what I'm going to do with this specific one. Let's put in some orders because this one has a tendency to rip up. Now it can do it both ways, right? Seller at 60 here. Can't shake the seller at 60, so looking for a bigger move on IPST. I don't mind this. This trend resumption here, or this trend hold, excuse me. What I'm looking for is it to hold 15. So in at this level, I'll stop out likely below 1550, just because that's where the candle low is, but I'll keep it on watch above 15. 15 to me is a level that it has to hold, right? Because that puts it back into the downward channel. If it falls back into that downward channel, then the trend, there's no trend here except that downward chain. You can trade it that way, but that's not what I'm interested in. So looking for a move back here into 17s. We just got one profit taker there on IPST. We're looking for a bigger move though into 17s.
All right, man. Good luck, man. Yeah, these pullbacks are crazy, the volatility. SMCI. You know what we will do? Let's see if I can place an order on this one or I have to order shorts. I'm going to post up at 3790s. I'm going to post up at 3790s, ladies and gentlemen. I know I like to repeat what I'm doing so you can hear clearly instead of me having to repeat over and over again. We didn't get that order filled on NVDL, but let's be patient just in case there's some form of an aggressive move back here. But that inverted hammer candle closing as as a complete one, and then also the isolated volume signature. I like the look of this one's jib, as Sharif would like to say. So let's see if we can get this one. The order has now officially been placed. You want 18, says Electric Passions. Okay, thoughts on buying super deep in the money options versus holding shares? That's a really good question. Super deep in the money, and are you talking about super deep, like we're talking leaps, the furthest expiration cycle that you can get, like multiple years? Then we're having a different conversation, right? Like, so for me, with something that I'm particularly running right now, is that I have a strategy where I'm just going the share route, so I don't have to worry about the Greek factors whatsoever. And then when it dips, I can just continuously buy more, buy more, buy more, buy more, and not have to worry about theta and rolling over contracts. So just let me know what you're thinking. If you're talking about buying far, far out leaps, if you do want to leverage your system, it's not a horrible play, but until your thesis starts working, I'm going to be a firm advocate of the spread. All right, just hedge your position until you really get that momentum start to kick in, and then sure enough, you might be able to rock and roll. But at that point, the spread at times can be more profitable than just flat out buying or the put or the call, right? Whether it be a bull put or a bear put or a bull call. There you go, bang. Man,
It's pretty. It's so pretty. Into the high of the, no, I lied. Into the halt we go. 1848, limit up on IPST. Oh, that's a nice ad there, man. Right into 16 and a half.
The eye hit. I get.
I love that one, man. Katina Man chose the right one there, bro. There it goes. Limit up 1848 IPST. Doing it live. It's got almost 22 million shares in the top now, guys. 1853. Not that far away from where we halted, but there it goes. IPST has decidedly broken trend. It could be back on the way to $20 here. It does have a $20, 25-cent high on the day, but you know, we're going to have to see exactly how this one opens up. We're only about 2 pennies above the the halt price now. So halt time 13:25:32. Current time, of course, is 26:20. So we have another 4 minutes to go. Casey dropping another 5 membies. Bro, Case, we saw how much these membership costs. Like, these aren't cheap. So,
Case, are you just come to the studio already?
Thank you, Case, for the memberships. As always, very, very kind of you. Killing it, man.
Wow.
Like, who got the members, man? Jason Hill, Keen, Nick Slit, Keith, Stevie Jewel. All you guys got a free Trader TV live membership. Thanks to
Fabian's loading up Neil's stream deck there.
I don't know what he's doing over there, man. He's doing something.
You got something going on.
But we got to tell them, though, Joey, if they want a free membership, they're going to have to be in the chat because only individuals in the chat get a free membership.
They have to schlep into the chat. If you wear a Yankees jersey, Joe.
No, you're going to wear a Yankees jersey? PFSA is breaking out, man.
In order for Casey to reach the city.
That's a tough one there, man. Are you going to do it, Joey?
Looks like you're staying in NYC, girl. We're only playing around.
All right, what are you looking at?
Same thing, man. It looks like we're going to catch this fill on, and you have a membership, Manu Dragon. You're in the chat and you have a membership. Let's see, we're posted up on SMC. I still can't catch this order here on NVDL. So we have 2 potential trades posted up right now. We're not going to pay anything more, or we're not going to sell anything less. Wow, look at this double top here on Amazon. Yeah, 262.14, and now starting to come back into VWAP. That's pretty cool if you ask me. Now it's only a matter of time until we catch this order fill on SMCI. Market's still not doing anything, ladies and gentlemen. So, but Gorev's not even trading right now. So. Give me a minute here. I know you got something going on.
We got to do the news, brother.
Oh, okay.
It's almost half an hour past.
It's half an hour past. All right, I don't really have an important to say, so we'll pop up and fire up the news.
Send it up to see you.
Talk first about Home Depot, shall we, Adara? Top and bottom line beat as well here. Raised guidance as well, which includes tariff refunds that are quote-unquote expected to partially offset unplanned fuel, energy, and other product input costs. The CFO of the company, Richard McPhail, has also said that despite the quote-unquote frozen housing market, Home Depot is taking their share and serving their customers better every single day. He's also assured that growth has been seen in both pro as well as DIY businesses. So let's take a look at the numbers, shall we? EPS has come in at $4.92 adjusted versus the expected number at $4.73. Revenue at $47.86 billion versus $47.27 billion that was expected. Net income at $4.77 billion. Sales are up 1.7%, beating the expectations of 0.9% Adara. And according to the CFO, these are the highest sales that the company has made since the fiscal third quarter of the year 2022. So expectations for sales growth for the upcoming fiscal year is between the range of 2.5 to 4.5.
Yeah, and I think too, like the average ticket growing on a year-over-year basis, I also like. It was a 92.5 or so this year. Last year it was just above $90, so I do like that. I want to talk though about CEO Ted Decker. So he's currently on medical leave, and the medical leave was announced on August 12th, which was less than a week before the earnings report. Now, I'm not going to lie, the only obvious precedent for this was Thomas Siebel at C3 AI, who announced, just because I'm losing my vision doesn't mean I can't run the company. Then he did step down as CEO, then he came back as CEO. So that's really, to me, the only obvious precedent. Now, I know these are very different companies. I want to start with that. I mean, C3 AI is tiny and was already a little bit tumultuous, I'll put it kindly, but Home Depot is a much more established company, and as Sharif said, this is a company that, you know, they've got a well-oiled machine. You'd hope they don't necessarily need the CEO to run, but given the timing of that medical leave announcement, I'm not going to lie, I was kind of nervous about this report. I like this report even more with that in mind, because it shows even though our CEO is dealing with some health issues, which they said they think he'll be back in a couple months, you know, I appreciate them just giving us the heads up saying, hey, this is happening. He'll be back soon. I think the numbers don't seem to have suffered, which I really like. So yeah, I think, I'm not going to lie, I was expecting the worst from this report, and we definitely didn't get that. So I'll give them the hats off, quite honestly, for that.
Sorry, just in a position, can you take over for a
Yeah,
sec while I
absolutely.
allow this
There's a couple of things that I like about, or so I should say there's one main thing, is that they're going to really increase, they're ramping up their home delivery, right? So now you can place orders within select items in the store and receive them under 3 hours, all right? So we're seeing a lot of retail names do this pivot, so you don't have to have everyone at the brick and mortar. Now they're going to have these hubs where they will dispense all of the materials that will be selective within the catalog of the company itself, but under 3 hours, that's going to increase their DIY individual and how many people are using whatever it may be, the app or whatever platform they need in order to place those orders. Now, what have we seen over the past couple of quarters? It's been more or less the pro carrying the weight on their shoulders. Now you have the company stepping in and buying most of the products. As Adara mentioned, you're having this stagnant movement, or sorry, no movement at all within the housing market. So with that being said, people aren't necessarily doing things to their new house, renovating it how they like, and that can be a little bit of an issue. But this could be the start of something big for the company. I like what they have what they're doing with this specific home delivery system.
Sorry, just here.
Yeah, all right, we'll go on to the next story then.
All right, no, I got it here. So just stopped out. It lost 21. I tried to add through 21. I didn't give that enough room. Obviously, I should have left that there because, see, this is, yeah, I can't trade these small caps during the news segment. It's not gonna be a tenable position here. So you're gonna have to do this without me today.
All right, let's go. See ya.
Yeah, let's take a look at Baidu, that is Baidu. Revenue for this company coming in at 31.3 billion yuan, around close to $4.6 billion, down 2% from the prior quarter and 4% from the year earlier. General business for the company has generated 25.2 billion yuan in revenue, and that is down 3% sequentially and 4% year over year. CEO of the company, Robin Li, has said that the Baidu core AI-powered business revenue has reached 12.5 billion yuan, which represents half of Baidu's general business revenue. And AI cloud infrastructure revenue has climbed 50% year over year, while GPU cloud revenue has grown a whopping 283%. That's right, accelerating from 184% in the first quarter. Management has also said that is expecting AI cloud infrastructure growth to remain strong in the second half, with potential for future acceleration. Currently, BIDU is down 13.2% on the day.
All right, so Baidu's net income for the period slumped 68% from a year ago to 2.3 billion won, as CEO was mentioning, or $344 million. Revenue dropped 4% from a year ago to 31.3 billion won. So, I mean, it's a tough look within this name. Both figures missed expectations, but analysts also polled by FactSet were looking for net income of 2.8 billion won and a revenue of 31.7 billion won as well, too. Baidu's American depository receipts have dropped 8.9% to $94.93 in early trading hours. The S&P 500 was about 0.4 lower, but also stating Baidu's search engine business has come under pressure in recent years, with users pivoting to large language models and advertising and marketing income drying up. So essentially what these guys are stating is that we're getting hit pretty heavy at this point just due to the AI build-out. The world's biggest companies are plowing hundreds of billions of dollars into the artificial intelligence race, and Baidu is showing those risks. Hence why you're getting some hefty double-digit pullbacks here. Net income down 68% from the previous quarter last year, and revenue dropping 4%. That's a really tough look in this name. The ADRs are also down 24% over the past 12 months. The company has shed about $70 billion in total market cap since February of 2021, with a valuation of just over 35 billion as of Monday's close. So as of close yesterday, and I mean, we can pull up the actual technicals within this stock as well too to see how it's been performing, but it's probably not good. The numbers aren't really justifying themselves at all. So Baidu down to 90.35 and another massive slump on today's intraday session. It's been a tough look in this company. Let's send it back to CEO.
Let's take a look at Klarna. Adara's going to cover why it's down, but I'm just going to go over the technicals for you. GMV, that is the gross merchandise value, has reached $36.6 billion. That is up 18.8% year over year. Revenue at $1.042 billion, which is up 27% year over year. But adjusted operating income of $91 million and operating income at $27 million versus the loss of $46 million in the second quarter of last year. Net income, $9 million versus a loss of $53 million in the second quarter of last year. And active users at 120 million, that is up 9% year over year, Adara.
Yeah, I'm going to shout out Wall Street Engine on X here because they have the guide in like a fun way that I think can show you guys all with green and yellow signs to see how much it missed by. So fiscal 2026 revenue guide, 4.08 billion to 4.16 billion, and below the estimates of 4.42 billion. Now, adjusted operating income outlook for the fiscal year actually beat estimates. We're going to get into the quarterly guide in a second. They're guiding adjusted operating income between 280 million and 280 million and 300 million for the fiscal year. That's going to be well above estimates of 161 million. Let's talk about Q3. Revenue outlook for Q3, 940 million to 980 million. We were looking for 1.11 billion. Now, here's the adjusted operating income outlook for Q3, which just when you see this number, at least I did, my jaw was on the floor. 5 million to 15 million. Analysts were looking for just shy of $53 million. So I think this guidance miss specifically, I mean, you missed revenue outlook for both the fiscal year and the quarter. Then you missed quarterly adjusted operating income outlook. This is a good report for the quarter, but I do think it's worth keeping an eye on this guidance. I also want to talk here about our revenue growth. Now, revenue growth slowing down a little bit, still 27% year over year. But as you guys can see, this revenue growth was an upward trajectory from a sequential standpoint. We've broken that momentum now. So we'll have to see how Q3 goes. But that's my take here on KLAR and why it might be down despite the seemingly strong earnings report.
Now, Klarna reported earnings of 1 cent per share, beating the consensus estimates of a loss of 5 cents per share. So if we're looking at anything positive, this might be one of the underlines. Gross merchandise volume, or GMV, increased 18% to $36.6 billion. US GMV rose 27% as well too. But what really stood out for me, and this is a story that we've been talking about for quite some time, is that Klarna and Apple also launched the Apple Upgrade Device Leasing Program in the US, adding another growth channel for Klarna. Management expects the partnership to generate positive adjusted operating income in 2026 and said it could be very assertive over time. Now, there's a couple other things. Transaction margin dollars climbed 42% to 446 million. Now, we talked about this payment method having 120 plus million active users, and then they're in multiple stores. You head over to H&M and some other other stores as well too. some of them slipping my mind. But in regards, we were down 22% at one point. When you lower your guidance like that, Adara hit that nail on the head, is that when guidance is that bad, you get down to, you see these stocks fall 20+%. And that was exactly what happened here with KLAR.
Damn money, man. Let's go. Killing it on this. Let's go. Come on. New high day, 22.50. We're looking for 23.25 now. 22 reclaimed. 22.5 incoming. Let's go. That's a new high a day. Give me my money. Boom. Into the high. Looking for 23.25. It's not coming in, Joey. IPST. We're all over this monster. We're over $2 in the money. That could be hollow sorrow because this thing can turn on you. But here comes again, 23.70 high a day. And we're looking to do it live. Let's send it back to the ladies.
Let's take a look at AAPL. American Airlines is giving, finally, I should say, a green light to seat-back screens. The new screens will feature 4K displays and will start appearing with new deliveries from Boeing and Airbus in, drumroll, 2028, not yet. It will also retrofit the aircraft so that the passengers in all cabins are and will be able to use the screens and other additions like Bluetooth audio pairing as well as USB-C charging. So American has been, quote unquote, seriously considering the technology along with major cabin revamp for months. And the company had long avoided seatback screens. Also, executives of the company had contended that it wasn't worth the cost of equipment and weight that they had added to the aircraft. They said that they expected flyers to use their own devices for entertainment.
Expect flyers to use their own device? What kind of nonsense is that? So yeah, anyways, aside from that, that's crazy. Adding that, listen,
That's for AAL, not you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, we'll hit it one more time. We'll hit it, and then you'll hit it there as well, too. So let's go, let's not go. Listen, I'm not the biggest fan of this company, but Americans, 140 long-haul jets already have seatback screens. What they will be doing is adding them to the single-aisle jetliners here. 800 single-aisle jets that operate mostly domestic flights will be an expensive undertaking. America hasn't disclosed how much it plans to spend. Listen, now a lot of this is going to fall into economy when we see a pivot between some of the other larger airlines like Delta really starting to hyper focus on premium, the premium seats, right, and first class. So I don't know if this is going to be a major game changer. At least American Airlines is doing this, but I don't know if people are going to jump ship and be like, oh, I'm glad that we now have a TV on the back of the seat. I have to ride American Airlines. Is that going to change the service altogether? No, it's a step in the right direction, but we've already seen the other airlines that you hop on, whether it be Air Trans, they typically have a screen. Air Canada, you'll get the exact same thing, and most definitely Delta. So, I mean, at least it's better late than never, but I don't think this is going to be a major game changer here for American Airlines.
Definitely. Let's take a look at Meta now. Meta's trial, we're seeing a lot about this going on, and we have been hearing a lot about this. Let's take a look at what is going on. So now Meta is set to open its arguments today in the trial that California Attorney General Rob Bonta is co-leading against the company. So it follows a plethora of allegations that the company is responsible for fostering addictive behavior in teenagers and children. It involves a coalition of 29 state attorneys general in a unified case against Meta, which has been brought in 2023 and will be argued by lawyers representing California, Colorado, New Jersey, as well as Kentucky. And these stakes are huge, I should say, as leading government officials across the country are pushing for Meta to be held accountable for allegedly violating federal and state laws, which includes the COPPA, which is the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, and many consumer protection statutes. Industry experts are also calling the social media trial that Meta is going through as quote-unquote big tobacco moment with Meta as a centerpiece. So if you remember, this dates back to the year 1990, where tobacco companies had been forced to pay billions of dollars for misleading public about their safety and potential harm of the products.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big deal. Especially, I mean, in regards to shareholders, some of the fines and the penalties that they could potentially pay is actually the valuation of this company, which is really insane. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but there is going to be structural change, and there's going to be an age limit in which you can hop onto some of these social media platforms. Now, Meta Platforms is facing its biggest legal challenge yet in a trial that could lead to a penalty of more than $1 trillion. Now, stating that shareholders still seem relatively unbothered, I don't know if that's true either, because this name has been stuck in a range and continues to sell on every single pop. So there's an opposite effect of what's going on here. Pop sells off immediately. The issue for Meta is that even a settlement far short of the potential damage is unlikely to spell the end of its legal troubles, as Barron's has previously written Meta and other companies that run social media sites face a wave of lawsuits filed by teenagers, school districts, and state attorney generals. Now, this is the tobacco moment. There's going to be more regulation when it comes to social media, because we have seen, and everybody in the chat can probably agree too, just the mental health effects that scrolling through Instagram and the fact that you can't tell what is real and what has been staged. And I think that plays a major part in our day-to-day health, right? You see people living these luxurious lifestyles that may not necessarily be true. So a lot of smoke and mirrors on these platforms, and it's definitely hurting the younger children.
Dude, we're just on this aggressively. Every dip trade is being bought up hand over freaking fist, and here comes limit up, 24.48. Sorry, guys, couldn't participate today. This one is just all over the map. This is beautiful, beautiful trading today on IPST, man. All over the map, 24.48 limit up. We're showing 45s. Here it comes. There's limit up. There's the halt parameter now. Let's see how long this holds for. We need 10 seconds at this level. My spidey sense tells me we're probably going to zig and zag here. What a day on IPST. What a break from the upward channel, man. Limit up on IPST. Boom. Good job for everybody who held. I got out of that one a little bit early, but that was a good one right there. Good look on IPST. What a day, bro. Shout out to my man, Magic Mike. Let's get it back to see you.
Let's take a look at ABC here, that has obviously owned by Disney, has filed a First Amendment lawsuit against the FCC by calling its recent investigation of the company a quote-unquote retaliatory campaign due to the nature of its programming, which has been critical of U.S. President Donald Trump. ABC has filed a lawsuit as of today in a district court in Washington, D.C. This is coming months after FCC had launched an early renewal of a set of ABC's broadcast station licenses, citing concerns around the company's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. So the early review processes come after a renewed political backlash, as everyone knows it. If you have been on social media, you've seen it, after comments were made by Jimmy Kimmel on his late night show. Additionally, ABC had also faced criticism from the government around its daytime talk show, that was The View. So this lawsuit has called for the FCC to halt its early broadcast renewal proceedings. And according to CNBC, the FCC was reached out, was not responded for a comment. With that, Disney is up 1.1%.
Disney. Yeah, I honestly I don't have anything really to say about that one. I don't know if you have anything along those lines.
ABC?
Yeah,
I didn't see anything on ABC today. I'm assuming we're talking Disney here because, you know, that's the parent company. I haven't really been keeping too much tabs on Diz, to be honest with you. I saw streaming was okay last time around. I didn't.
The numbers are growing.
Pardon me?
Their monthly active users are growing right in the streaming
standpoint. So what's the issue? Can you scroll back up to that? Actually, I got it right here.
Yeah, you have it there.
Let me just have a quick look at this. So ABC, let's do some comments on this monster. Let's see what we got over here. First Amendment lawsuit by the FCC calling it recent investigation of the company retaliatory. Does it have anything to do with, what's his name? That late night show guy.
Jimmy Kimmel?
Jimmy Kimmel. Does this have something to do with that? I filed a lawsuit today in district court. Due to the nature of its programming. Oh, are they trying to get the license preemptively after the launch and early renewal? Yeah, there it is. Of ABC's broadcast station license, citing concerns around the company's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The early review process had come after a renewed political backlash. Jimmy Kimmel, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Additionally, ABC has also faced criticism from the government around daytime talk show The View. Yeah. Well, look, man, we're not going to start silencing people's opinions here. I think that that's crazy talk. There's going to be people with differing political views. And if that company is, you know, its own company, PFSA is breaking out, guys. Here we go. PFSA is on the move. It's about to take out 13.5. If a company is independently run, and they want to include DEI sort of hires on their board, that's their prerogative. You don't have to watch their channel if that bothers you, okay? If that's not your thing, don't invest in Disney and don't watch their content. But if they want to do it and that's their kind of, that's their prerogative, then have at it. I just don't think it's up to the regulator to tell companies how and, you know, in what composition to structure their boards. Even that, if that may bother you, fine, I get it. So then don't watch their channel. You know, kind of vote with your dollar, so to speak. PFSA is really going here, options, man. And we're about to break through 14. So this is a big move here. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Case. Shout out to Bovin. I know they were talking about this one. I was fixated on IPST. But PFSA, when one halts, the other goes here. So be on the lookout for that. We're going to keep a close eye on this one, see ya. Oh, my bad. Phil Fidelt 45. Solid IPST, sorry, too early, but locked in. Oh my days, 6K of profits. Thanks for the heads up, Uncle Sharif. Fun fact, we were born on the same day. Isn't that so much better than May 26th? It's so good, right?
How are you as uncle then?
Maybe he's young.
Same year.
He said, same year? Oh my days. Well, I call myself Uncle Sheriff.
Bro. You can't call me. Yeah,
I love it, man. That's amazing. Shout out to my man, Fidelt45. Appreciate you, brother. I'm going to be looking out for you more often now. Fidelt45 coming in fast. We got, wait, what? Shout out to Case. You know I'm just joling. Jacques, May 8th is still the best, says my man Jacques from the beautiful city of Nice. He's in the south, my boy.
He's in France.
He's in the south. I think he's in Oregon right now, but he is originally from Nice. I told him, man, we're going to meet him one day when I visit the south of France.
You going there?
One day.
Is that where you're going to go, is Nice?
Maybe, man. May 1st, baby,
over
says
there?
El Jefe. Bovin and I are both 26s. Yes, we do know that. Yeah. Guys, IPST is opened. It's gapped down now, 22.5. Look, it's still holding structure. There is a buyer in and around 22. Watch for a loss at 22. I think that changes fundamentally here. If that can hold, I think we may still be in play. Everything going at the moment right now, though, see ya.
Sorry, we were just discussing off camera with Adira about the ABC and Disney thing, but we'll talk about that later. Apple, let's take a look at this. As of today, announced that alternative third-party app stores in the European Union will be charged a 5% commission on in-app purchases, which the company has said will, quote-unquote, resolve disagreements with regulators stemming from the implementation of Europe's Digital Markets Act. So under these new rules, apps purchased through Apple's App Store, using Apple's system will pay a commission of 26% on digital goods and services, and apps that use their own payment processing systems and take credit cards will pay Apple 20%. Apps that link out to a website to complete purchases will be charged 15%, and apps that are distributed through third-party app stores or the web will be charged 5%, which Apple has called a quote-unquote core technology commission. So some fees can be cut in half by participating in various Apple programs. This new fee, however, takes effect on the 1st of October.
I like this. I just want the regulator off Apple's back when it comes to this App Store debacle. Whatever pleases the regulator, let's just get it done. Let's move past it from the margin story. The services business is where Apple realizes their App Store revenue. Let's just move past this whole monopolization push, angering, some of the product developers. I get all that. If we can just get past that and charge an off App Store fee of whatever 15% for a third-party app store or whatever it's going to be, I'm hoping that this actually concludes sooner rather than later. Once you realize that margin compression, the market discounts that, and you just move past it, right? And so if we can kind of settle this whole Apple App Store thing, it would just be great.
Yeah, wait, none of this is going to end without some form of fine, Sharif. So 500 million.
Well said.
Yeah.
The government got to get paid, my guy.
That's how it
Government's gotta
is.
get
And
paid.
500 million euros right there. But also the U.S. company stated changes include placing developers under a single set of business terms and adjust its commission fees. Also, Apple also states it would put in place additional protection for younger users, including by not allowing apps to link away from the App Store for payments if a user is under 13 years of age. Now, we've seen this in the keynote before. A lot is going on parental guidance here, Sharif. You see what's going on with Meta, Apple taking those measures as well too, where the parents have more control over the use device.
You see iOS 27,
allowing them,
more of that now.
More of that now, right? So they're really pushing this stuff. Why? Because I believe at some point the regulators will come after some of these device makers as well too, just having
like
the freedom
child protection
from
kind of
child
angle.
But this is why we have Apple doing this already, because they can see what is potentially to come.
Yeah, they read the writing on the wall.
They're reading the
But I was
writing
going
on
to
the
say
wall.
to you, like, you know, I forget exactly what new parental features on, because it was like during the Apple event back, no, it was like June, sorry. So anyway, there's going to be a whole bunch of parental features, app specific. So for example, TikTok, the Katina man was making it a very great point. Gia Katina is out all the time doing sports activities. You know, she's self-motivated. So the Katina man doesn't mind too much that she comes in, she chills on TikTok a little bit because she does all the other requisite stuff. Not everybody's like that.
I was going to say, how many Gia? There's only one Gia Katina.
Well,
right?
for sure. But, well, you know, Gia Katina in the name, but there's a lot of motivated kids. But the point is, not everybody's motivated like that, right? So, for example, I can set up a certain amount that RAM can be on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Limit the use.
If RAM exceeds 1 hour per day.
Just like that.
Love you, RAM. We know it's way more than an hour. Usually at work. But, no, good out there. But the point is, you're going to be able to limit screen time on app-specific names. I think there's more.
There's even there's features as well too that they're not going to be like internet access as well, and what you can download from apps. There's so many things.
Absolutely.
But I think it's important because you're seeing when in the largest social media platform, there was none of that. And I talked about a documentary that I watched not too long ago, just in regards to the fact of how Meta was prioritizing youth safety. They were more worried about political advertisement and going against certain parties than they were about child safety. And now they're.
Where was the overlap between the two? I don't quite understand.
So it was a grading system.
Okay.
So within the grading system, 1 being a top priority, 2, 3, for example. That's not exactly how it was.
Sure.
So political statements was graded higher than anything in regards of child safety, like someone posting some weird stuff about and comments and that.
I can understand why they would prioritize political safety because of what happened in certain elections. We have
there's issues around the world because it's not just a North American-based platform.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's entirely reasonable to think that other countries.
But you're gonna prioritize it above child safety?
No,
you know what I mean.
No,
it doesn't go 1, 2, and then child safety.
I completely agree with you, but of course you have to prioritize political or political misinformation. But I want to read here what Ben Zagel said, because this is honestly the other side of the coin when we talk about censorship, and it's this. A lot of this isn't about protection, he writes, or they write. It's more enforcing government control / censorship. They hate the fact that information is freely available and taking control from parents' hands. Okay, so I think those are two separate concepts there, at least the way that I see them. I don't like the nanny state where we need sort of to be babysat by government regulators who tell us this is good, this is bad. I'm simplifying it, of course, for brevity purposes. I think that is entirely different from active parenting. I see what you're saying there, though, where, you know, rather than the, you know, kind of relying on the active parenting, you're saying, well, you know, the parents aren't doing good enough of a job, we're going to have to get in control. I think that there is a narrative, though, where you say, you know, we have to protect against some misinformation. And we're seeing this specifically, I think, in the healthcare field, right? We're seeing a lot more of this around vaccination. However you kind of come down on that issue, you're seeing sort of, you know, narratives push one way, the medical community pushing a different way, And, you know, Joe Schmo and I were kind of caught in between. It's like, well, who do we believe, right? And I don't know if it's the right solution is for the government to tell us which one is right, right? I think that's from TikTok, Assassino says, man. Frankie Bumps, we love you too, brother. I freaking love you guys. You make me laugh so hard. Thanks so much for writing PFSA with you. Absolutely, man. You know, is this still going? Well, broke through 14. Point is, man, I get the point of trying to protect misinformation. I also see the importance of freedom of speech.
Yep.
I just don't know if the right solution is to limit that speech entirely and not give us kind of both
because
sides
it
of
becomes subjective at some point, right? So, all right, guys, I'm gonna head over to the other desk. We'll let
do your
Treva
thing,
give
brother.
60 seconds. We'll see what our boy Neil is up to
Do your thing.
momentarily, and see what we got going on there, guys.
All right, man. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks for covering. Thanks for just being on, Joey. I know you got like double duty, so we gotta throw some respect your way, man. All right, guys. There's a lot going on right now. A lot of uptrends here. Don't look at the top left of your screen, but yeah, I get IPST's halted down. It's south of 22, so it was preceded by topping tail candle. Let's see if 20 holds here. IPST interesting cast as well, continuing to put higher lows and higher highs into that double top into 190, dropping into $0.75 now. PFSA as well, continuing to, I want to say, generally hold trend here, even though that topping tail candle into about 14.50, 14 and a third rejects. We're down into 13. 13 though, you know, it's above the 10 EMA, and it was a critical area of resistance initially. We couldn't get through it, so I think it's generally still holding trend. And OSRH, is this my biggest loser on the day? Holy cow. Guys, I'm 1 for 4 and green. I love those kind of days, man. 1 for 4. Red on OSRH. I don't know, somehow was red on CDTG, but IPST made up for all of that. So happy about that. That'll put us, you know, good on the week, as we finished out last week pretty strong as well, even though last week started out pretty bad. In any event, OSRH, right around 81 pennies, 83 penny high, technically 82.99. I think that one's still an uptrend. And last but not least, CDTG. It is putting a bit of a downtrend here, but if this one can work above 5, specifically I want to say 5 1/3, you could see 6 again. But it has a tendency to kind of make a new high and then drop back down pretty quickly. So you got to be alive to that as well, guys. All right, it's time to send you to the big boys, Neil and Sean and, sorry, I'm tired. Neil and Joe. Just before we go, Assassino here, IPST's open. It's holding 21 for now. If this can get back above 23, where we have a lot of resistance, this one could be interesting. So I don't think IPST is done. Let's look for a hold at 20. If 20 holds, fantastic. If it gets above 23, I think that's also a good setup here. So see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow's my last day before we go on vacay. It'll be Joey and I. Same bat time, same bat channel. See you guys.
It's gonna be Joby after that point.
Joby?
Yes, sir.
Joby's a thing.
It is a thing.
So y'all should buy Joby stock
Ooh.
and go to the, no, you shouldn't.
And
No, you
so
shouldn't.
you're saying we shouldn't YOLO Joby?
Nope, no. Let's not do that one, because that's not a very good stock at all. What? You mentioned the name Joby. I'm like, oh, that's a symbol. We had the Adobe, Adara, and Obi was a thing, but that's not that great of a stock either. We got to start coming up with these like combinations that are actually good. Although, you know what? To Adobe's credit, hey, that's off the low.
Yeah.
Do you, Adobe?
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. I had no idea this was getting a nice little bounce. Some of the software names have been coming back. I was actually saying into the chat to Scott on the midday.
What are you saying?
That I should have been short Lucid at 6. But my example, I'm going to get to Tesla in a second and then SpaceX. I should have been. I know I said I was going to short 6 yesterday on Lucid. And when it held VWAP, we were just looking at other things. It is what it is. Like this morning, it was DRAM, and then it was Tesla, and that's where the focus was, and I never got back to it. Tesla's losing it a bit. Like the last time, it was a pretty clean break through VWAP, and then it was a good retrace. But once you flashed that you couldn't hold the 40, that became a target. This might be turning red as well. So that one could be getting ugly. But you know what? What's never ugly ever ugly is to see some positive updates from OGen. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company's activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational, and patient dosing is expected next. And they're developing ONP-002. That's an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. One shout out to Oragenics. Thank you for sponsoring this portion of the show. So while Tesla, I mean, sometimes it's like, okay, you get the break, it's pretty clean. Waiting for SpaceX at the 145 after VWAP this morning. I've had the patience part. I traded in 2 places in SpaceX. Oh, by the way, that data that we're missing yesterday never really came back on some of these.
Oh, really?
It's kind of weird. But it's a little bit better today. So we shorted it at VWAP. Good. Stop. Then we shorted our 145 level twice, and now it's on the way back. So hopefully this time is a charm. But I don't want to give this too far. So I'm sitting this bar right in here, which would be like the quarters on SpaceX. And it's just a matter of, hey, this is the area that I liked. Maybe the 15 is going to look complete. It's still, the 15's got the gap in it too. Yeah, so anyways, it doesn't really matter. You guys get the idea. The 145 was that afternoon bounce spot. And once we rejected there, this is the spot that I'm looking for the short. I don't feel like I want Tesla along. Again, looking at it this afternoon, I feel like that one might be done. Potentially thinking we're going to look weak into the close here. Yeah. So I was hoping we could get some kind of a reload in DRAM. 9% down for DRAM.
Yeah, I know, man.
Across the board, like you've seen some of this, like Micron 8%.
This is what this
SNDK.
This is what this whole space
waxed.
does, man. It's like it's either they're up double digits or they're down double digits almost. Like it's crazy. And I mean,
truth.
Like if we go and look at some of the volatility on some of these, you see a slight uptick, but it's nothing compared to what those initial sell-offs were. Like Neil, I believe we've covered SanDisk. Like we've seen SanDisk get 150% IV. 160% plus. We're now trading at 98%, so it's not as volatile as it was before.
It's crazy.
And you can see that through the average true range as well, which it's just like the fluctuation. I remember the fluctuation within some of these names, and I remember coming in some days it's like MRVL up 14%, SanDisk up 12.5%, Micron up 13%, and so on. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a disaster waiting to happen. And then eventually some of these stocks did get cut in half to the tune of 16%. Yeah. Or sorry, 60%, 50%, respectively. So, I mean, what goes up comes down almost just as fast as furious at times. And that's why I'm waiting for AMD to have somewhat of an aggressive pullback where you see like 25.
I think AMD is primed.
You think so?
If you just look at the things that didn't have the aggressive pullback and what happened with AMD, like we were saying it this morning, clean trend break at the 50 period. And then the 50 period SMA on the daily, 50 SMA on the daily is just rejected twice. You're coming back. Obviously, we'll have NVIDIA earnings that we'll see how that goes, whether that affects the space. But it just feels like these guys are the ones that need to dip. And we're talking about names, I guess, in DK, the memory names you mentioned, MRVL, but that goes right to the 50 period as well. Break a trend at the 50, pull back. Once it gets to the 50 period, boom, rejection again. So that's where the trend, that's where things broke down. And that's where things turn around when we get a relief rally. So that just means to me, like technically, it's still working out to the south side. There's some small cappers moving. Hey, the market's going lower. I think we can all see that. But there's also this Prof USA? Yeah, I guess it's more like Prof USA. I've been saying it wrong in my mind this whole time. 260%. The halt band is right here, $16.47. You don't care about a daily chart. Here it is. So 1647 on PFSA is going to be the halt band. It's already tagged it a couple of times and pulled back, but this thing is absolutely on a tear. There was, what was the other one that Sharif was trading? You guys will put it in the chat. Was it Cast?
Yeah.
So there was free so Cast, 90 million shares in volume, and that one's kind of off the highs. No, there was another one that was blowing up. IPST, that's the one. IPST. That's the one. IPST is coming back in a little bit here after touching $25. So this one, I'm not saying it's done, but that's on the pullback. It looks like there's still going to be some small cappers running pretty pretty profusely doesn't make any sense. Running profusely. There you go.
That's fair.
There's too many P's.
Wow, PFSA is really moving here. I mean, like,
These things are
this thing's moving like 50 cents. This is crazy. It was just printing 16s, runs up into 1660s. Like, this is crazy. NVDL, good thing we removed that order. But PFSA, look, starting to display an ABCD pattern here, Neil. Let's get our eyes on this bad boy.
Where's the EFG though?
Pardon me?
Where's the EFG?
Yeah, I know, man. We've got to talk about that. Well, it might be in the past now. Back down to 16s, but if we keep an eye on the tape, who knows? You might get a pop-up into 17, 258% here today on this name. We tried cast a couple of times today, Neil, and it just didn't work out for us. Slightly too early and not wide enough stop. Too many shares wide enough, because look at this move that we missed out on from $1.15 or $1.20 is where our entry was, all the way up to $2. So that's not a bad move whatsoever. But PFSA tape, pull back, and then we might be able to engage on this trade for a continuation to the long side. But I do believe, considering we haven't broke that 1650 marker right now, that we do see a little bit of a pullback here.
Yeah, I think if you're a small cap trader, this is definitely your days. Arun Warrior. See, now this is one of those. Anyone got the balls to short Wito?
Ooh.
You know what? There's some people like to be like, oh, in trading you need to have balls. I'm like, cap that nonsense. You need to have a plan. Because I don't care. It's like, to me, trading is like poker. You have to have a plan of action, and then you just try to execute your plan. That way, like, show me the person at the table that the second you change the blind or up the blinds, like, their game changes. Like, that's just like, that's like, you're dead if that's you. And I think trading is sort of the same way. With Wito, I just don't see much of an entry plan here. I think really the chance to have shorted this was right in here. It's what Luis says. It's once it loses, like, there's your drop at VWAP. There's the trend break. There's the drop at VWAP. This is where you want to be in. Or if you can get in on somewhere in that candle when it's breaking 40. And then now you're holding, knowing that you were giving it to maybe this top or the volume weighted average price, and you're holding it. Shorting it at the bottom, looking for the gap fill, that's a trickier proposition. So obviously, being short this would have been fantastic on a small capper. You know, we've seen it before. When they give it up, they can really, really give it up. But I don't wonder if you would have missed your shot here on WETO, unfortunately. One name, look, we've seen this story. I know Joe had it this morning. Joe just went up to grab some food, I'm guessing, because he got to eat. When the market, I shouldn't say the market, when the chip game is weak, when the Qs are struggling, when the AI play is downside, then Apple that's your relief. For some reason, Netflix too sometimes, but like Apple, for everything that we sort of said, like AMD wants to give back, the way MRVL is giving back, the way the memory stocks are giving back, it seems like the double bottom on Apple, that 300, is going to end up carrying the day. So it's got the relative strength going for it. Don't know if it's got enough to be able to break out as weak as the market is. But if you're looking for strength, that's definitely it. And yeah, IGV stocks as well there, Tasia, in the chat. You're mentioning that. And then Vina is also saying Uber has been that type of a play as well. I pause with Uber because the thing that got me with Uber today is I got caught really off guard that Uber made this breakaway, because in my head, I was sort of married to the notion, which you shouldn't get to, like, you shouldn't get caught up with how you expect stocks to react to news. You should just go with the flow. But when that robotaxi announcement came from Tesla kind of did like a weird reverse. I'm like, okay, well, it went up first, but then it did a full reverse. I'm like, okay, that doesn't make any sense. But Uber's reaction made sense to me. It went straight down, it held down. So my brain, like, the last thing in the world I was thinking, oh, the tech stock, AI is down, Uber sometimes has been strong. I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking, well, Uber should just be continuing short because of that robotaxi story. And then Uber defied your expectations by breaking out long. And the worst part about it is it wasn't just a pre-market high break. It was also like the VWAP hold secondary breakout play. So if you didn't have to see the first look, you just had to see the market looking weak or the chip names looking weak, and then get over to Uber and take what you can. Right now, it's not the same level of strength as Apple, so I wouldn't say it's in that category. Now it's starting to respect what I think should have been true, but opinions don't really matter. Tape doesn't lie at the end of the day. Now it's heading to the downside with the rest of the markets. Just, I should be on the other side of 143.50, so let me just replace that. I wanted to be bidding in front of the $0.50. So this play at 45, it's to VWAP. That's how I'm rolling. Like if both these shorts here were into the volume weighted average price before we covered at the volume weighted average price on the early short. So I want to get 143.5, and then we'll look to see if there's a VWAP bounce there on SpaceX. If once it breaks 44, I'll probably trail it to break even. I'm going to leave the stop as is for now, as that one's trying to get back into the downside. I do see Tesla catching a bid. The market's trying to hold these lows. I want to find something that I like to the long side, outside of these small cappers.
I know.
I mean, they're all just still going crazy. By the way, what is it?
Let's see.
IPST is getting close to VWAP. That could be, it bounced VWAP before, so that could be a good spot to look. And if I haven't said it already, because I know Joe, we're going to let Joe eat.
No, don't worry. I'm good, man.
There's a small period in the middle of the day where it's probably more my charts. I don't know if Joe's charts would be that way. Like there'll be a gap in the charts where there was like a data refresh. It's not a halt. Like there was no halt on all these symbols. It was just a little bit of a gap. So that's what it is. Like I don't want you guys thinking that this halted down when it got to VWAP, but it is getting back into that one-weighted average price.
So I'm posted up at 15s here on PFSA.
Ooh, nice.
Now TCSH, yeah, anytime, man. And thanks for the interest. It means a lot. Now he's just asking me, do you sell options as opposed to buying them? I think there's so many different strategies that you can implement, right? You don't necessarily have to do one or the other. And then also, can you talk about the morning segment you do, please? Absolutely. Oh, wow. See, just like that. We'll get to that momentarily. Neil, I was posted up at 15s, but then it just absolutely flushed.
Which
10
one?
cents.
Oh, PFSA.
Yeah, PFSA. So I was posted at the lower end of the range, but then the momentum most definitely kicked to the downside. Don't forget, Tastius, I haven't forgot about you. We'll talk about that momentarily, but right now, let's focus what we have on the trade. Up 227%. What we need is another wave of participation. Wow. See, the way this 1 minute candle opened up at the lower end of the range is not a good sign. We don't want to panic just yet. If it holds 1430s, then we might have a good opportunity to find some form of a recovery. But 15 broke through like it was no tomorrow. Holy smokes. Yeah, and continuing to slide a little bit here, Neil. So good thing we didn't go too heavy on this position. I want to see if we can close as a hammer candle right now, and then we have that next wave of participants start to step in. Now, what is the 1 minute time frame telling me? Wow, yeah, the buying pressure not good. Keep your eyes on the time of sales as well, just in case you have additional flushes at the bid and below the bid, right? So that would just really indicate that we are weak. So there's that next wave, but it's nothing crazy aggressive. How many shares do we have today? This is stating 37 million. We might have a little bit more than that, but let's see if we get another wave of participants. That's why I posted up at the lower end of the range, just to try to increase my risk to reward instead of chasing it. Now, as it being a momentum style play, maybe it's best that we wait for the volume and the momentum to pick back up, opposed to just posting up at a key support level, because we can see clearly what just happened is that at times they are not respected at all, and they just flush liquidity grab really quick. These rug pulls in these names are absolutely insane. So yeah, let's see if this one works out for us here, brother.
You know, there was one thing I used to do on penny stocks.
What's that?
But I'm dating my. This is like.
Oh, I thought that was a segue.
No, this is like way back in the day.
Okay.
Like, because I started in 03, and for the first, I don't know, I'd say like probably from month 3 till about my first year, my primary was trading penny stocks, and that's where I kind of like, I don't know, that's where I got my first checks. That's where I was making money first. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But one of the things, and all stocks were different, but there were some of them where the way it profiled, if you were looking to get the dip, you were actually you wouldn't bid. Even though you get the rebate, you wouldn't bid it. You wait to see it start to run some stops, and then it was at the moment where it's starting to flush out a little bit. Like it was counterintuitive, because like when the liquidity was drying up through like what you thought was the support zone, like it basically had to look like it was failing the support. And that was the moment that some of these is where you wanted to get in.
It would just
But you had to have a trust for and a feel for, okay, well, this symbol, this is a support level. Like the second I see like wipeout bombs, a bunch of people punching into the void, once I see the bid start to build back up in a little bit, boom, you would just punch long.
Just get right in.
But like and then the quote, I've said this quote before, I'm just gonna move in here on SpaceX. Just one little thing before I finish the thought, because I just see the bid coming back in there again. So it doesn't really get down to my 50s. I'm just going to take like 86s there. I just saw the bid coming in at that support again. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, So the quote I would use, and I've lived by this, for some trades, you have to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade.
Yep.
Because what would happen is if you were long in front of that support, you basically had to be like, okay, you know who's at the wheel. Let's just hope that this isn't the flush zone. You're either going to get stopped out because it's a liquidity vacuum, or you're just sitting there praying into this vacuum you're long in front of, and when they pull the bid on you, and you're just freaking out the whole time. Like you could never be in size in that regard because you're just freaking out at that level if you're buying in front when it goes, or you're having to punch out. So if you actually wanted to be in the trade, you had to see that void, see it start to build back up, and then get yourself in, knowing, okay, well, I've seen the buyers, I saw where they stepped in, now I know where I can set my stop to get out at the bottom. But if you weren't fast enough, you missed the trade.
Absolutely.
So like for some of
Just
those,
like
they'd be like the best trades sometimes, but if you got in, you had a higher winning percentage. So you might miss half of them, but you'd have a higher win
Did
rate.
they have rug pull? Like, you know how you see it's just like you go, was the rug pull methodology kind of the same? Or
Oh, goodness. So like, it was different back in the day because back in the day, you didn't have as much algorithmic trading making the markets. So what you would see is like the bid would come in because like there'd be human buyers would step in. And that reaction is just a little bit different than the algo market makers. But it, like, so you would see it a little bit more distinctly. So it would be easier to maybe gauge that punch back. I think when you see anyone that's seen enough voids, like you get a sense of what you're looking for in the book to see the bid come back in. But it was a heck of a lot easier when it was humans. We're gonna go to the window, to the wall. Ooh. I don't know what Adair's got going on up there, but it is gonna be always informative and fun.
There goes PFSI.
There it is. See? Yeah.
It's 13F filings. This one was actually voted on by the chat, or rather at least a couple people in the chat who I know voted. I asked which 13F do you guys want to look at between AMD, NVIDIA, and SoftBank. A couple people voted NVIDIA. One person might have just been naming the ticker. But either way, today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where we pull up an infographic and we look about it on the wall, is about NVDA. Now, the colors on this visual will definitely look better when you check this out on X at TTV Research. It's very likely getting posted tomorrow morning, though I might wait until the weekend ahead of NVIDIA earnings next week. So wait and see. We'll assume, though, it's going to be posted tomorrow morning. This is a look at NVIDIA's portfolio. Now, you might be saying, Adara, they invested in Lumentum. Where's Lumentum? Where's this name? I look at the official 13F filings. I don't use AI for this. This is the real filing. So whatever's on here is whatever NVIDIA reported holding. With that, Coherent, you've got what is this here? $3.07 billion position, $4.6 billion here in CoreWeave and Intel, a cool $30 billion. Not super shocking here. We know they had that deal. This tiny little lime green sliver is Nebius, only $333 million or so is what they're holding in that. Then you've got $2.21 billion in Nokia. Who's calling their phone? I guess NVIDIA is. Then you've got this big old SpaceX investment. SPCX, $21 billion here, so I guess 21 did something for NVDA here with SPCX. We know AMD and Google also invested in SpaceX during its first quarter post-IPO, so I like that look. And then last but not least, to synopsize everything with this visual, Synopsys, $2.15 billion stake at the end of Q2 for Jensen Huang & Co. Now, this is of note because, of course, we know they're reporting earnings next week after the bell on Wednesday. But again, this visual tentatively posted tomorrow morning. You can find it for yourself on X at TTV Research. Now, if you're thinking, Adara, I love looking at 13F filings. Where can I find more of these visuals? I already posted the AMD one earlier today. The SoftBank one should be posted right about now. So it might already be out, or I think it's coming out at 2:22 p.m. So stay tuned on X at TTV Research this afternoon. You've also got a whole bunch of Bill Ackman visuals, actually. Those are posted either last weekend or on Friday. So just go back, scroll up a little bit for those visuals. And then I've also got a Peter Thiel 13F filing visual coming. I'm also considering doing one for Citadel. So if you like 13Fs, X at TTV Research is the place for you. That was today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall. We'll send you back up to the guys.
Thank you, Dara. I'm gonna be real. I was just saying to Joe, I like NVIDIA. I don't know how much I love this whole, one of the new things is we're gonna be we're not only going to design, the companies aren't just designing things and selling and building things and selling or running a service, but what we're also going to be doing is taking our profits and cash and investing in established companies. Like, it is one thing if there is a key startup that you see is, okay, well, we know this space because we're experts in it, and that startup, they're going to be key. So I think this is going to be great for our shareholders to get in early on that. I got no issue with that. But then when you start getting to the other point where, okay, well, now we're investing in a little bit more established at higher valuations and different, more mature points in the growth spectrum. And you have this vast portfolio that's also somewhat propping up the companies that are propping you up. I don't know, man. It's the one thing that I'm not a huge fan of. And I feel like more of that is not going to be better. So we'll see. We'll just see how.
They're invested in pretty much every company that is buying. Well, I shouldn't say that, obviously, aside from the hyperscalers that are buying products off of them. Right? Like, look at MRVL, $2 billion investment. They're involved with CoreWeave as well, too. So it's just like, I understand the cyclical nature, but would you rather, let me ask you this question, would you rather have NVIDIA receiving stake in some of these companies opposed to what AMD is actually doing and giving stake up to the OpenAIs and Metas? Because that's 20% of.
I wouldn't.
10%.
I wouldn't.
Respectively.
Giving up stake. I'm like, no.
But that's what AMD is doing.
No, but I'm not saying I like what AMD is doing
at
all. I just the overall new theme in the economy that we sort of have here, where it's just kind of getting accepted. It's like, well, you've got boatloads of cash, so why not? And these investments have worked, so why not? Well, the why not is because you just increase. I hate the term house of cards, but it's like that's what you're doing effectively. Is you're creating so much more. It's like implied leverage almost in a certain way. Yeah. Anyways, I don't love what it means overall. But let's get back to the market for a quick little second because that is what it is. Nvidia, a little bit of a miss volume there. It's been very quiet today, but what has been true is 220.5. For whatever reason, that price. At the open, fine, lots of things are trying to go. But like, look at this failure, the fail break of 220.5, the fail break at 220.5, the resistance at 220.5. So if there's going to be any kind of an afternoon break, I feel like Nvidia gets over 220.5. I'll be convinced that we're buying and rallying if that can go in the afternoon. For now, it's just SpaceX. For myself, didn't find anything I liked in DRAM just yet. Tesla, I'm just thinking VWAP for the last of SpaceX here. Tesla looks like it's falling asleep a little bit. James Choice has a Nike squeeze. And for all of that rant, by the way, I do not think NVIDIA is the next Enron. I think that's...
But Chris Arthur and I were having this conversation.
That's a bit much.
I would say I would rather Jensen and company do what they did on the previous report, increase the dividend, increase your buyback program, and just put money back in the shareholder, right? Instead of all of this circular investment.
If you're, that's what I'm saying.
That's where I stand.
If you think there's value in the space, you are it. You're trading at a good multiple. Buy your own shares back.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
But that's what I've been pounding the table about this for. Like, listen.
And when you get a chance to sell your stake in some of these things that are in the money and buy back more of your own shares.
Like Jensen talking about. I think it was shortly after the deal. Anyways, Jensen takes that $2 billion investment into MRVL. Then pounds the table, this could be the next $1 trillion company. Like, get out of it, avoid all of that noise and just spend that $2 billion, increase your program, and buy back shares, put power into the shareholders.
Yeah. I'm with that. I'm with that full board. Who said Nike squeezing? Oh, come on. Somebody, what? I mean, it's okay, fine. It's going today. It's breaking the high. No, it is going. Oh no, what is going on here? Don't say that, YV. Okay, YV, I just saw that. And YV was getting amped up when he talked because it's enjoyable, man. Like, I like talking shop. I like talking markets. It is what it is. It's just fun to do. If Nike falls, don't say this. If Nike falls below 40, I will delete my account. You don't want to go there.
Goes to what?
Nike's at $40.60.
What did they say that? What's the level?
So, YV, I don't want to see you delete your account. We value everybody in our community. We want people contributing. We want people having fun. We want you in the community. Dropping beneath $40, it's literally 60 cents above $40 right now. I mean, like, you're basically asking for your account to be deleted. This stock has been in a precipitous downtrend. I know it's bouncing today, but yuck. for Nike. I'm more along the lines of I'd rather be involved in anything off the bottom when it's breaking out off the bottom. I'll take my chances when it's already over the 50 period and see how it makes a level over the 50, then hold, then break it, like get over the 50, hold it, then break that level. Just see it gets over, consolidates, and has never broken the consolidation. That's the pattern I want to see. Get over the 50, put in a consolidation level, then break out that level. You take the breakout. You either put your stop at the low, at the all-time low, or underneath the 50 period itself, or whatever you happen to like. And I like that long, as opposed to trying to constantly pick bottoms. Because if you're always just trying to get the low, you'll find yourself in a lot of losers before you get a win. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
TTWO to the downside. An account called Dark Web Informer shared an alleged GTA 6 leak. That's right, Grand Theft Auto 6, which Rockstar and traders have been waiting for forever, has now been reportedly leaked. That's graphics and gameplay. So TTWO taking a little bit of a jaunt to the downside here.
Ooh, no, say it ain't so. I always defer to Fabian when it comes to Grand Theft or just gaming in general. But they don't like it. Sell the news.
Yeah, that's a buy.
You think it's a buy?
Because it was leaked. Like, come on, this is gonna be the most sold video.
It's gonna be a huge event
of all time.
So you're buying the dip.
Yeah,
I'm not
getting involved with.
I'm not a
Take
gamer,
Two.
so.
But if you're gonna buy the dip, I don't know if this is a good comparison, but this is like saying the Gemini whatever version was delayed, right? It's gonna come out. It's just delayed. You know, you're leaking the graphics. There's an arbitrage play to be had here, in my opinion. So
okay.
I think it's a buy. It's not gonna change the sales of the game.
I'd like to think that it wouldn't, because it's been so anticipated. At least that's all I hear. Like I said, I'm not a gamer, but all you ever hear is how insanely anticipated, and nothing can stop the fans from. If you love it, you're just gonna be buying.
You're just gonna listen.
Right? Like
we talk about social media taking over people's lives. I had friends that lived on GTA 5. They're like, this is life.
I think we all do. We all.
It's like, yo, you have the real game outside, but it's gonna be the exact same narrative. Think about how long it's been. I was in my early 20s when GTA 5 came out.
Damn.
Yeah, damn is right.
Damn. It's been a minute. But you know what?
A minute, man.
It won't have to be a minute for you guys to see Sia at the desk, because we're going there now.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing. The SPY is currently down 0.5%. Triple Q is down over 1.5%. And the Dow is down 0.13%. Now, while Joe was talking about the point of social media, I'm just going to recap over what's going on with this Meta trial here. And attorney Paul Schmidt has been making a couple comments and talking to some news resources. Let's take a look at what's been happening. Let me just pull up Meta's chart here for you. There we go. So attorney Paul Schmidt has said that the jury will be seeing documents of teen use of social media, and he said that the documents will be having, quote unquote, some lewd comments, which includes a survey also that shows 41% of teens say Instagram makes them feel better about themselves, and around 40% say that it had no effect, and about 20% say that it makes them feel worse. He's also said that Meta employees are actively working to find ways to make those 20% of children who don't feel better make them feel better. And he has also cited internal communications among Meta employees where they're identifying concerns about users' well-being and working to address them. He has also at the end asked the jury to reserve judgment until the end of the trial, including waiting for witnesses to talk about documents that they were involved in writing. And he said, and I quote, "Keep an open mind. Meta is currently down 4%.
Thanks, Sia. Meta. Wherefore art thou, Meta?
Yeah. It's the stock is in trouble for the next little bit.
Yeah, I just don't see, outside of, if they get slapped with, if they can get out of this one with a slap on the wrist, I think it's gonna, moon might be the wrong word, but I think it could. Absolutely. That's crazy. Like Joe saying that he had a buddy that played GTA for 2,000 hours.
Well,
just to go back to that.
Saying in 2000,
the chat was like 2,000 hours.
I had friends that had like months up played on this game, man. Months. Imagine that. Like, so this put this into perspective. I tell Selena, I'm like, there's like 50-something plus episodes of Love Island. Each is an hour. You've just wasted 2 days of your life watching brain rot reality TV. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not.
Yeah, you know, no comment on that.
I'll never judge anyone's because I can't. Judging people, someone else's preference on what they like for entertainment.
I understand.
I'm like, whatever, man. Like I read
subjective.
science fiction and I'm like really into science fiction stuff. People look at me like, what the heck? I can't watch that crap.
No.
And I love it. So everyone do your own thing, man. If you like Love Island, and do your thing. I can't understand the appeal with that.
What's up, Adara?
Adara?
I was gonna say, like, I almost exclusively watch Law and Order. You gotta do what you gotta do.
You do what you gotta do, man. To each their own. Yeah.
Well, that's a good show. So
To each their own.
That's a good
So I
show.
guess we can't be too judgmental on people who have spent days and days on it.
But to the point, like, then why not? The TTWO is trying to bounce.
To buy that. Oh, there goes PFSA.
You know what?
the
You
whole-
can't trade this. The volume's under 1 million shares on this, by the way.
Yeah, it's really tough.
It's really, really thin. So I'm going to stop looking at it because if you punch into that thing, the spread's going to crush you. See, they did do that little rug on that PFSA. Sick.
Wow, PFSA, man.
And it's almost like it has to, like, here, let me just zoom in. Like, look at that. It's like green, 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 pull back. You can't really get in that green candle, but like red. The first green candle, boom. You just be like, that's the turn. Screw it. And you buy that. Maybe that's as simple as it's going to be. Because that's not necessarily my bag. But if you do it, at least you have a set stop. Like you're buying this candle at 14.5 and you're stopping at 13.80, 70 cents risk. It just pulled down $2. Why couldn't it go up $2? As you try to work yourself around those kind of things. Because like the stuff that I like to use in my brain for like trades, like, okay, like, you know, I like the 145 level because prior support resistance. When I see it fail that, admittedly, I should be shorted here. Like, boom, there's the head and shoulders. There's the topping tail. That's actually the short. I'm in it a little bit late. But like that kind of a mentality, I don't think you can do those things for these small cappers. You have to have a different sense of what to do. You got the break as well?
Yeah, I got that. Oh, I got out pretty quick.
Profusa.
Okay, we'll take it for what it is, though. A nice little.
A win's a
W on
win.
this one.
That chicken smells good.
Yeah. You had it.
Yeah, I ate the chicken.
Yeah. I like the dip with it as well too. So
Yeah,
it wasn't too bad. And that nice little Greek salad that we got with it. Honestly, the market is the ultimate trash reality show. Says
Who said that?
Overthinking bear. I have much respect for that individual. Nah, yeah, it definitely is. It is one of many opinions, that is for sure. But PFSA, guys, up 265%. We get in at that $16 break. 86 is instead we get 54s. I should have took a little bit more off there. I mean, I should have added a little bit more through this level. But as soon as we put in that strength in the volume, I was just going with the flow on this one, following the volume and at that pace, the high of the day breaks. So we'll take that scalp for a W. This was a small W as well, too. We took half off at 50s, and then it just... Everybody was like, whoa, well, Adara was doing her window to the wall segment. This pull, it was a flash pull. And those things are so dangerous. It went from $16 all the way down to $14.50 faster than, like, in the blink of an eye, which makes it so difficult to manage. But let's see if we take another additional leg higher here in PFSA. Starting to come back in, so a nice momentum play there. On this, there it goes again. Wow,
so
what
great
a
out.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, it's looking like a pretty good out so far, Neil. $16 all the way to $15.50, just like that. Absorbing liquidity, man. These things are fast and furious, that's for sure. And then look at this reversal. Look at this hit that, Neil. Look at this hit the tape. Look at all of this hit the tape. Oh my God. And then it just popped 60 cents again. Holy cow, that stuff is crazy. Guys, that's what I'm looking for, but there's no follow through. And then sure enough, you're not doing too much right now.
I think so. That's sort of the thing. Like when it makes that hard candle, there's people that are like, I'm buying this pullback, but I'm waiting until I see it get to the level. And I'm not showing any size. I'm not sitting on the bid. I'm just punching in when I feel like this is as far as it's gonna go. It hits 15.50. They're not bidding 15.50. They're just waiting for it to get there. All right, you know what?
You're getting involved with it?
Oh, I just got hit on BMNR. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'll get to BMNR in a quick little second. No, remember, I was just talking about that whole, well, it goes red, red, red. The second there's one green candle, maybe we should be thinking about the reverse. I'm going to punch out, take the buck change on SpaceX. I'm just seeing what's happening. Like the Nasdaq is trying to break contain to the upside, the S&P as well. Just want to be able to take the win, and BMNR got to VWAP right quick. And I knew the second I got to fill, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I was trying to grab BMNR short here, when it did that wick, and I was sitting right at volume weighted average price, didn't get it. So I just got picked up. There's a dip. You can get the same price on a stock, but the way that you get it, like if I had got it here on that first push up, see, it's just heavy action, almost like a parabolic candle into VWAP, where you're looking for the snapback. That's one thing. I'm now getting it, putting in the higher low and snapping in. So I really don't want to give this one a lot of room. BM&R ultimately today for me was, yesterday's high was 19. It topped out in front of 19, short to VWAP. So when I see that kind of pendant, supported VWAP, I just want to short the volume weighted average price. But this could be one where the way it came in there. I'll leave my stop here. I think I already had it at 60. Oh yeah, I did have
it's
it.
really good.
I basically have the stop right in here off of that high. So I'm not really giving this one a lot of room, and I think that makes a little bit of sense. And even then, I'm going to bid out inside of the first 10 pennies, just based on the way that
Holy cow, look at this thing go.
It's still going.
Yeah, holy, now up to 70. It false halted not too long ago. Oh, okay, so I'll do this now.
You know what, the next time it pulls back.
This was a beautiful curl over here, the hold of that high, the previous pivot high, and then off to the races it went. Now up another $1.25, and I think there might be some more continuation. Absolutely, there it is now, $18. Holy schmoly, Casey, are you in this bobbin? What's going on, everyone? Where's Mike P, the rider? Listen, big shoes to fill in regards to Sharif, but hey, we're rocking and rolling on some of these momentum style plays today. Now, Tasties, I don't think I forgot about you because we don't do that around this neck of the woods. Now, in regards to my option segment in the morning, what I identify in the evening time is that after the market closes, I look for outstanding open interest either on the call side or the put side. Why do I do this? Because this can display where there's going to be potential support and resistance zones and where the larger participants are placing their bet. Now, a lot of us confirm, I haven't seen Trapman in the chat, I've seen Ozan, is that when you have these large sizes of open interest on either side of the options chain, you can get the magnet effect into those levels as well too. So say, for example, $250 on NVDA, there's a massive amount of size. What we do is, we identify this as a potential resistance zone, and if the underlying asset happens throughout the intraday session, climb towards that level, you're going to be looking for a potential resistance and sellers, the hedge funds, to step in and push price lower than $250, giving you a potential trade setup. Nice zoom in there. I feel like Fabian's on the keys. Yeah,
well
there
done,
it is.
Fabian.
Yeah, there we go.
You seem
Fabian.
just shifting it.
I know this guy. He's a man on the sticks, that's for sure. So that was that break over here, Fabian up there, and then now went all the way up to $18, but we didn't participate in this curl over. That would have given us a nice, good opportunity with risk to reward. Yeah, it's a big time wow, because as soon as it fails this previous pivot high, you get out of dodge on this one. Headline, U.S. set to downplay hopes for trade deal with Canada Tuesday. Trump and Carney expected to speak again Tuesday. People familiar. All right.
I mean, I'd look for something to pull up on that headline, but nobody cares. You guys probably don't care too much about the TSX, like maybe Magna.
Why? TSX greatest index of all time.
Look, man, I like it. I'm saying.
Did we hit all-time highs today again?
TSX, probably. It's always hitting all-time highs. And we got a lot of energy names, a lot of gold miners, right? So
Enbridge is on
those be going. Enbridge is a good stock, but I know people don't care too much about them, unfortunately.
They should.
That other small capper, there's probably a fishing pun for Cast. Just know that in my brain, I tried to think of one. I didn't come up with one, so you don't get it. It just tried to break $2. I don't know. I don't know. The pun brain's not working here. But this $2 level, it's already failed once. It's now looking like it wants to fail again. Here, Castle, a couple of topping tails through this, but it's putting in some nice higher lows. I don't wonder if this is the next one to go. On the daily, it's a baby. These flies are getting me. I just wanted to pull up the daily chart to get any splits.
Look, there it is, number 10.
Oh, no splits. Man. Okay, so this one is all good to go. There's no splits on this. These are all real levels. So it's, in theory, on the daily, it's got room to about 290 if it can get through $2 there with CAST. Let's go up to the desk. See ya with an update.
The SPY is currently down closer to 0.60%. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick and what's changed since earlier in the day. Electric tech, NVIDIA is still down and further 2.2%. Apple is now up 1.7% almost. Broadcom continuing to slide with every other chip name. Most of them, AMD, INTC, Cisco, MU. You have SNDK, STX as well. But GE and RTX are up over 8% on the day. Tech services, you've Google and Microsoft flat, and Meta sliding further into the losses, down close to 4% on the day. Oracle is down 1.7% as well. Palantir, PNW, CRWD unaffected and flat. Netflix is up 3.5%. You have IBM up 2% as well. Finance, BRKB, Visa, MasterCard in the green. And same as before, JPM, BAC flat. But EXP has seemed to have made a bit of a turnaround and is now up 0.60%. GSMS still down on the day. Robinhood still down 3.5%. Retail trade, Amazon flat. Walmart, Costco still holding momentum strong, up 8% and over. Home Depot is flat. TJX is also up, but minutely. Producer manufacturing still lagging behind. The entire sector seems to be a bit bearish with a couple names that are flat. Health tech, you have strength, relative strength in Lilly and J&J as well as ABBV. Now, Lilly, J&J up over 3% respectively. Energy minerals also in the green. XOM, CVX, XOM leading the pack up 2.2%. Consumer services, you have BKNG that's up over 2.5% here. And CHTR that's up 5.2%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that slid down further 1%. And consumer non-durables, you have KOP and PEP in the green. PG is now flat, which was in the green earlier in the day. Utilities, health services, transportation, Uber seems to have reversed some of its gains. Process industries, all of this currently is a mixed bag of stocks. Nothing too crazy going on here. But in utilities, you have NRG that is down over 4.5% and non-energy entirely in the red. Let's go to Adira.
Keep an eye on both Coinbase and Circle here, as well as some other crypto names. There's not really a big move on either of these. They're both hanging out near session lows, but there was just a press release here from the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission. The group is proposing new crypto securities regime, which would allow up to $75 million per year exempt token offerings and safe harbor from that security status. Now, apparently, these new rules are going to create, quote, clear and fit for purpose frameworks for certain investment contracts involving crypto assets. These measures have the goal of addressing barriers to responsible capital formation and innovation within domestic crypto asset markets. So another announcement with crypto that is not the Clarity Act that the market in the crypto space does not seem to care about. Back to you.
PFSA.
Thank you, Dara. But speaking of crypto, we got pretty fortunate. Why? Because usually, I was saying before, don't just put an order on a line in a chart. How you get it matters. So I had left the order into short BMNR off of VWAP in here, and I didn't get filled. It comes back up after putting in a higher low, effectively tags the volume weighted average price, and it drops from there. So we had the right area, but obviously it's better just from an entry standpoint to have gotten it here. But hey, sometimes you just got to be lucky to be good, and we like the fact that it's holding on. I'm going to look for that, not the low of the day. I really just want to play this back into this 1844, right? Like it's a good one point range. The market volume isn't through the roof. That was kind of somewhat of a decent story for crypto. But for now, it's holding off VWAP. This at least can't turn into a negative trade. If it busts out VWAP, fair enough. We've got our scalp trade in there. But you know what? It is Tuesday. And on Tuesdays, we are very fortunate and blessed to have our good friend Brian Shannon come on the show. We were just talking a little bit about the volume weighted average price. And it's a great time to bring in Brian. First off, how's it been?
Yeah, we're getting some selling here, which is actually nice to see, I think. A little pullback to refresh this market. And we'll see if it turns into something more serious, like a failed move fast, move lower. But I think the key is the semiconductors, Neil. They're right now testing the anchor from what I call the Leopold liquidation low. That's that green line there. And what you can also see here is from that low to the high we just saw yesterday, we're right now at a 38.2% retracement on the intraday time frame. Well, of course, on the other time frame as well. But we also have the 20-day moving average right here that we're testing on the daily. So this is a good place for the semis to kind of, maybe even just undercut this level tomorrow and then start to build a little bit of a higher low. We've got a rising 20-day moving average. The 50 is going to flatten out in here. So That's kind of what I'm looking for in terms of leadership, excuse me, at least.
So let me ask you this. So look, NVIDIA reports next week, right? So we have to wait a full week for them to report. There's a decent chance that some of that might play out before NVIDIA reports, because we're testing that level here.
I hope so, yeah.
Yeah. So where's your brain at then? Are you in, okay, as long as that works out, you're willing to go long and buy those dips without waiting to see what NVIDIA has in store, and then you just sort of ride it through NVIDIA earnings and it's just purely technical? Or is there any piece of you that's like, hey, let's leave some powder for after?
Totally want to just trade it bits and pieces at a time. And to me, the problem is on the intermediate term time frame is we're below this orange 5-day moving average. Tomorrow, that 5-day moving average will be declining as we average this data out. Even if we rally up, that 5-day moving average will be declining. So if we get a bounce here up towards that 5-day moving average and this prior little band of support right here, and then we get trapped below that 5, I think there's an excellent short, and we probably continue down a little bit lower here. So that trade will set up by itself, and then let's say we get I've got to think about all the different scenarios. Let's say that happens, and then it starts to recover again, and then in 3 or 4 days, that 5-day moving average is flattened out, and then NVIDIA reports, and now we've got a nice higher low over on the daily time frame. We can buy that strength with a stop under here, and it could be back to up and away to all-time highs for the semiconductors. So you've got to balance the views between time frames and then say, well, what do I want to do today? And today, I want to look at the very short-term time frame and say, we're still stuck below the daily volume-weighted average price. So while we're at this important level, I did buy it earlier today just for what actually turned out to be a nice scalp. As it became apparent this was the low, and it didn't become apparent to me, obviously, at that time, but right here as it started to bounce, that's where I bought it for a day trade. I got out of some on strength here, and then out of the rest on weakness over here. But still, that was a nice couple points that I got for the long side. I then shorted it over here, covered a little bit on that, and covered the rest at break even. So for now, I look at it as we're in this important zone that has the potential for a bigger move to emerge from. But so it's playing these different time frames against each other. So right now it's scalp mode. Right. Maybe in a couple days it's swing trade mode, and then perhaps if it sets up properly like this, well then maybe you're going to be able to hold a position for 3-4 weeks. Well,
I'm glad you said that, because I was on DRAM this morning. I was scalping and playing it in both directions, which is not like Sean does that. I'm not usually that way. I'm like, okay, this stock I like longs for this reason, and this one I like shorts for this. But today was a bit different. I was willing to reverse more things than normal. Before I throw you to Joe.
And you know what? That's exactly the way I am, because as a swing trader, I look at it and say, well, there's no swing trade setup. And I'm light in swing trades just overall in my portfolio. So I look at it and say, I'm a trader. I'm sitting here. I should trade. What's the low risk opportunity on the shortest time frame? That's not the time frame I don't think most people should trade on. You guys are excellent at it over there, but most people lose their ability to think rationally and really put it down into if-then scenarios and honor those commitments.
Oh, I like. Yeah, I'm going to use that. I'm going to throw you to Joe, but
that was
just know that, Brian, I'm going to start saying things like narrow it down to if-thens and make sure you honor them. And I'm going to pretend that I came up with it. For the record, you already get enough credit, so I want to be able to steal some of that.
You're going to coin that.
No, but I'm letting everybody know that I will steal it, and then when I use it in the future, those that are watching now can know that it was Brian's, and everyone else is going to get to believe I had that good thought.
And if you say it in front of me next week, I'm going to just go.
Oh, this guy.
You're allowed.
You have to go with the flow, though, Brian. You have to go with the flow. All right, brother. Last week, you and I, we had the conversation. We're talking about how shallow some of these pullbacks are. I mean, if we go back to previous pivots, you're down 10% here. Oh, and then guess what? From the pivot low, you're up 20%. And it's almost the same narrative in which we're seeing here, down 6%, and then you climb another 10%. Do you think that we're starting to form a little bit of a shelf here and we're too extended without seeing that deeper pullback? I mean to the tune of at 15 and close to 20%, where you can classify it as almost bear market territory?
Not yet. I think it's way too early to call for that. If you start building these bearish scenarios in your mind, you're going to fail to see the opportunities in front of you. Let's look at that last rollover. That last rollover, what did we have? I mean, this was the serious pullback we saw this year. And at that point, we had a declining 20 and a declining 50-day moving average. Now we're well above them, and they're both advancing. And we have this prior band of support, which is likely, not guaranteed, but resistance broken, this prior resistance, tends to act as support on pullbacks. So if we're to see a deeper pullback, it would come down again in steps. Maybe it comes down, tests this level, looks like a success, then it rolls over and makes a lower low. Then maybe we're going to head down towards the anchor off the year-to-date low down in that 730 level. And this would be the place to start to short for that move.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And I mean, we're at the tail end of earnings season. We have NVDA that's going to report next week. Now, what we've seen from fundamental standpoints, it's supporting these moves as well too. But for some reason, it's hard for me to grasp the point of AMD going on a 185% run, but then only pulling back to the tune of 28%. If the fundamentals are supporting it, then I guess it's just continue to go with the flow, right?
Well, if we look at AMD and take a look at that one by itself, not looking at the S&P, we have kind of what I just outlined, is that we rallied up with a rising 20 and 50-day moving average. We've turned sideways. We rallied up, we dropped down, we rallied up, and now we're finding with this 20-day moving average below the 50 and the 50 acting as supply the last 2 days, yesterday and Friday. Now it looks like AMD is likely to be headed for about that 440 level at a minimum to test the anchor off of the year-to-date low, which it bounced from previously. So maybe this move is about to head down towards that level, and then we'll see, again, so that's one piece of the puzzle. Then you'd have to start to say, okay, now we're at this level that's likely to become support. We start to cover our shorts, and then if it does this and finds that the next move to that declining 20-day moving average in this prior support, then maybe we're going to head down towards the year-to-date anchor and the 200-day. But it never goes straight down. And even what I drew over here would probably look more like this, is that we get a pattern of lower highs and lower lows and maybe a little shakeout and, the big messy move that looks so obvious in hindsight.
Absolutely. And final question here, and it's going to go to, I guess, the big brother of AMD. That's NVDA. Now, we're talking about 28 billion share float or something along those lines. How much of a factor does it play in this name specifically, just due from a capital standpoint? Why we're not seeing that crazy appreciation in NVDA like we've seen in AMD?
I don't know. Some of these other ones have, I don't think market cap size, I think is what you're referring to, really matters so much when we have so many large institutions that say, hey, I want to put, $250 million to work in the semiconductors today. Well, I can do that very easily in a stock like NVIDIA. And I think these lines are on here from last week when we spoke about it. And we spoke about, it broke this resistance here and it got extended. Now from this low right here, if we're to pull back and test that, well, what do we have? We have that prior resistance. We have that rising 20-day moving average. We have the anchor off of this low. This becomes an important level. So if we pull back in NVIDIA to that level, or if we get shaken down, let's say we recover a couple days, they report earnings and it gaps down, that's a likely area to be defended. So this is, your key level, I think, right now in the intermediate term is that 212, 213 level. So if we're to bleed down to that, it wouldn't be a horrible thing for the stock because there is a likely source of demand there with this prior resistance, the rising 20 above the rising 50, above the rising 200, and that anchor off of this recent low.
Perfect. Fantastic.
Yeah, great stuff there, Brian. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about Meta today because we've talked about stocks that maybe look good and have been performing better. But Meta, it's in the news for the wrong reasons. They're in the crosshairs with the lawsuit, and they got multiple governments looking at them across the globe, but especially here in North America. So what's your take, technically here? Because, anybody can see that it seems like it's turned the corner. Is there any support that you see lining up in the coming days that it could bounce off of if this lawsuit were to go their way, just from a technical standpoint? Is there support? Is there nothing that that you like on this one for a dip? Because we get a lot of questions about Meta, and everyone looks at that chart and just groans.
Well, and they should groan because we have here this chart, so on the left, I've got that red moving average in there, the blue moving average. The red's the 20, it's declining. The 50 is declining. The 200 is declining. Ugh. When the 200 is declining, it says the large money is leaving this stock. And it doesn't leave it all at once, which is why we have these different levels of interest. And we anchor off of the important lows. So, once we broke the anchor from that prior low, it had trouble. Now we've just broken the anchor from this low. So at a minimum, I would think this stock is likely to undercut the low from April, the year-to-date low. Maybe it catches a bit in there, but we have to look further to the left. And I don't know if this is here from when we've discussed it previously. But where we've been finding the buyers right now is the anchored VWAP off of this low right here. I've previously drawn this in. And now what we're seeing, and this was kind of the same drawing that I made just on a couple charts ago, is, we came down, we bounced a little bit. Now the next level of interest, Neil, that might come into play is about 475. But the bottom line is, especially when this portion of the chart right now, let's just clean up all this mess for a moment and make a comparison to where we are now below all these moving averages, with all the moving average stacked and declining. Doesn't look any different than anywhere in this decline. In order to really rally back up again, it's got to get back and have a trusted move. It's got to get back above those key anchors, moving averages, and see them flatten out. So when you project it out, maybe in a time-wise, let's say we were just to go sideways like this, it's going to, that 42-week moving, so this is the 31, which is 150 days, is going to take that much time to flatten out. The 42-week moving average is going to take that much time. So I look at it and say, this thing's, unless something really major happens and it just, gaps up on news because of a lawsuit, if they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, and you're 6 to 9 months away from the new uptrend. Ooh. If it's gonna see a new uptrend.
See, that's a good. We've heard you say that one before, but I'll get bored too. If it doesn't scare you out.
Actually, I found out I stole that from Peter Lynch.
Oh. Did you? Yeah. I've always thought that was Peter yours. Lynch. Okay, well, in my brain,
I knew it wasn't mine, but I never knew who to give it credit to. But someone dug it up for me, and that's a Peter Lynchism.
See, this is the thing. You're too humble. Don't just say it's yours, Brian. Come on, man. You can coin that one yourself. But what I appreciate you doing there, and I hope that resonated with everybody, is getting a sense of just how long it could potentially take to flatten out those major moving averages, because that looks like it's into 2027 potentially. Even unless something crazy happens, it could take that kind of time for this to level off, correct?
Yeah, but you could also go back and look at 2018 and say, it didn't last as long in time or depth, but it really didn't have confirmation. The buyers were gaining control until we were back above these key moving averages. Right. And the last, the biggest move, of course, happened after the IPO in 2013 when it, held those moving averages for such a long period of time. But this is your big stage 2 uptrend. This is stage 3 distribution, and this just looks like stage 4 decline. That's the way, it's the cyclical rhythm of the market that we're so used to seeing.
There you go. That's what we love. We've given you the names we want to talk about, obviously. But before we trade here, always want to give you a chance. Is there something on your brain? What are you looking at right now? You already mentioned, obviously, the semis. That's what you're trading. Is there another space? Is there another trade or idea that you wanted to throw at us?
When I look at my list and I think, this looks good for a swing trade, I really don't see anything low risk. A couple of names on my watch list, I'll give you 2 shorts that might be setting up, are AD&T. You look at this one on the weekly time frame, kind of the same thing, right? We're below all those key moving averages. It went sideways for more than a year. Now we've got all these people trapped from the tariff low, so we're below the anchor off the tariff low. So this might end up doing something like this, but shorts are so difficult. Starbucks is kind of looking interesting to the upside. I'll move all that mess, but it's Starbucks. It's not really a great trading company. So, truthfully, I need to see some of these things set up a little bit better. If you trade energy names, VG might look interesting. These guys came public at 23. Their original, I have it written down. Their original, I guess I don't. I think they were originally supposed to price at 40 to 45. So maybe there's something to that one. And then I think this is what is Town? I think Town is a bank. It is. But, nice looking chart. But, do I want to trade a regional bank? It's broken 3-year level of resistance. And maybe someone, in this audience is interested in it. But it's a nice chart, but I don't think I'll trade it.
Okay, well.
So I'm just not seeing much.
I don't know if you could catch under my breath. I was like, well, that chart does look pretty nice on down. There's not that many things that looks like a clean breakup, but again, there's volume to consider. You like the space or you don't, liquidity.
Yeah, and it's got an ATR of 1.46% per day. I mean, that's going to bore the hell out of me. I know that. I'll be sitting in it for 3 days. It'll do nothing. I'll say, why am I in this stupid bank stock? I'll sell it, and then it'll go 5% the next day. That's the way they work.
That's the nature. I was going to ask you how you felt about some of the financials, like the bigger banks, that is, the JP Morgans, the Morgan Stanleys, and the Goldman Sachs. How do you feel about those right now, Brian?
Well, I put this one on for subscribers the other day, and I said, listen, I'm not going to buy it, but go ahead and buy it. And this has been a great one, SYF. This one just broke it, and I put it on my X account as well. So we're raising stops up in that. But which one did you say, Joe?
JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs.
I mean, just a beautiful uptrend. Look how it's riding this rising 20-day moving average after the break of that range. Morgan Stanley, that's a little bit more neutral, but maybe it's building for its next move higher. I don't like that it just kind of broke this range and then failed.
Yeah.
So that tells me it's going to need a little bit more time. So this breakout led to, just neutral really more than anything.
Right on.
Oh, I like that one.
Listen, all right, Brian. Now, before we send this off, I was telling a couple of our peers here at work that I have officially registered for my level 1 and level 2 testing CMT between the months of December 1st and 13th. Now, I want to ask you personally, you don't have to say it here, but can I potentially get your email so I can contact you and maybe discuss a little bit of what we got going on? Perfect. That's fantastic. So that's something that I wanted to ask you. So yeah, I'm looking forward.
Congratulations on taking the step. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really excited about it. That's for sure. So
awesome.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. I shall be in contact relatively soon.
Not only is Brian knowledgeable, but he's extremely generous with his time and his efforts to try to help people to understand the markets good. And this is not to shoot your horn, it's just to tell the truth, Brian, and we really appreciate you coming on, dropping some knowledge, letting us know your trades, and letting us all learn from your experience. Let everyone know where they can find you, and best of luck in trading, man. I can't thank you enough.
Thank you very much.
Sure. At Alpha Trends on X is the easiest way, I always say, so just go there.
Perfect.
There he is, Brian Shannon. And the other thing we didn't even get to talk about, he's like world traveler up to Alaska. And
we told you the next book is Around the World with Brian Shannon. The Adventures of Brian.
Is that true? Are you doing Around the World with Brian Shannon?
No, it's Adventures with Brian.
Adventures with Brian Shannon. Can we expect that?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. We'll stick to the trading book.
We'll stick to the trading.
Brian Shannon from Alpha Trends. Brian, it's always a pleasure to have you on. I want to thank you for coming on, and we'll talk to you next week. Best luck going into a video.
Pleasure's mine. Thanks, everybody.
See you.
Bye.
Oklo, a name that I know we like talking about in this show. A little bit of a bounce off the lows here for OKLO. The Wall Street Journal reporting that Oklo has entered into, quote, build mode for a project in Idaho. This project being viewed here as a crucial step towards Meta's first data center power deployment. They're also planning here a 1.2 gigawatt build out in Ohio. So potentially an okay look for Oklo, but right now this move is just okay. Back to you.
Oh, Virginia
nice one.
Trades. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate you.
She's also the pun master, Adara, despite, in addition to that.
Brian, it's not even close.
the best, man.
Yeah, it's not even close.
You know, the crazy thing is you're asking him, I'm like, he's going to say yes.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I put him on the spot, too, right? He's going to be like, no, sorry. But no, it's not like I'm going to be a nuisance and annoying to him. Just rather ask a couple questions. I'm going to do the same thing with Michael Noss and see what they got going on.
The truth is, almost most people I know, whether they say it or not, that have been successful in trading, investing, whatever, swing trading, doesn't make a difference. Like on some level, whether you want to admit it or not, you've had mentors.
Yeah.
And that's certainly going to be true. And Brian's the kind of person who's probably mentored without even knowing it a lot of people.
Yeah.
And he probably wouldn't say that, but we can say that for him. Oh, there we go. Woodrow Grant. Thank you for the donation.
What's up?
With the page. Where are we at? I'm just gonna turn around. Sure, like I'm blind. We just crossed 3,000. Let's go. We just crossed. Thank you, Woodrow, and thank you to everybody that has been contributing. There it is up on the screen. Fabian on our production team is cutting off 28 inches of his coif on August the 28th on the show. So we're accepting donations. It's all going to Angel Hair for Kids. So we want to thank everyone for contributing. Like that 5,000 goal, really, we want to see if we can't get 10,000. It's a fantastic cause. But Woodrow, thank you so much for that donation. The link's in the description. It's pinned in the chat. And we get excited talking about it because there's nothing better that you can do than to give and to pass it forward and to pay it forward to the extent that you can. And obviously, cancer is something that touches everybody. And if you can make it a little bit easier for someone that's going through treatment, then why not? It's a fabulous thing that Fabian is doing. Thank you so much for everybody that is contributing. And we're gonna have a lot of fun doing it, cutting his hair live. Every time I'll make the obligatory joke. It's like, well, we'd all do it, but we can't all do it.
Oh, man.
I would if I could, but I can't, so I won't.
Oh.
But thankfully, Fabian isn't. That's the thing about giving. If you are in a position to give, there is no better feeling in the world than to do so. Trust me when I tell you. It's just it's the greatest feeling. That being said, I was hoping that Oklo would turn into something. Oklo. I guess I say Oklo, but I suppose it's Oklo. Oklo. Yeah, Dara just corrected me. So Oklo. If I say Oklo, then
it's
slap me.
named after a place, I think, in Africa, which is pronounced Oklo.
How do you know that, Adara? Just out of curiosity.
Because I Googled it once back when we were over on that desk. I remember it was during the market recap. They probably reported earnings, and someone was like, "You're saying it wrong."
Are you surprised?
I'm not.
There's a science fiction novel that I've read. It's nobody, whatever. It doesn't. I've read a lot of science fiction, but there's essentially one AI that everybody is plugged into. So if any wall or touch screen, anywhere in the world, if you're at a bus stop, you touch the screen and you're talking to that AI. There's one on Earth and there's one on the moon. On this show, it's there.
It's
that's it's you don't I don't even think about it anymore. I'll just be saying something and then I'll just find myself asking Adara a question that by all rights, why am I even asking her this question? Why would I expect her to know? And then she knows it anyway. So it's probably bad for me because I'm not now I'm just relying on it too much. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. A couple of things.
Can I cover PFS?
Oh yeah. Remember, dude, this guy and we're literally talking to Brian Shannon, and I'm over here all right, let's see what we could get going on. I see it go for this high of the day break. The exact same trade as this one, Neil, but on a different level. So I'm talking to Brian Shannon. Meanwhile, I'm managing this trade and getting involved with it. This is the middle of our conversation. So maybe I will pass the CMT test after all. No, I'm being sarcastic, but $18 all the way up to $19.20, just like that, and now we're continuing to move. So we were rocking and rolling on that one. So yeah, it was a lot of fun because I looked at Neil as we're having the conversation, and he's like, "What?" And then sure enough, we got a nice little pop up there. So that was a lot of fun for sure.
How are these things still? It's crazy to me, how much these they just won't give up, even when it feels like they're rugging you. They still manage to go. Oh, I need to move my trail. Whoops. No way. Okay. Anyways. I just moved my stop on BM&R, and it was down. We were just down at 40. I put the trail in, and it just snapped up and trailed me out. So anyways, we're out of this trade. But it went down to our support level. Didn't want to get out while it was consolidating because I wanted to maybe give it to the 50. But when it broke down, let's not let it get back into the volume-weighted average price. So for me, we got VWAP. We got to the target. I tried to give it a chance to break the opening range low because then we could really see it fill in the gap this afternoon. The market might not be moving enough for that. So if it gets to VWAP, I might look at BM&R again. I probably got out of SpaceX early. You just take the wins where you can, but this one did continue into VWAP. We're in a power hour. I'd like to see it try to bounce off VWAP and wonder if there isn't something back in the, back in the 44, the 45 range. Otherwise, there could be a continuation under VWAP for SpaceX. So those two are on the brain. I can't keep my eyes off this PFSA either. You've got to be kidding me. The last two pullbacks, this is why it's in my brain now. There's the break, red candle, 3 minute, all red candles, first green candle long. All red candles. The first green candle's the chase. Oh, it's still a long on the second. So if it does, there's enough time for it to do one sustained pullback again, because these pullbacks are like 20 minutes long. Like there's a good 6 or 7 red candles on a 3-minute, and then it goes again. So there'd be time for one more of those, and that's probably it. It's at the halt band now. 2153 is the halt. It just fake halted. Now the halt band's reset. I can't even see it anymore. It's at 93. So now 2193 is a new halt band to the upside. PFSA is absolutely flying. Flying.
That's crazy.
It is unbelievable. What else going on in the market? I saw someone type in Alphabet. No, that's not really moving, unfortunately. So it's just this PFSA that's going ham.
Yeah.
We'll see about SpaceX. I'm not married to the notion of it failing VWAP and going lower for a short. If it bounces, that would be a trend break. But I've been looking for short entries all day until we finally got one. So I'll look for a pullback or a bounce into 44, like this little support, and play it off that. Trump considering granting Canada tariff for free.
Oh.
Hey, I'll take it.
We'll take anything. We'll take anything we can hit that one. Did you see
we need it.
Did you see Klarna today? I know I personally took my eyes off it after that first 2 hours of chop. Now down to $15.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
So this was me all morning long on Klarna. I'm like, okay, well, nobody cares about Klarna, but let's just short it off VWAP. And as long as once it failed this high, I'm like, okay, the short is on right at the volume weighted average price. Then it broke VWAP, and I kind of gave up on it to go trade Tesla, which was a good decision. Tesla's my best stock today, but there's always a but. Look what happens when it lost VWAP here on this heavy candle. Yeah. Boom. Then the short was just on. You got your move all the way to the low of the day, that's what I was holding for in the pre-market. So was Klarna, was it a positive stock? Yes. Would I grade it positively for myself? No. You can't. Because to not have gotten back into this, I don't care. If I'm looking short, and my concept was if it doesn't break this, I'm looking for the VWAP shorts and every short that I can get that sets up, and I don't have anything to the low, then it doesn't matter how you performed on it. It's a fail because it was a good setup. It stayed a good setup. And I moved on to something else, and that something else now is nothing. I just like Tesla off VWAP. There was that trend break. Okay. I'm going to get rid of these.
Wow.
If I draw too many trend lines, I love trend lines, but when I draw too many of them, my charts start they start objecting to it. You've got to be kidding me.
Look at this $22 incoming here on PFSA.
Dude,
what a play.
What is this stock?
Holy cow. How is it not halted?
What is this stock?
Yeah, I know. This is crazy.
What do they even do?
Let's pull it up here.
Does it even
figure
matter?
It out right now. PFSA. See what we got. Profusa Inc. Is a commercial stage digital health company. The company is engaged in development of a new generation of bio-integrated sensors that potentially empower the individual with the ability to monitor their body chemistry. The company's technology enables the development of the bioengineered sensors that are designed to become one with the body to detect. What? Did you hear this?
What is this? First of all, that's just gobbledygook.
What? There's no way, man. That's crazy. Company profile.
Here's what you need to know. And thank you for
has
JL.
A million share.
Thank you, JL.
1.2 million share float.
They split. They had a split just
reverse.
Why isn't it telling me? A reverse split here. It doesn't tell me. Someone said in the chat it's 5-1, but I can't see it. That 1 to 25 here, and they had another one back in February. So they've had three reverse splits this year? What happened? Who's talking to them? Why are you even allowed to reverse split 3 times in 1 year? First of all,
what's that other name?
What's even going on? Like, why are you allowed to reverse split 3 times in 1 year? Like, there should be like limits and rules to that.
I think we got Luis.
But you know what? Congratulations for everybody that if you happen to be long this, don't get caught holding the bag. We always say every single time, try not to get caught holding the bag. Chasing this is nonsensical. I mean, you can, I think scalping like you're doing, Joe, makes sense. Because if you're scalping in and out on those breaks, then you're in, you're out. You're not really going to get left holding the bag at the top. Red painted table said check the all-time high. I didn't do that. I guess let me just go to a monthly. It's easier to pick it up on if I go to a monthly.
Here comes the boom, says Bob and Vittel. Yeah, I mean, you're at 23
I don't know
bucks
what
now.
to say about that.
This is
all
crazy. Just donated towards the Choppy Chop. Appreciate you guys for the awesome info and great show today. Everyone says Greg Trail. I mean, listen, we've all done that before. So go, I don't know where you're located geographically, but go enjoy outside. Enjoy your day because we've all been, oh, okay. Oh, I was thinking about the chop.
There it is, the choppy chop.
The chop of the hair. See what you got going on. Thank you for your donation, Greg. Much appreciated there.
Danita as well, another 50.
Danita,
goodness.
$50. Whoa!
Thank
we're
you.
We're gonna be hitting that level in no time. Fabian, if we hit 5K before or whatever it may be, if we hit that target before August 28th, you have to chop it as soon as that target is hit.
No, then we're going for 10K. It's happening on the 28th.
Oh, you're just gonna keep raising the bar?
Well, also the 28th. It's a Friday. You know, we have fun on Fridays on the show. The market, usually the market's a little bit slower on Friday. It's literally the last Friday in August, which is typically like it's a summer month, right? So we're gonna have fun on that afternoon show. Fabian, we'll do it live. But that 5,000, it's just a number, man. Like the more you raise for a good cause, the better. And so we appreciate everyone giving what they can, right? And maybe people are giving these PFSA gains. It's like one long in that apparently, which I'm sitting here saying, why would you even crazy chase that? The stock is nuts. And the reason why, I know people are like, well, what's happening in the market? This is the cues right now. Look at this nothing. It's not moving. The market is not moving right now. So you've got PFSA. There was some scalps and some crypto stocks, and SpaceX is moving around a bit. I'm waiting for it to start doing something again. But Matthias here, and thank you for the super chat. What is your opinion on CRDO? Oh, you Credo, huh? Okay. Notice how I did the exhale? So Brian was actually, there's something good about this that I know Brian would say, right? And I've said it a million times, and this is gonna get caught because you'll always hear me say it's easier to buy dips in strong stocks and uptrends than it is anything else. So that being said, I'm not completely in love with this retest of the 50. I just feel it's been a little bit extreme today. It's one thing when you drift back and get a really prolonged pullback, go right into the 200, upward sloping 200. Like since it broke the 200 here on volume in April, dip, hold, dip, hold. Like there's all kinds of reasons to like that. And again, I don't own Credo, so I'm not telling you, I'm not talking my own book or anything like that. We're just talking about the charts here. When it comes back into the 50, it's not so automatic for me because we kind of double tagged. We didn't revisit the high. Like I'd feel better about the 50 period if we'd gotten to or broken the high and then pulled back into the 50. But it resisted a lower high here, unfortunately. So now I'm sort of thinking, okay, well, prove to me that you're actually holding this level for a couple of days and then go, or still think about that 200 period moving average. Like that's sort of where my brain is going to be for them. And the other thing you want to wait for is you got a couple weeks till they report. So that allows you to maybe wait until the backside of the report as well. So I just feel like that's the easier way to play. But I know I say it all the time. It's like, hey, you're always better off buying dips and moving averages on upward trending stocks. I just don't know that the 50 is what I like here with Credo, for sure. Tesla's catching a bid. No, it's not. You made me look. Icon in the chat. See, I saw Neil and Tesla, and then a bunch of. Oh, I saw Tesla. I'm just showing you guys. I looked up, and this is what I saw. I see Tesla. I'm like, oh, but then people saying 1 year chart double bottom test. So I wasn't sure if you're talking about the trade here. No volume. I'd love for Tesla to be another long through VWAP again this afternoon, but it's 320, and it doesn't seem like it wants to go. But if we zoom out, my thought was more 280 here. Like I was really expecting this last drop to play into the 280. One of the things you just heard Brian say, and you've heard us reiterate, you're now downward sloping on the 200 period moving average. You're under both the major moving averages. So like you're out of favor at this point. So I tend to think if we're going into a support level, it's the bigger one at 220, which I like, and the 280 level as well. There's nothing that's really changed my mind yet about that. especially because this bounce hasn't followed through yet. And if this bounce hasn't followed through, I think you're looking maybe a little bit lower for sure. Or your PFSA is on one of its pullbacks here, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, the last time it did this pattern, you got about 15 to 20 minutes worth of dip, and you did it twice, and then it went. So let's see if it can put in another one of those patterns, and maybe there's like one last push, or it's just going to start going now.
Yeah.
Not even give me one.
Look at the tape on it, Neil. It's so strong. Holy, oh my God! You just guys watch it. Oh wow! Oh, this is Squeeze City now. It's gonna halt here at 24.88. Yeah, this has to halt. Thank you for your donation, Corey Burke. Man, thank you all so much, man. Fabian, what a great cause you got going on here. I mean, people are really, really loving that. Now we're up to, we have to be up more than $3,024 now. Oh, it's crazy. But donate.
You got to keep refreshing.
Yeah, I got to keep refreshing that. What are we at here now?
32.6.
Yeah, 32.6. There we go. We're halted. No way, Neil. I know this isn't true.
No.
But you see the tap on
60.
that? Dude, 54. It was up to 90. The tap was $90. $90 tap on PFSA. Now, I won't be surprised if that comes in, but I seen a 90 print on PFSA. This has been my best trader of the day. I've been fortunate enough to go for 3 for 3 on this bad boy. Boom, boom, boom. All high of the day breaks. Very identical price action plays, and they've worked out for us. Now, this tap is $45. Where's Adam James? He's not in the chat, but Casey's in the chat. Casey, are you still in this trade? Like, have you been scalping? I think I've seen the ins. You were in and out from time to time. So yeah, what a crazy halt. 38.50. Yeah, we called it. That's for sure. It was just moving too fast, too furious. You go from $22 all the way up to $24 on a 1.2 million share float. How many rotations have we done today? Man, that's crazy, like 40 times. Heck yes. What's your average price? Bubban, what's your average price as well, too? I'm not doing any justice for this name. I need to hear what you guys got going on. So congratulations to everyone. Listen, these are the ones where you could just make your month or whatever it may be. So massive runner, especially if you've had the ability to hold through those lows, $14 to $24. I mean, and then some, Neil, at this point. Where did it open up? $8 and now you're at $24? Like, what is even going on here today? Some crazy, crazy stuff. Break of $20. What does that mean? You're in it. Is that when you're in it? Okay, you're in at the break of $20. Okay, nice play up here. Okay, so we got 24. The tap is starting to come back in. Now heading to the south side, ladies and gentlemen. $24 tap. We're halted at $24.88.
It's crazy. And shout out to Adams, got it as well from earlier on. This was sometimes these ones. It's like, oh well, your best chance is to get in super early. That's not even true. There was a point when this just looks like a regular VWAP breakout, like right in here, right before we go on the air. That's because I think a lot of the problems, once you see it going parabolic, most people don't have a trade plan for that. But it's like, where could you have an entry that fits your style of trade? That fits a lot of people's style of trade right in here. When it's taking out this local top at about 1280, maybe you're in at 13, you're long in front of the volume weighted average price. If it gets to the high of the day, it's 4-1 at that point. Risk to reward to get to the high of the day. So once it's done that, you can just be holding for the dream like crazy. So we're well into power hour now. So I'm going to throw up the early looks because there's at least something here. CRM is an early sell of 1.8 million. Verizon's there for 1.2 million to the sell side. You got the SOXL, which is, I don't know, 760 to the buy side there. But for the most part, it's CRM that stands out. At the end of the day, it's been a really good day for the software names, like chips down, Apple up, software up. At one point, Uber was up. I'm rolling my eyes because not anymore. It's still positive. It's just it's given up the move. But Salesforce, to be at the highs and having a strong day with a 2 million sell imbalance, you need to keep in mind, Salesforce has done 6 million shares on the whole day. So 1.8 million to sell when you're coming off the highs is a pretty decent size. And it's got a bit of a reversal top going on. So the closer we get to 350, I'm just going to look at the higher time frame. That looks good too. It just tagged the 200 period and pulled back, and looks like it's rejecting there under 20. Yeah, the closer we get to 350, ideally it'd be trying to short this into 350 with a stop at 98.5. It's a little early now. We still have 20 minutes to go to the imbalances. For sure.
Yeah.
So let us know what else you guys are watching. PFSA is now tapping down.
Yeah, that's not too good of a look.
No.
Especially you've been
That's what you don't want to see.
especially after this run here.
Because then people might try. If you're long at the top, it's going to open up.
I was thinking about trying to get caught in the halt up, but remember
this time of day.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, because think about it, you'd be down almost $1 at this point. Remember, it was you and I believe, with CBRS.
Oh,
was it you and I? And
think,
and we're like, okay. So I watched this halt band. It would have been, to this day, it would have been the best trade personally. And I'm like, all right, halt up. Considering we're in an IPO, I'm like, let's sit through this halt. Boom, taps up, and then immediately just taps right down, and I'm like, oh no. And then it opens up a couple of dollars lower, and I'm like, man, oh, there it goes.
It's open.
And now it's open. Now 25s, 29s screen the other, and it's gonna halt right back up once again. Holy cow. So you have to sit through like $2.50 of volatility just to get involved. It's too quick. That is absolutely insane here. Oh, I thought it false halted. No, gray out there. So 25.94. So you do wait for that pullback, right? Before you just get involved right away in PFSA.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's fantastic for PFSA. Good luck to anyone that's still trading. Just remember how the rules work. If it is halted when it gets to the final 10 minutes, it's not 5 or 10 minutes. It'll open at 4 o'clock. We're going to the desk. See ya. What do you got?
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the dollar here. The DXY currently still hanging around the $99.6 region, still flat on the day. I want to also take a look at the pair USD INR here that did close relatively weaker as of today. Rupee closed around the 95.6 region. It is also currently flat. So likely intervention by the RBI to take place, which is now standing in between India and the pressure from elevated oil prices as well, and surging global bond yields that we're seeing here. So like I said, USD INR not up significantly. There it's 0.08, but technically flat on the day. Also do want to take a look at the USD JPY pair and what's going on here. USD JPY is up 0.15% on the day, trading around $159.6 region. Nothing new here, nothing crazy.
Thank you there, Sia. So I was actually, someone in the chat had put in WBD, and I'll kick myself for not sitting in it like yesterday, because multiple days in a row, it's just been giving you a free percent. It finds consolidation, then goes. My chart, for whatever reason, it'll show you the break here, and then we're just missing some data from earlier today, but like it'll find a support level and then just break up almost a percentage point. And today it did the move again. They've got all the regulatory approvals. It's just these lawsuits that are going on for you to be able to get through that. Then it gets $31.
Wow.
But Sun Tan,
I like that.
let's go. That's all I gotta say. I almost said something else. 138. We're continuing to get donations. I'm just gonna keep refreshing. That'll take us over 3,400.
Yeah, it should be over 3,400.
It should be. Why is it not refreshing? Oh no, what's going on with the website?
It's a monster.
Okay, well maybe that one was already in there. Well, we're at 32. We're now 65% of the way, 2/3 of the way.
Cow.
We're 2/3 of the way. We had just crossed the halfway mark, and now we're 2/3 of the way. Thank you so much, Suntan. We appreciate it.
Suntan City.
It's one of those. I say it all the time, and I know it gets a bit old, but we really do have the best community out there. I mean, absolutely bar none. Absolutely bar none. Thank you so much, Suntan. Thank you to everybody that's contributing. I don't care what you're contributing, but if you're here, we appreciate you. And trust me, it's all going to a very good cause, and we couldn't be more thrilled that Fabio is doing it. You guys can see we've got the one and only with Adara, but just a quick update on the tap of PFSA, which we'll keep putting in the chat. It's again indicating a down open at 25 even. So it might open back up while we're at the desk with the one and only.
Indeed, and right now we're here to talk about the Asian markets, because this U.S. market might almost be close to the day, but the Asian markets have yet to open. They should provide us with a lot of opportunities. Let's dive into it.
Thank you, Dara. So last night, Asian markets closed mixed amid, of course, escalating Middle East tensions, as well as surging global bond yields. We can see the Nikkei 225 in Japan down by 2.5%. Japan's 10-year yield hit a 30-year high. near 2.95% amid fiscal concerns as well as the Bank of Japan rate hike expectations. Most of the tech and consumer stocks led the declines, including Hyosea Holdings down by 7.6%, Advantes down by more than 5%, Taiyo Yuden down by 11.5%, and Rata down by more than 9.5%. Over in South Korea, the Kospi was also down by 1.5%. Foreign investors were net buyers, while retail and institutional selling signaled a little bit of profit taking in the region. We saw Samsung falling just under 2%, with additional losses in LG Energy Solutions by around 5%, and Hyundai Motors and Kia were both down more than 3.5%. Over in Taiwan, we had some pre-index futures settlement de-risking. Foreign funds cut TSMC by about 0.83%. Delta Electronics also slid down by 3.5%, while MediaTek down by 4%. And some memory stocks in Taiwan also got hit, with Etron limit down. Now, as the Asian markets open up for tomorrow, keep an eye out for your TAIEX futures settlements as well as TSMC. You know, TSMC right now is holding its 10-day moving average post-index futures settlement. So any institutional buying could drive the TAIEX up, or it could retest that of the 46,000 resistance. In the South Korean Kospi, right now 6,800 is the support. Watch for any stabilization or foreign funds coming in, defending that 6,800 support. And of course, after yesterday's sharp intraday reversal, we're going to see some much needed volume in South Korean Kospi. And finally, the Strait of Hormuz, as well as the crude catalyst. Monitor your energy dashboards overnight, especially before the open. Any escalation in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as rising oil prices, could spark some selling in airlines, chemicals, and tire stocks in the region. That's all for myself.
Yeah, volume was just mentioned here, and we also just got some volume here on Taboola.com. TBLA in focus after Axios reports that NBC is going to be outsourcing all programmatic display sales to Taboola. So nice little bounce there for TBLA. If you're looking for more from one, you can check us out at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. for the European and Asian market closes, respectively. Back to you.
Thank you there, One, for your PFSA update, everybody.
Yeah.
It opened up and is now doing a bit of a rinse. This could be the first time that it halts up and while on the breakout. And if it fails, if it closed underneath that halt price, maybe you get something like what happened earlier in the day when it made that top. But I just double checked. Yeah, there will be no paying for shorts. It's a $1.33 for every share. So it's like $133 for 100 shares on PFSA. That's just to get the locates here at Real Trading. And usually, sometimes the small cappers, it'll be like 1 cent or half a cent or 5 cents or 10 cents. $1.32, that means when you take the trade, you need to make $1.32 to get break even. That's not even the way I look at it. I look at it like if you're shorting it and you're like, if you shorted at 40, let's say you shorted here because it closed underneath this halt price, like you shorted at 24.5. and your stop is at 26, that's $1.50 worth of risk. Mm-hmm. Well, because you paid $1.30, now it's $2.80 worth of risk, in my opinion, because you'd have to pay for the locates, which completely changes your risk to reward, not touching.
I seen this candle open up, and I was thinking about getting involved. So what happens is it opens up a bearish candle, sells off to 22.50. Then as soon as it flipped green, I was like, this is going to rip. And sure enough, it went from $25 all the way to a high of 28, 22, 24. So $3 just like that. But now we're halted down. I mean, it's not funny for those who are involved, but the top is now 21.35.
And like the irony is going to be, like, if I had paid for shorts, it would have been worth it. But you got to stick to it. That's too expensive.
Well, that's mad expensive. And someone was asking, and I meant to ask you how much it was.
$10, $20 for 100 shares is fine. 130 for 100 shares.
But to Luis, who is a massive data collector, he has an individual who's under his umbrella stating that thank you. Was that
Brian?
What
freaking Shannon. Okay. He's smarter than all of us.
He is.
He looks 20 years younger than all of us, despite the fact. He's knowledgeable. He's a great mentor. He's a great human being. He's a friend of the show. And he's out here donating $138 to the cause. Appreciate you, man, Brian. And to everybody out there. It's not just Brian, but I mean, this is amazing.
Everyone, man.
Thank you for doing this, Fabian.
We're not even really doing it. I got a bad shoulder, Fabian. I can't extend it more than that. But to finish my point, Luis had. We'll get to that moment. Let me finish my thought.
Yeah, we'll finish the story.
Luis stated that he has an individual under his umbrella who has the data collecting that when the shorts are more expensive, he has a higher profit factor in his trading compared to shorts that are in around the mean.
I can see that, and you know what? You know what? I'm probably being way too simplistic about it, because I suppose if you look at it deeper, if it comes all the way to $17 or to VWAP, you're laughing. But Goldcrest Financial, thank you for the super chat. Look, I'll read it. If every watcher would donate just $1, we would be well over the donation goal. Come on.
Yeah.
Now here's what I will say, when it comes to giving. All you ever do is say, hey, we got a great cause here. It's all going to that good cause. And to each, if you're able to give, go for it. That is true. But, it's not about every single person having to give. But if you can, trust. This is somewhere where it's going to a good cause. So we don't mind saying it over and over again. And, if we get to the 28th and we're not near the goal, trust me, it's going to get that bump. We're going to get there one way or the other. But we do appreciate you guys. So much. There's just so many kind and generous people out there. The tap is 22.32.
Yeah.
On
okay. That's still down $1.
10 minutes to imbalances. SpaceX doesn't seem to want to get to the 144 yet, but it's still making a bit of a bounce. I was looking for this range. I'm trying to be patient about it. It looks like it might curl here instead of at 44 though.
So
10 minutes to imbalances. Maybe time for one more.
It's Steve. No way.
No.
Wow.
Okay, we got Ed Barron as well. You're awesome, Ed. Thank you for the super chat. Steve Tileman with a super chat as well. Let's go, Brian. The whole all the fans coming out now.
Get Steve on the.
Steve, what up, brother?
Pull up on the show.
Well, I mean, we have Steve will be on. Steve's on every single week.
Yeah, he is on the week.
Yeah, I like talking in the back of the week in the afternoon. But this is what I mean about the community we've got going on.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Let's go, Brian. Steve, put it in the chat, brother. What were you trading today? We had a couple of these small cap trades on our radar, NVDA as well too. Actually, why I pulled up the 8-ball, Steve, and maybe I'll get to Nick Vandy shout out, Joe. $2 Canadian, my guy Nicky.
Let's go
up there in the good old new market. But I was asking the Magic 8-ball, will NVDA hit all-time highs by its earnings report? But it doesn't matter what the 8-ball says when you have Steve Tileman in the chat. So I would love to hear his opinion. We can still ask him, but it doesn't hold as much weight as my boy over there. Thanks very much, Steve. Let's go, Brian. Let's go, everyone. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for what you do. Ed Baracchini. Then we got my boy Nick Vendy over there in Newey. Shout out to Joe. No, shout out to you, my brother. Hope everything's good over there.
Right?
I got you guys.
A 200 super chat.
Dude, this should be going to the.
So look, overweight Spider. We appreciate the super chat.
Holy cow!
But this is nothing against the super chats. We love the community. We appreciate you sending them. But we know it is what it is. YouTube's gonna take 30% of that.
Man.
If you go to the link in the site or on the stream, or you just simply, I think it's also pinned to the chat. You can go directly to the fund. That way it's going right to the cause. 100%, not 70%. Right? Because we can throw that back, right? We can do it, but 30% is going to be, 30% of the cuts getting taken. That's just how they work. So thank you guys so much for that, and we appreciate you. I got excited.
Mr. Duck,
I just missed my entry.
Know that? What do you think? Why do you think?
Doesn't matter.
YouTube is an absolute giant segment. Obviously not due to super chat.
They got to take their cut.
They get their cuts and everything. Like the premium membership, they got their hands in every basket. Says Mr. Duck. It's absolutely. My son donated his hair for cancer victims years ago. It's a great cause, Susumi. Oh man, that's a beautiful stuff. I love it when humans do beautiful things. Ozan, the MF Tesla will go, but just scared of imbalances. Listen, man, you were pre-rich before trading Take-Two. Now you might be
things might change. That narrative might change. We have PFSA open once again here, ladies and gentlemen. So watch out for this one. It is now printing $22.61. Be cautious just in case. This might be the end of the move. Bro, got GTA stars. Oh, yeah, man. I never played that. I never owned that game, to be honest with you. GTA 5, I should say. I own the Bird's Eye View one and Vice City. GTA 2.
I don't own any of them.
Oh.
Well, it looks like SpaceX, we missed our entry at that 43 because we're getting excited about the super chats. But I will not be chasing this move unless maybe underneath VWAP. Okay, well, let's go to Adara at the desk. I think I might try to grab this underneath the volume weighted average price. One last trade before the imbalances. Adara, what do you have?
Copart lower and CCC higher here. CCC Intelligent Solutions, seeing reports that CCC, the software firm, could be actually acquired here potentially by Copart. So Copart down on reports that it could be acquiring CCC, and of course CCC to the upside. We're going to send it off to Sia though for crypto.
On in the crypto markets here, you have BTC USD that is up 0.24%. Ethereum up very significantly less, but it is still almost flat on the day. And Solana up over 1.5% now. So you have BTC that's trading around the $64,600 region. Ethereum's trading around $1,900 region, and Solana's trading around 77. Now, all these crypto names have had a huge uptick earlier in the day, and that is what I do want to focus on and talk about. What happened that caused this uptick? Well, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, as of today, has proposed a new regulatory framework for crypto assets. The SEC's proposal would now exempt certain crypto companies and offerings from U.S. securities rules, which should make it easier for crypto companies to issue tokens and raise money. So the SEC's plan, quote unquote, seeks to provide crypto asset entrepreneurs and market participants with clear pathways to raise capital under the federal securities laws. Chairman of the SEC, that is Paul Atkins, has said in a statement that this will allow a one-time exemption to issue up to $5 million in crypto tokens during a 4-year period. This will also allow offerings up to $75 million during each 12-month period, but issuers would at the same time will need to be aware and the fact that they will still have to provide financial statements and meet regular reporting requirements under both exemptions. However, token issuers will still need to disclose certain information to investors. But this proposal also includes a quote-unquote safe harbor that will exclude a crypto asset from being deemed an investment contract if certain conditions are met. So now we have BTC with regards to that had the big uptick during, I want to say around 10:15, 10:30 a.m., as did other crypto names such as Solana and Ethereum.
Thank you there, Sia. Yeah, you know what? Just quickly, you should zoom out that. If you zoom out that IBIT chat, it's actually not looking as bad as you think. But Adam Crichton Gold, thank you for your donation.
Oh.
We just hit 3,500 on the nose, by the way. So we're now 70% on the way to that target. Eric as well. Thank you so much, Eric, for your donation. This is amazing. Richard as well. Richard, appreciate you and thank you so much for the donation. I love that we can shout out everyone on the stream that donates. And Anonymous, hey, if you're like that, sometimes it's just about the giving and you don't need the credit, but whomever you are, thank you again. It ain't about the size, it's about the thought. Our hearts are in the right place. And Fabian just came, no word of a lie. Fabian just came up to us while Sia was talking. And you could see like the excitement and the appreciation in his face. He's like, wow, like you guys, do you know why this is happening more today? We're like, I don't know. Maybe it's because the small cappers are running and people are happy and they're feeling generous about it. Like to be real, if I'm being real for a second, the Nasdaq's down 1.7%. Like this is not exactly the kind of market day or environment. And then you look at what's going on with the memory names that I would think everyone's in a generous mood, but I don't even care. The fact that everyone is willing to give and is being so generous with it, as I said, we literally hit 70%.
That's cool,
we just crossed 50%, and next thing you know, we're at 70.
We're gonna get that tomorrow.
But it looks like by the end of the week, we'll maybe hit that goal and have to move it on up there. Thank you so much. And
this has been unreal. Yeah,
can't really say enough about our.
It's been pretty crazy, man.
You guys are awesome, and it's going to a fantastic cause. And yeah, this market it stinks. I missed my chance on SpaceX, and it's too close to the imbalances. You saw me almost FOMO into this one short, but that's not how you shouldn't trade that way. The short was this consolidation and that break. We missed it, so we're not going to try it again. I'll wait till the imbalances come out. But of course, because obviously PFSA is halted again to the upside, the tap is now 30. There's a decent chance. Oh yeah, it's 347. So this will open at 4 o'clock now. It should not open again until 4 o'clock based on the timing. Almost 500%. 500%.
500.
Maybe that's why people are feeling generous. Man, look at Intel. On a day where the market's getting its you-know-what handed to it, CRM is still a big sell imbalance of 1.9 million. Nothing else really pops off or stands out, but in 2.5 minutes, we'll see a bunch of other names start to get in there, especially the Nasdaq names. There's no Nasdaq names on the imbalances, just the New York and the Amex. As I said, CRM, it went too early for me. If you're making a trade on the imbalances, I would have liked to take it in the 5 minutes, not that early on CRM, but it did head to the downside.
All right, we got 2 more super chats. They're flowing in today. YouTube Cash Collector. Thank you, everyone. We could not do it without you. No, thank you to YouTube Cash Collector.
Well, let's throw it up there.
Pull it up there.
Yeah, let's pull it up. Let everyone see it on screen.
There you go, bang. Thank you. I love the sarcasm. Speaking of sarcasm, we have the one and only. The one and only. And we're talking about exponential growth from a market capitalization standpoint, on pace to over $1 billion market cap. SCDI is happy to announce that during the month of September, we will be replacing all paper towels in the dispenser we're planning to steal with electric hair trimmers. So stick in your mullet for a great cause, people. Shout out to SCDI, Cheese and a Chair, the cheese tycoon himself, who once stood on a peninsula himself and debated if he should become a cheese tycoon. And so far, it seems to be working.
And if it's not obvious, obviously it's just some fun that we have with one of our viewers. It's all in sarcasm. Although I did put my life savings into the cheese dispenser business, and we're kind of hoping that that's going to work out well for us. It seems like a foolproof plan, because if you're going to put cheese dispensers in every single stadium in North America, it's easier to do it if you steal your inventory, because then it's free. And if you steal your inventory, then again, your costs are low, the margins are high, super high.
Some big brain stuff.
Yeah, right? There you go, Adair. You got that sarcasm there. So, good stuff. All right.
I just don't want anyone thinking that we're serious about this cheese dispenser business.
SCDI itself, Moon Cheese. Yeah, listen, if some of these Chinese small cappers can get on the Nasdaq, there's zero reason why SCDI can't hop onto the Nasdaq.
Oh, goodness, could you imagine? Imbalances in 2 seconds, so we're going to have this live for you. CRM does come out to sell. I saw 2 million and then almost immediately paired off. So it was 2 million and insta-paired. Intel, 2.5 million to the buy side. NVIDIA, 1.5 million to the buy side. UMC is going to be in there. It's not that big of a deal. Anything else on big cappers? ONDS, that's 860,000 sell side for ONDS. IREN is a sell of 800,000. Netflix is a sell of 700,000. Apple is a sell 640. MRVL is a buy of 600,000. SMR is a buy of 600,000. Really, the standouts are going to be NVIDIA and Intel, looks like. But NVIDIA never got through the 220.50 level. You know what? I'm going to save myself the time, and I'm just going to put down 220.50 on my iPad, so I don't have to worry about doing it in the morning. You guys can see the level, and it's not that I wouldn't remember to do it, but sometimes I like to get that out of the way. You can see the supply zone at that price. Will we be trading here? Maybe we gap up, and that turns into a support. But somebody made a brick wall all day long on the stock at that price, which makes it interesting for me. The market overall, small buy, 376 million. Nasdaq, a little bit bigger at 880. The Dow, 3 million sell, who cares? Well, somebody cares. The Meg 7, 17 million. Only to the sell side. So it's overall a bit of a nothing burger. Intel was the other name with a decent size and balance. It's starting to get off the bid a little bit here. Not many obvious levels on Intel outside of VWAP there. Cheese balls. Thank you for the super chat. I cut all my hair too, only cheese left.
Okay.
Fair enough. You know what? Maybe I'll give it a shave today just to join the party. No, just buzz it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shoot, we got another big super chat. So here, Costa, we can't. Costa Katsapis. Thank you for the $100 super chat. We appreciate you. If you throw a message in there, we can put it on the screen a little bit easier. Maybe there's a stock you want to show, or you just want to shout somebody out, or just give good wishes to everybody. But type a message in there next time. And we thank everybody for being so generous here. The super chats, the gifts, the donations, more importantly. And you can see right there as I'm on the chat, Shop for Charity. You click that, it goes right to the GoFundMe. So if you are feeling in a generous mood, you can give it right to the charity that way, which I think is fantastic. So it looks like it's really just going to be about the imbalances. I saw Apple. Apple's still looking very strong. Where was your out on Apple? 11?
Me today, yeah. Let's pull that bad boy up.
11s?
No, I can't remember. Yeah, 11s. Yeah. 311.
That's still the top.
Yeah, we caught the top.
It's still the high.
Look, we caught the top on Apple.
Oh, over 11.
Yeah. 311.21. And we got the low. We got the low, and then we were fortunate to catch the top. So yeah, shout out to Gorb, that man. 311.43. Oh, you got me beat on that one. So yeah, really nice play. It might break that level right now, Gorb, as the tape looked pretty strong there. But yeah, really nice trade on Apple. But this SPCA or whatever it is was definitely PFSA.
Oh, PFSA.
Yeah, PFSA.
SPCA.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
SPCA is like the animal.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Get your dog spayed and neutered, right?
Yeah, PFSA over here. Definitely been our best trader of the day. Just on a couple of small scalps, so not too bad of a look. 26.81. Hey man, you seen where I was getting at with that one. Anyway, so.
Although you know, every time I hear about the get your dog spayed and neutered, now I think of Bob Barker, which. That kind of sucks. I like the Price is Right.
Bob Barker?
You know what's up with all the stuff that's come out since he passed. It's like, really? Really?
What's up? Oh, it's Drew Carey on there.
Yeah, but dude was apparently just a rabid racist.
Was he?
Bob Barker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, really? And then you see the clips, you're like, oh, okay, well maybe what? But we love the show. I've said it before. Yeah. Like Sean and I on our trading floor this is back in the day. At lunchtime when the market was slow, like the TV went off of whatever financial channel it was, and we put on The Price is Right. We'd watch Dragons then at lunchtime, and because the traders aren't active in the middle of the day and they're eating our food, so it's like let's just throw something fun on. And sometimes we'd make bets on the different prices because everyone's a degenerate on the trading floor. So you'd start be like you'd see the item and we'd all be like, well, what do we think the item is? And we'd start betting on it instead of trading.
Hit the bang on that.
Traders are degenerate.
Yeah.
A lot of times. I'm just being real about it. But that 311 level, just to get back to the market for a second, the reason I was asking where you got out, like we were talking about NVIDIA in that 220.5 zone, there's a supply zone, even on a strong stock like Apple's, there's a supply zone at 311. If we have the ability to gap over that, there we go. If we have the ability to gap over that, it still has room to the local high at 315. So to the extent that maybe we see continued weakness tomorrow, remember that's meant good things for Apple. And I was waiting for this stupid chart to zoom out. And now when I'm finished the thought, it decides to fully zoom out. No, so there's a little bit more room till you get to this gap high at 316. And then from there, it's just a wider. Obviously, you've got the massive earnings drop there, the $20. But that's a big one to watch tomorrow because it took one step and it was a good one, but there's a bigger step potentially tomorrow if we get some continuation on Apple.
With Apple, yeah, especially if we see this rotation out of chips. I mean, pretty tough day across the board for a lot of these names.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, NVDA down 2.4%. Google actually turned positive at 0.1%. Apple down Apple up 1.5%. SpaceX down 2 1/5. Guys, Microsoft holding on to positivity up 1/3%. Meta down 4.3%, 4 1/3 here, ladies and gentlemen. Same thing with Broadcom. Broadcom getting hit pretty heavy, 4.4% to the downside. Majority of it coming from this gap down here on AMD. But oh man, SanDisk. Sometimes the best performer, but most of the time it's the worst performer. SanDisk down 9.1%, STX down 8%, DRAM down 8.5%, SK Hynix down 9%, Texas Instruments down 4%, Applied Materials down 4% as well too. So most definitely a tougher look. But hey, Bitcoin up 0.5% there, Neil. So hey.
You think that's not making anybody feel better?
Obviously.
I don't-
I think that was the intentions of it there. Yeah, it's definitely not making me feel any better. Ethereum up
That's
a
all of
50%.
That's all. of it.
Salesforce putting in another
That's what I'm
positive
saying,
day, man.
CRM.
You brought this one up not too long ago, up 34% off of the lows. Mark Benioff and company, not too bad of a look.
If you're selling off AI, then one of the places that it makes sense is all the money that came out of the IGV and all of the names that are going to get disrupted, then that's the place of value where you're going to see some bounces, but they're not all created alike. Understand the difference between things like Salesforce and ServiceNow and like the Trade Desk, which just continues to get pummeled day after day, it seems like. So there are stronger ones than others. You got to be able to
Trade
pick
Desk.
spots. So we have 2 minutes to go here. I mean, the market didn't really do much except continue its slow bleed. But PFSA, we'll keep it here. And then as we're signing off, we'll be able to at least see where this one opens up for those that are in Profusa. Sorry, I keep saying Profusa like it's some kind of a drug company. But it's so much better to say what is it?
Profusa.
PFSA.
Yeah.
No, but it's like Professor USA.
Oh, who's that?
It's the prof. I don't know. I'm just making it up.
Oh, okay.
I don't care. But this one's been absolutely wild. Is it the reason everyone's feeling so generous today? I don't know. As I said, I don't usually expect a down day in the market to yield everyone donating to the charity and all the super chats. Usually it's on an up day that everyone's feeling that kind of giving. But in a trading market, there's always opportunity out there. The shorts did print today in many places, and hopefully everyone had a good day today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wish I could tell. The market's down today, but my best stock was a long stock. It was Tesla. It didn't end up that strong, Tesla. Let's be real. Unless something crazy happened in the last couple of minutes, and I don't think. Well, kind of. It still ended up in the red, but Tesla. It doesn't even look that great for a long. But if we zoom out, the only reason I liked it, see that wipeout bottom. If there's places that people bought before, and you see like setups at those prices, it can be good. So that was like that little gap fill, couple long, but no continuation. I don't know how excited I am for Tesla tomorrow if it's not above this 340. Like if it's still hanging around lower, I'm not gonna like it. But if it's breaking above 340, we'll like the long again in Tesla and try and find some winners there. But the short has been the way to go. No questions asked in the market unless you're in this bad boy, PFSA, which in 1 minute, we'll see what happens in the aftermarket. All bets are off for how far it wants to move.
Let's see if it opens up here. I mean, it doesn't.
It should open at 4.
Should it? I mean, yeah,
That's
I guess
the rule,
what time did it halt at? 47.
So any halt that extends into the final 10 minutes, automatically the reopen. If it's a volatility halt, I should preface that. If it's a volatility halt and it carries into the final 10 minutes, then the open is at 4, and that's just the rule.
Yeah,
so
let's see
we'll see this one open up in about 15 seconds.
About 10 seconds here until it opens up. Great show, legendary chat. Others think, yeah, man, absolutely legendary from everyone here, regardless of how your day went. Yannick said he was green and then went red, but hey, man, that's the nature of the beast. You'll get that one back. Casey, Nimit, Katie, Dempster. Yeah, we're opened up here, Neil, once again. It looks like we're going to sell off pretty aggressively, 27 down to 24. Keep your eyes on the tape, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see which way this one gets a rockin' and a rollin'. Have a great session, everyone. Lots of fun with you guys today, and thank you all for the super chats, the donations. Brian Shannon in the house as well today, too. So a lot of positive things for this beautiful Tuesday in the city of Toronto. Brian Tassoni.
There we go. And then more. Arzu as well. Thank you for the donation. They just keep coming on in there. And remember, just because the stream ends, you can still find that link, and it'll always be in the description of the current day video and every single day. And thank you everybody for being so generous. But let's be real for a second. Shout out to Joe, put in work. When Joe fills in for Sean or myself, he's there all day. He's doing the midday, he's doing the morning.
We rocking and rolling.
He's doing the options segment in the morning. He's doing the upgrades and the downgrades.
I tried.
So big shout out to Joe today. Big shout out to our entire team. You saw one up there with Adara, and of course to Sia. Adara's memory is always on point with the news. Shout out to our production crew. Obviously, they do a fantastic job. Make us look and sound good. That's Tiffany,
NYC,
Andre,
man. Look at all the
Fabian as well, and of course to Ramin, who I saw. We're all very excited for. I get to smile. thinking about Remain.
Oh.
And by the way, before we get you out of here, we just hit a new fresh high in PFSA and then reversed it a little bit. But this stock is flying around in the aftermarket.
Yeah.
There's going to be something like this tomorrow. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to trade. Hopefully the market goes up and those can be longs instead of shorts. But hey, everyone rest up.
Yes, sir.
It's only Tuesday.
Oh,
We still got more week to go, more fun trading, and we'll see you at 8 a.m. to do it all over again. Thank you, everybody.
Love you all.